kilala niyo na pala ang transferee natin. Class, meet your new classmate, Felicissimo.
Moy na lang po.
Lisa, guide mo muna si Moy ha as he adjusts to our school. Thank you, Iha. Okay, everyone, bring out your social studies textbooks.
Nag-ML ka?
Pero kaka-start ko pa lang eh. Noob pa ako, tsaka newbie rin dito.
Sus, school ML. Ako bahala sa'yo. Dali lang to. Road to Mythic agad tayo. Pakinggan mo lang ako. Rule number 1, let your personality show. Pakita mo kung sino ka, be. Perfect na perfect. Rule number 2, find a good school-life balance. Study hard, play hard.
Yes!
Ang galing! Nice one! Rule number 3, basic lang galawan dito. Basta alam mo, Prayo, magpataba para lumakas. More kain, more energy. Rule number 4, pag may humamon, game on! Huwag matakot sa clash. Kita ka namin sa map, auto-rest back. O, diba? Basic. Easy lang mag-rank up, basta sama-sama.
Thanks, Lodi.
Ano? Laro?
G!
Guys, next week na yung tournament. Game tayo, ah.
Sige, basta ako ang tank, ha?
Gold din MM ako, ah.
XP na ako. Kaso,
Nag-last day na nga pala si Kyle.
okay guys, please welcome Mimi, our new teammate.
Hi, Mimi.
Good to have you, Mimi.
Hello.
Please take the empty desk.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome sa department.
Thank you.
Baka gusto mo sumali sa team namin. Meron kaming ML tournament.
Hindi ako nag-games eh, sorry.
Turuan kita. Gusto mo? Dali lang naman. Tsaka parang team bonding na rin tayo.
Pwede naman, pero hindi ako nag-games, as in zero knowledge talaga.
G lang. Magkukore ako, bubuhatin kita.
What?
Five seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them!
Oh, Mimi, dito ka lang sa tabi ko, ha?
Buster ka lang.
Def
lang.
GG, bawi na lang next
Sayang.
time.
Nice game, guys. Later na ako.
Focus lang yan, Mimi. You're making progress naman, eh. Basta, focus ka lang sa atin. See ya.
Sa atin? May kami na ba?
Mimi, sa tournament, dapat masanay tayo gamitin yung in-game chat. Ha?
Okay.
Okay.
Hoy! Mimi, yung turtle!
Sorry. Let's go.
Uy, nice presentation kanina.
Oo nga, nice one.
Siyempre, para tapos
Grabe.
agad.
Hello.
Uy, Mimi, may new skin yung Esme, oh. Cute ng fit niya. Try mo kaya?
Pwede naman.
Sinong cute? Uy, sinong cute?
Yung skin, yung skin.
Ay, skin.
Puno.
Pero cute nga.
Alright, do you think matidispense ng Team Finance ang title nila this year? Pero grabe rin ang kalaban nila this year. Malupit ang marketing. Ito na ang team nila. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's your 5th member? Kailangan, ayan na siya! Marketing! Very old and very proud!
Now I'm getting serious.
Bro. Uy. Uy, ingat. GG kanina. Thanks sa pag-join sa squad namin.
Anytime.
So, saan ka na niyan?
Sa bahay. Magdedelulo 15 Pro Max.
Huh?
Hindi ko pa alam eh.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
PM MPL na 4 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 PM MPL na
4 PM MPL na.
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 Catch your favorite MPL matches every Friday to Sunday.
Only at the MPL Philippines YouTube and TikTok.
4 p.m.
MPL na.
4 p.m. MPL na. 4 p.m. MPL na. 4 p.m. MPL na.
Maligayang pagdating sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. I'm Mara Aquino.
My name is Hans Galeria.
And this is
MPL Philippines Season 13. Alam mo Mara, sa totoo lang, hindi pa rin ako ma-get over kung gaano ka-intense yung naging laban natin sa lahat ng mga natitirang playoff spot, especially after Chakno's heroics last night.
Same. Na-miss ko si Chakno. And I'm pretty sure we're sharing the same feeling with MPL fans.
Alam mo kasi, 3 laban na naman ang naghihintay sa atin para sa huling araw ng linggo. Mara, ano-ano ba yung mga laban na yun?
Para sa unang araw. At sa laban natin ngayon, makikita natin kung paano ipagpapatuloy ng TNC Pro Team ang kanilang pakikipaglaban para sa tagumpay as they go up against the Raiders of RSG Philippines.
Meanwhile, fresh off of their momentous victory last night, Chakno and the rest of the Smart Omegas Bagong Barangay will return to Never Say Die as they go up against the world champions AP Bren.
And for the last match of the day, makikita natin ang pinaka-importanting laban ni OHEB kontra kay Kelra as Blacklist International try to secure their playoff spot once more versus ONIC Philippines. Simulan na natin ang ating unang bakbakan.
Ito ang TNC Pro Team kontra sa RSG Philippines.
Casters,
Paso!
Mabuhay and good afternoon from the Philippines. Umi here together with Naisu and Wolf to bring you the first series of the night. It's TNC Pro Team versus RSG Philippines. How you guys doing?
Feeling pretty good. It's warm. I think that's a known factor here, a fact on the desk, but I'm excited because these matches are not going to be warm, they're going to be hot.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the standings and looking at the schedule for today. It's the bottom 3 teams versus the top 3 teams.
Yeah, and at this point, you kind of want to know how can TNC continue their fight for victory, because this is a do-or-die match for them. In fact, all of their matches, all their upcoming matches are all do-or-die at this point. And after Omega's victory last night, it actually gave them a chance to continue their playoff dreams.
I loved it last night. I was watching, you know, in the comfort of home, and it was a hell of a match that we saw last night unfold, and now we know really kind of what's at stake here for TNC to start off. I mean, all these teams that are going to be playing today, there's a lot to handle here, but for this, the fight for victory, it continues for TNC. There's the conditions. Number one, TNC must sweep 2-0 Omega and win their 2 remaining matches. Number 2, Black must not get 2 points in their last 3 remaining matches ahead of them. So that's looking pretty dicey here, Wolf.
Man, it's Doctor Strange-esque kind of
only one.
kind of, and the thing is, not only do they have to win their remaining matches, they also have to wish for Blacklist to not get 2 points. That means, by the way, that means that even when Blacklist loses every single thing from here on, as long as Blacklist wins
at least
2 games. 2 games.
Yeah. And that is insane.
That's insane.
On the other hand, since RSG has already secured their playoff spot, they're now a step closer towards MSC. So what if Demon Kite meets Chibi? Again, should Homeboys represent Malaysia? I think the last time these two met, a lot of good conversations were made.
Yeah, I had a chance to talk to someone from the media, and then they were making the joke was they were kind of making some Easter egg jokes, right?
Yeah.
And they kind of remembered how RSG or Demon Kite back then gave an Easter egg to Chibi with a 0 score.
Gave the Easter egg, yeah.
Yeah.
Give him the Easter egg.
That's the thing.
It's funny because some people, as we talk about it, some people I've seen in the chat are asking why are these comparisons happening sometimes here on the broadcast. It's all about the what if. Because obviously as the leagues around the globe kind of come to a finish, close out, the next thing, obviously, MSC ahead of us.
Yeah, and MSC is such a big tournament with such a large prize pool as well, to the point that we don't really want to, we actually want to see the best players compete for it. And let's just go back for a bit here. The last time that RSG and TNC actually met each other, it was one 17-minute match and one 14-minute match, and that was a sweep towards RSG.
So what's really something to take note between RSG and TNC during their first match was it happened around the 3rd week, and it also kind of proved to us that TNC is a team that can secure the early stages. They had 100% turtle control despite losing 2 matches, right? 100%. All of the turtles went in favor of TNC. In fact, TNC were leading by a significant amount of gold when those 2 games started, but they couldn't end it.
And I think I remember talking to Heads himself. I had the privilege to be able to talk with him in an All-Star Caravan event. And he told me that most of the times for TNC, it was always that one Lord that went wrong. That one Lord fight that would turn around against their favor. And it's just something that they couldn't fix up until now.
It's funny because really when you look at it, TNC throughout the course of the regular season, maybe you can even see from past seasons, where they are able to get this lead, they garner themselves a nice kind of lead on in terms of gold objectives, but for some reason it comes down to that one Lord dance or that one objective fight, where then it just slips out of their hands, and that's something obviously that they really have to watch out for.
And this time around, of course, it's TNC versus RSG, something that we would call a David and Goliath, a classic tale like that one. And at this point, I think it's the viewer's problem to choose whether or not RSG or TNC would win.
That's right. Once again, for all you guys watching at home, you can let us know who you think is going to win this matchup on the YouTube streams. Don't forget to subscribe as well to the channel, and then make sure you comment the hashtag TNC or hashtag RSG with your game and your server ID as well for a chance to be one of the 4 winners of 500 diamonds.
And please do not forget your ID and server game ID and server ID, mainly because we cannot send the diamonds if we don't know where to send it to. And the funny thing about this is that this is exclusive to YouTube, so you could go to YouTube right now and comment that as well. We also have other giveaways such as the TikTok lottery bag that you will see later on. But right now, things are about to get hot because for TNC, man, this is such a high-pressure game. We're about to welcome our marshals who will officiate the match. They ensure the fairness and integrity of our games. I think one of them looks like Coach Ducky, but he's not here right now. That is such a shame. Anyway, we will now meet our players for TNC Pro Team and RSG Philippines. Players, let's get it on!
With only flickering embers remaining, the Phoenix must rise above the steadfast Raiders. Can they summon their strength and soar to victory in their last match of the week? Let's all show our support, Phoenix Army, for TNC Pro Team. RSG, House of Raiders, first of their name. Kings of Slayers, Lords of Ending Streaks. Will they continue onward by dousing out the flames of the Phoenix? Let's welcome RSG Philippines. And their coaches, Coach Benthings and Coach Panda. MPL Arena, it's time to kick off day number 3 of week 6. Will it be TNC or RSG Philippines?
The first series is well on its way. Let's welcome TNC Pro Team. We have Nomad, Ryzen, Hatred, Heads, and Super Yoshi.
And again, as we take a look at the lineup here, we know the story of TNC. We know what's at stake here, and we know ahead of them, they have a team of Raiders that have been looking really good, even Navs in the XP lane. So I like that you mentioned Heads earlier. He knows what's up. He knows the assignment ahead of him, and the rest of the team has to really step up here as they go against RSG.
And speaking of RSG, we have Kusei, Demonkite, Aqua, Knots, and Light.
And with this, RSG Philippines have cemented their lineup that they will always go for. Even when they're facing up against the bottom of the standings, right now, they're still going to be playing their main 5. And that means that Nats and Aqua are going to be leading the pack once again. You know, there was a question about what-ifs about RSG Philippines. And since the heat index here in the Philippines is quite high,
That's true.
I'm going to be taking my hot take in advance.
Yep.
I think RSG is going to make it to MSC.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
That is a
That's
very
early.
bold
As
statement.
early as week 6.
And again, the Gauntlet format will be really hard for all of the teams here in MPL Philippines. And for TNC Pro Team, it's even harder to get inside of that playoffs picture. Let's look at the team head-to-head here. Straight up to the graphs, we could see a big difference between the two teams.
Yep.
What can we highlight here?
Well, the turtle control ratio for TNC, they still kept that above 50%, which is great. However, for RSG, look at how holistic their approach is when it comes to the game. Look at how their graph looks like. It's a very standard one, nothing too fancy, nothing like over and beyond, nothing over 70%. It's just, they're doing their job all the time. I think that's the thing for RSG Philippines. Their fundamentals have been set so well.
That's true. And you've mentioned Heads and Nats here. They're going to face off each other, but looking at the stats, it looks like Nats does have the edge here.
He's got the edge, and I think it's plain and simple, right? They've obviously had a lot better regular season than TNC ahead of them, but Heads is one of the components that really makes TNC work, and I'm curious, Wolf, you're going far ahead. You're going to say RSG is actually going to be in the grand finals here for Season 13, and they're going to MSC.
There's something about that RSG kind of really impresses me, and it's not about them like winning all of their series like all the time, but their troubleshooting is top-notch. I think that when they're in the mood, like if they want to actually win, they're going to win it, You know what I'm saying? So that's my bold claim.
Oh, wow. And now we're going to look at the Infinix keys to victory. What do these teams have to do to be able to secure that win that they want right now?
Yeah, with the patchup we have, TNC can surprise RSG with Nomad's versatility. This means that you can pick up your mage heroes in the gold lane. Now for RSG, force TNC to take extended team fights up. We know TNC have struggled with. If RSG just plays with time, put that thing in their advantage, now TNC will panic and eventually will lose those extended team fights. For both of them, expect and prepare for early game aggressions. It has been proven that TNC have set their playstyle as a good early game team. It's just that they cannot end it. And part of the reason why they are good at the early game is because of their controlled aggression. And also the way that they calculated things. So be surprised about the rotations coming out from Ryzen, as well as this time it's going to be Super Yoshi. So do take note of that kind of aggression in the early stages.
Yeah, and aggression is something that TNC loves to do in the early game. In fact, the stats show that in terms of early game pressure, their turtle control and everything, TNC has always gotten to the point that they should have won that game, but sadly, we haven't seen that a lot, as still they are 8th in our standings. By the way, MPL PH livestream viewer rewards are now available. Come and watch the MPL matches in TikTok to join the Goodie Bag Lottery and be one of the lucky winners.
Again, all you guys have to do to join this one on TikTok is go to the MPL Philippines TikTok channel. That's at MPLPH_official. Click the official live stream. Make sure you do that. And then click on the top left corner to join the Goodie Bag Lottery. That happens while we're in game.
Yeah. Is this the right direction? Is this the top left corner?
Right.
This is the top left corner. 10 seconds before we start our Game 1 draft. Obviously, there's a big focus here in the XP lane, but I want to look at the mid lane matchup between Hatred and Aqua. Both of them really good in their own right, but I would say Hatred has not seen a lot of success in TNC right now, or TNC as a team definitely is struggling. What could they do to potentially turn things around against Aqua?
I think you gotta be, number one, you gotta be aggressive. So that's what Hatred has been doing. Successful with assassin heroes as well, right? So you can be versatile with Hatred. At the same time, they have to draft better. I guess not really. We're not talking about like a better draft. It's just that the matchup has to be winnable. So if it's going to be like Vexana or Vexana versus Thermis or Vexana versus Valentina, just make sure that you have the better hero matchup in the mid lane for Hatred.
Hopefully. We've seen a lot of unique heroes as well for Hatred, such as the Aurora. There is a slight chance that we might see that again, especially with the changes in our mage items in the most current patch. Let's enter game number 1. This will be blue side for RSG, and TNC will be getting red side. Already a lot of focus around that roam role.
You know, I love the versatility we've been seeing. I know, and watching other MPL regions as well, there's so much talk about this patch, guys. And I think as we round out this weekend here, it's starting to come at least to not a total conclusion, but you're starting to see where things are really fitting. One, Roger's still crazy. Harith is crazy. There's so much priority. Fredrin still fits really well in the jungle.
That's
but
true.
That's the thing. I still want to see teams test the waters. I love that we saw Carmilla yesterday, you know, from Blacklist.
Yeah, last night was definitely a very memorable day for all of MPL. Chocnew's comeback. We also saw a lot of Carmilla coming in from Blacklist International. I feel like we would see that again, though. Like, theoretically, Wolf, do you think that Vixana Carmilla was actually good?
Yeah, that was we saw how strong it was. The efficacy was there. It's just that the Chaknamba effect. That's something
true.
you cannot counter. Now Nolan is open, but RSG I believe likes to get the Fredrin instead. The Minotaur being banned as well from RSG means that you will go for utility jungler this time for RSG. Like I said, there's the Nolan, but RSG really likes Fredrin instead.
Oh, let's see if it's going to be the Fredrin. We have seen a lot of great Fredrin first picks around yesterday, but looks like it's going to be the Harith.
Yep.
I feel like Harith has seen its fair share of first picks as of late. Why is that the case right now?
It's the strongest laner. So you go Fredrin, Nathan, I believe? Arlott. Oh, obviously. Of course.
You gotta deny it.
You gotta deny it. You never have to give it to RSG.
Yeah, you guys just say you can't let Naths get that. We've seen him perform time and time again. Naths Entertainment with this Arlott. Great pickups though for TNC to start off. Fredrin obviously securing yourself in that jungle to have a good rotation. But yeah, the Harith, man, the stocks have gone up on this hero. And we talked extensively about it throughout the weekend and just how strong in the lane. So really, what do you want to do to deal with the Harith there?
Go for range. So Nathan comes to mind for TNC. There's also that argument for Odette, which I believe that Hatred has shown that he's playing. So there's Baxia, as well as the Yuzhong. Yuzhong obviously in anticipation for the potential Nathan pick here coming up from TNC.
Well, looks like
they go Lunox instead.
As we talk, the Lunox gets locked in here for the side of TNC. Gotta say though, the Yuzhong has risen in popularity as well after the patch. I feel like it has been picked for like since Friday to Saturday and now up to Sunday. The Yuzhong still up there. What happened to this Yuzhong? He didn't even get buffed or something. He just suddenly became popular again.
Yeah. Well, it's a decent hero versus the Arlott in the laning stage, and not only that, it counters the Harith counters. So if you think about it, like a combo with the Harith, not because it has good synergy between the two heroes, but Yuzhong counteracts the heroes that you naturally pick versus the Harith. There's the Odette, for example, as well as the Nathan. However, TNC changed it up. They know that eventually the Yuzhong will be picked up, so what they did was to pick up the Lunox, a flex pick. Can be played by Hatred, can be played by Nomad.
Looking at the stats coming in from Demon Kite, looks like Karina has been the pocket pick for Demon Kite here, but I feel like this has been for a very outdated meta. Back when Karina tank or even Karina full damage was something that you could always expect out of them. Looks like Edith will be taken out as well for TNC Pro Team. Last ban coming in from RSG. What can we expect?
Perhaps a Ruby, knowing that that's also a typical hero that TNC picks up. They can also look for maybe Nathan. In fact, I mean, I think it's still worthy.
Think it's bannable?
Yeah, I think it's still worthy to be banned, just because there's a lot of setup already for that Nathan. Apart from that, maybe just your typical sustain heroes like Florin, perhaps. I don't know if TNC have played that before. And Chip as well is open.
Speaking of Florin, we haven't seen Florin for the longest time.
It was like
it's like the flavor of the week last week,
yeah,
right?
I was gonna say it was the flavor of the week last weekend. Chip's the ban here, and I don't know, man. Chip is still kind of a big question mark for me. Like a lot of the teams haven't been able to utilize him very well just yet. We've seen very minor success with the Chip, but they decided to ban it out. So. Maybe they just don't want to deal with all the portals. Remember, too, when what was that combination? It was the Chip. Was it the Chip and the Louis?
Yes.
Portal Central. That was the Echo Express gameplay yesterday where we saw the Louis game Chip. 12 kills in 7 minutes. That was insane. And hopefully we do not see that again because that physically hurt my head. We couldn't keep up with the plays all around the map. But looks like the CC will be picked up here for TNC. One of Head's, I would say, a favorite pick.
That's right. So you already know that the Yuzhong is going to be picked up. That's why you pick up the CC. So if you're RSG, you're going to be looking for Aqua and Lights heroes. Gonna be the Cho is viable, as well as the Grok. But, okay. This is crazy, but what if they pick up Lolita? It has been buffed.
Oh, what exactly? What part of Lolita got buffed?
So the shields get... the generation of the shields are much faster. They stack up. And then, you assist your teammates very, very easily now. And Lolita is great versus Lunox, right? So they go Franco. That's great. That's a wonderful pickup.
Yeah, I feel like Franco soft counters the Lunox, mainly
sure.
because the Lunox wants to be in range for those Chaos Balls, but one good Bloody Hunt could just potentially change everything for that Lunox before that Brilliance could be even used.
Yep.
There's also just a lot of CC available from RSG right now.
Odette.
You're talking about the knock-up as well from the Eternal Guard.
Yeah.
You've got Yu Zhang, like we talked about constantly. And all this is really, let's fight in that Zaman Force. That's what they want to do. That's where the Harith really shines.
This is why I'm gonna. I really like the Odette for TNC.
So you think Gold Lane Lunox?
I think this will be Gold Lane Lunox. Because they picked up CC already, so they have a lot of physical damage outside of TNT. They also have turret hitters anyways. So what is that?
Looks like they're going to go for the Aurora again.
Okay.
We talked about this earlier, Wolf. I think Hatred is the only mage user right now that uses this Aurora. Can we dive deep on this? What's the usage of this Aurora? This has been a special pick for TNC.
Okay.
Why stick with that Aurora?
It's all about range, the range battle now, the poke battle, in fact. Because Vexana is a hero that can attack from very long distances, and if you factor in the AoE that you get from skill 1 and skill 2, you can even like extend your range as the Vexana. So TNC's mindset is, okay, let's match that range and that damage with a hero that kind of gives similar effect, right? And then you have the AoE stun also with the like the ultimate of Vexana, right? So it's not a hard counter, but it's like a mirror match. If you think about it.
And now Game 1 is about to begin. This is one of the most important, if not the most important series for TNC and the entire Phoenix Army. If they're not able to secure a victory here, they will be out of the regulars, of the playoffs picture. Let's begin this best of 3. This is the first series of the day. RSG Philippines has the upper hand right now, but can we say the same in terms of the early game?
I think so. Yep, RSG, just like how their graphs look like, this is a very holistic kind of draft where you have decent late game, very good early game, and very good mid game as well. It's pretty balanced kind of composition from RSG, and I would say that because of the skills that they have individually, and then you combine together their fundamentals, I think this is going to be a RSG-sided game.
Let's see if that's going to be the case here. A lot of poking happening already in the mid lane. Hook doesn't really land Super Yoshi. If that hook landed, that could have been the first blood.
Yeah, again, he's, light. Loves to run this focusing mark on this Franco here, so that little extra percentage damage, that 6%, will help them, especially early on poking. But that's the other thing. I want to see this Aurora work. I'd love to see it again find success in the hands of Hatred here. And we'll see. When it comes to these skirmishes, especially now that this turtle will be that first objective in less than a minute here, that's going to be a big thing. You have the passive, that Pride of Ice available to you. You have also, of course, the Glacier, the Frigid Glacier ultimate that really sets things up. It's a great counter measure into the Zaman Force if they can pull it off.
Yeah, the question remains, can they pull it off? The turtle will be spawning right now. That's the first turtle of the game. And I do believe that in some point, RSG still has the edge because of the Black Dragon form.
Yeah. And now I remember, what really is good about the Aurora is you can probably be hooked and you're okay. Because you have the suppression of the passive, basically.
Yep.
Extra life. And then you can still pop your ultimate and your combo afterwards. So that's maybe the idea here for TNC too.
Like, you get pulled, you sacrifice yourself, you set things up.
Exactly.
Looks like both mid lane and XP lane trying to get their level 4 power spike, and will be the case here for Heads. Hatred has to wait for a little bit. Aqua already level 4. Demon Kite goes in.
He's going to jump in. Super Yoshi now. Hatred flickers in. There's the Glacier we're talking about. Comes in with a blunt of damage. Now still looking for the kill. Light is low, but there's the return. Nats, like we talked about, on this Yu Zhang is a menace. Gets that first blood.
Oh, that is a disaster for TNC Pro Team. Great engage coming in from Hatred, but looks like Kusei!
Nomad will win the fight! Down to the wire and down by the turtle. Heads falls as well. So a trade now for the objective, though. Still going to be fighting for it. Ryzen, though, will secure the turtle and Demon Kite on top of it. Trade after trade.
Can I just say, it felt like a messy fight, but I loved it.
Oh my goodness. It went down the wire, like literally like a hair of HP between the two players out there, or actually multiple members of both squads. Up top, there was Nomad eventually winning against Kusei. As long as you get out of the middle part of the Synchro Fission, you're going to be good, and that's what Nomad tried to do. Also, because of the extra heals you get from the from skill 1 of Lunox. And then in the turtle fight, you can see that Ryzen outplayed Demon Kite by dashing so that he can dodge that shield unity, and then in combination with Hatred, managed to get the Lord.
Wow.
So good communications actually from both Hatred as well as Ryzen.
Yeah, from a disaster, it went to TNC's favor, but still RSG ahead by a very small amount here. They're still looking for that one big hook coming in from Light, who apparently played the most Franco.
There's the final slash. Hatred just going everywhere here. Still has that passive. The Pride of Ice will come back alive. Now down towards the fight. Light could be in trouble. Aqua able to get
Yoshi.
away for a little bit longer, but Super Yoshi goes in, capitalizes off the kill. They find some more room to move for TNC.
Oh, here we go again. TNC Pro Team finding what they need with early game aggression. The question remains, Wolf, how do they keep this alive for them?
Oh, Nomad. Okay, he's gonna try to get away. He does again! Again, it happens. Kosei falls.
Good Purify coming out from Nomad so they can get out of the slow. So to answer your question, Womi, what they need to do is to just make sure that they have good levels between Ryzen as well as Demon Kite so that they will take care of the turtle. And
two kills
there's
across the map.
2 kills as I was explaining.
And now Demon Kite and Heads gonna go 1v1 with Great One. Looks like he's gonna be able to go away. Go back to the mid lane, another fight. What the hell?
We're just...
Yep.
There's so much happening, I feel like we're having a hard time catching it.
Royal Rumble between TNC and RSG. And that's mainly because of the idea of having the Arlen. Like you have low cooldown ultimate, already very active. Use the flicker in the middle to fish off Aqua. And then Heads is also in that same vein. Has the retribution for Ryzen and he steals it away.
Ooh.
This is what they needed to do. Make sure that the gap between the two junglers is immense.
Things are looking great here for TNC Pro Team. They've been in this territory for many times already. 2,000 gold leads, 4,000 gold leads, only for it to change in the First Lord. But good for them, there will be another turtle before that First Lord fight. And looking at the items right now, do you think that this Lunox build is specifically made to beat up this Harith?
I think Harith is always going to be a hero where you can outplay your way out of if you get my meaning right. You can outplay your way out of sticky situations just because of the dash and the Purify.
Hold on, Demon Kite gonna jump in. Now Ryzen has the rest of the team with him. They're going in the backside, but he's frozen to death as Light's taken out. Ryzen to follow, still battling it out. Super Yoshi can't survive that as well. RSG comes back swinging. TNC. Nomad will capitalize the kill on Navs though. It's a bloodbath back and forth.
Demon Kite.
Dude, Hatred's Aurora is stuff of legends.
That's true.
2-0 and 5.
This is something that we love to see for Hatred. Hatred goes in, doesn't really land the ice, but looks like TNC Pro Team 2K gold lead still. RSG actually secures a turret out there.
Yeah, but then I think RSG liked what kind of generally happened there because that gave a kill to Nets. Shut down Ryzen. Well, it wasn't an actual shutdown, and they converted with a turret kill as well. So I think that overall RSG are generally happy of what happened in that fight up top.
And now RSG looking for the next big play here. Light still has that Iron Hook available. Last Turtle as well. TNC Pro Team will be able to secure a good position around that objective. Looks like they're going to go for it immediately with Nomad already burning down its HP. But RSG looks like they're not going to contest anymore and give it for free.
It's probably better they do this, given how TNC's really been playing the last couple minutes here.
Yeah.
Garnering themselves this lead and now got the objectives under control. So we'll see if RSG actually kind of adjusts from this before that Lord comes up here. We know they have great pickoff potential, but right now it seems like a lot of this is on the shoulders of Hatred, man. He's been playing so calculated aggression, what you mentioned earlier, Wolf, is on point right now for Hatred.
And now with the first Lord to come in a minute or so, TNC Pro Team, this has been the problem for them. That first Lord take or even the most crucial or last Lord take, they always find something that's unfortunate for them. They need to be able to calculate their aggression even further.
Yeah.
They want to secure that next big objective.
For TNC, I think the looming problem here is who is going to start the fight for them.
Well, they find Super Yoshi here, but that's the R-Lot. He might still try to make a play, but they're fine for now. TNC,
okay,
still fine.
Super Yoshi kind of felt that he can initiate in that case, but RSG knew exactly that he has the angle because from Yoshi's perspective, he has the right angle for the final slash, right? It's like to his right.
That's true.
So that was the right angle for Super Yoshi, and RSG smartly, after not being able to get the burst down, they just ran away.
Yeah, and Nomad right now also having a great game. And even with RSG running away, they can't really stop Nomad's magic damage until they built the right items.
Yeah. And speaking of right items, you have Durance as well as Glaive for Nomad at this point. He is just 700 gold ahead of the Harris, so that's really not that groundbreaking or whatever, but that means that Nomad will be faster for quite a while when it comes to getting his 3-item power spike. So that's going to be Blood Wings, I believe, from Nomad as the 3rd item, or the Crystal.
And we talked about this earlier. The Blood Wings update really gave it more of a priority early to the mid game.
Yeah.
Now TNC Pro Team already trying to get another play here.
They're actually going to go for him. Navs really quickly goes down. What a play coming out from Nomad and Super Yoshi. RSG might have something to say about it. They crash in. They get the brilliance out. They're happy with that. TNC, though, meanwhile, this whole time starting up that Lord.
Clean pickoff here coming in from TNC, and they're only going to start this first Lord of the game. Ryzen with tanking a lot of damage here, a lot of crystallized energy as well. Heads in a good position. Demon Kite right in front of them.
Got to keep an eye on Hatred as well. He's holding on to that Flicker Light, already being pushed back by Heads. The rest of them, Demon Kite trying to dance off here with Ryzen. They're going to hold it there together. They go in for it now. The Glacier comes down, but Nats is there as well, but Aqua somehow gets the Lord of the Midst at all, and Ryzen falls as well under the Zamen Force, and TNC will find the Iron Hook as another body drops, and its head and Nomad left alive. RSG comes out big in the exchange.
Not again.
Not again. Oh man. Hatred, when he flickered in, was knocked up by the Lord immediately. Just missed timing coming out from TNC. And because of the fact that he already pressed his ultimate after he got knocked up and he went back to the ground, he popped his ultimate. Because that's just natural. We can see it through the replay. Unfortunate events for TNC with Hatred getting stunned by the Lord that was targeted onto his teammate.
That is such an unfortunate fight here for TNC Pro Team, and we talked about this. They had the lead, a 2K gold lead, and with of the first Lord, that one big fight, now RSG is on the siege.
Oh, TNC, do they actually want to fight this? Final Slash gonna keep him there. Aqua's the one to fall, but it's a trade the 1-for-1. Still holding on in the mid lane. Iron Hook and land. It's a huge hook from down under as Super Yoshi is taken down. Still fighting it out. Praiser's Wrath already used. Hatred in trouble now. A triple for Kosei. He had a difficult time in the laning phase, but he's got it now. Navs jumps in, and they force TNC to the base.
And just like that, RSG already knocking in the base of TNC Pro Team. It's like TNC didn't even lead at some part of the early game at this point.
Oh, it's gonna be... You're gonna be scratching your heads if you're TNC. Surely they managed to get a pickoff onto Aqua, but that was Heads in exchange. And then right afterwards, Light landed the hook. And what we always say about the Franco, you can miss every hook.
That one hook.
But that one hook changes everything.
The walking win condition himself, and Light, statistically speaking, played the most Franco in MPL Philippines. Definitely comfortable around his hero, and sticking with the same people around his team, they might be already very used to having a Franco inside their compositions. TNC already struggling around RSG at this point. not, it feels like he's unstoppable. There's nobody that could burst him down right now.
That's why you say, too, this Yuzhong has really risen in popularity.
That's true.
And because it's such a good backline hero, and even if you just tank a lot of the damage on the way, you cause enough chaos in the back line that you have to respond to it. So that's what we're seeing this time around from Navs. Concealed Play going to come out. Hatred holding on here as well. There's the flicker. Not going to connect.
Counter
now
Conceal.
Counter play from RSG. They're going to crash down on Ryzen. Gets pulled as well. Locked down with the Bloody Hunt as he's taken out. Frigid Glacier going to be dropped. Freezes multiple members of RSG. Stops them in their tracks. But TNC down the jungler. RSG goes in position for the Lord.
Great counter conceal coming in from RSG, and looks like TNC will have to contest this Lord 4v5 if they want to. Looks like RSG wouldn't even start the Lord. Things are not looking great if you're TNC.
No battle spells for both Super Yoshi and Hatred. It's gonna be bad. This is not winnable at all for TNC.
Unless on Naps once again takes the Chaos Bolts to the face, and he goes down. Heads gets the kill. Responds another Iron Hook. Welcome to Hook City, says Light, and the Lord will be secured by RSG.
2 Lords secured for RSG. Now Hatred is on the run, but Aqua wants some.
You can't sidestep that. Even with the Pride of Ice, Hatred will fall.
Oh man, it's gonna be they did get a kill onto Nats, but at what cost? Now they don't have their mage for this defense, and that's always generally bad. 26 seconds is not gonna be enough for them to wait, because there is the Lord marching in the middle.
This is really bad. Iron Hook doesn't land, and now this might just be the end game push for RSG.
Super Yoshi concealed.
Lord there in the mid. TNC's got to deal with it. Super Yoshi waiting for his moment. Doesn't have the flicker though. So Hold on, gonna get hooked with the Iron Hook. Then he's locked down as well. Super Yoshi taken out. Now Hez takes the brunt of the damage. They lose the turret. Hatred is out, up now. Can they keep it together? Lord is cleared out, but they're gonna lose the base turrets.
Looks like this will be another continued siege for RSG, a 4v5 scenario. Finally, the dragon comes out.
Now it's going into the backside. Heads takes the damage. Crystal gonna be worked on. Ryzen gets hooked. That's the body down. Nomad's out. Glacier comes down as well, but it's not enough to freeze them in their tracks. Ryzen tries to buy time, but Kosei says the base is ours as RSG looks to clean up and take game one.
And that was such a clean game coming in from RSG. This is something that we did expect in this matchup, but holy, that Lord fight.
Whew, whew. Oh man, TNC, you're gonna have some flashes of terror once again from the typical losing condition. I would say. If there's a win condition, there's a losing condition, and that's for TNC. It has always been that Lord. In this particular game, their position of the Lord, the first Lord of the game, it wasn't even a mistake. It's just literally Hatred getting stunned.
Yeah.
Knocked up by the Lord.
The calculated aggression didn't work out so well.
He calculated
that one.
His opponents, but he didn't take for account the Lord.
Very unfortunate.
That was so unfortunate. And the thing is, sometimes, you know, when you already use the ultimate and you get knocked up, even when you get knocked up, when you get down to the ground because you've already issued the command.
That's true.
Use that skill will still continue, and that's exactly what happened.
And the unfortunate event here for TNC Pro Team is now they have to win 2 games straight if they want to keep their playoff dreams alive, because right now they're still in contention for playoffs. It's still not hopeless, but hope is starting to dwindle even more, because after this loss against RSG with Light's insane Franco performance, you gotta say, Light's Franco has risen, and he is indeed rising. Let's welcome our MVP for game 1.
Yep, 2-2-10. Very quiet in the early stages of the game, not gonna lie. But after that first Lord fight, didn't stop from hitting all of those important hooks. This time, he didn't go for any of those flicker into the Bloody Hunt combo that was always has been the case for the Franco. But in this particular game, what he did was to utilize his teammates. He knows that there's a lot of scouting from his teammates, right? The Baksha as well as the Yuzhong. But before that, let's take a look at the first few minutes of the game where it was very much calculated for coming out from TNC. There's the Lord fight, there's the knockout from Hatred, and then the Terrify afterwards. Ako was phenomenal as well in this particular team fight. And then Light made sure that he will utilize his Bloody Hunt onto Ryzen and then lands the hook afterwards. Great play coming out from TNC. However, the follow-up was there will be a hook coming out from Light, not even needing the flicker this time. Look at him go. Definitely not expected by Heads as well as Super Yoshi. Another fight. In this case, Hatred will be taken out. Nomad gets out of there as well. Ryzen gonna be hooked once again. And there's a little bit of scare as the damage output was there coming out from Nomad. And Super Yoshi goes in. They get a kill on the Nats. They disengage. But in comes another extra kill coming out from Light. That actually prompted Nomad to kind of dive and show himself. And then Hatred as well had to stay in this case and then gets hooked. Not having your position 4 in this defense is going to be a very difficult situation. And then he lands another hook onto Super Yoshi. That should be the nail in the coffin for the side of TNC in this particular game. And that's good combo. Hatred landing the shots. Actually trying to outplay Nats, but it wasn't enough in the end. They didn't have the defense that they needed. And they lacked and they lost this game number 1. Still, I can say that they have found some of their footing in the early stages. They even led by as much as 2.2 thousand gold, which is very important in the first 8 minutes of the game. And coming into the mid-game, they know that with its double major setup, they can definitely win the fights. And that was actually seen during that Lord fight, Lord number 1. However, because of RSG's positioning, Aqua just landing the knockup as well. And then you also have the Lord in their favor. It meant that RSG eventually won game number 1. And it took a lot of effort coming out from Light as well as Nats, but in the end, it was all worth it coming out for RSG. Because we know that in their composition, it's a composition where you always have that win condition. It's a well-balanced draft coming out from RSG. But for TNC, I would say that this is a conditional type of draft, that you really need to kind of scatter your opponents first, spread them thinly, and then pick them apart one by one. Because that's the nature of their composition. However, it didn't work in the end. It's going to be Kusei dealing the most damage as well as being the richest guy in this game. With Ryzen playing so well, by the way. I gotta say that this Fredrin usage coming out from Ryzen is remarkable. However, in the end, RSG just won by the natural scaling of their heroes, their natural power. And if you combine that natural power of the composition, the draft that Panda has devised for them, then combined with the experience as well as the execution coming out from the members of RSG, it looked really beautiful. And even when they were down by 2,000, they didn't panic. There were some times where they will land the hook, but they will not overcommit, knowing that Hatred can just, Great Hatred as well as Super Yoshi can turn fights around. They don't. They just focused on defending the lanes so that they will have a shot at the first Lord. They also made sure that Demon Cat is not struggling so much versus Ryzen in the first 10 minutes of the game. Surely it was TNC leading the pack when it comes to EXP as well as gold in the first 10 minutes of the game. But RSG, they didn't fall into that trap where you're so anxious to get kills, you're so desperate to get pickoffs. Because at the end of the day, all you need to do in order for you to recover when it comes to the farm is to take care of your jungle and take care of your lanes. Don't do anything extra. Don't overdive your opponents. Just try to farm it all out, and that's exactly what RSG did.
And RSG, with that clean fight in that Lord pit, turned everything around. That was a 2 to 3k gold lead in the hands of TNC Pro Team. I think we also have to stress it out again that TNC cannot lose a game at this point.
Yes,
they have to win everything. They have to win 2 straight. Let's look at the adjustments. The Aurora was great in that game.
Yeah.
Do you think it could get another? How do you even build around that Aurora? I feel like that's a better question.
Oh, you need heroes that can scout, either tanky, beefy heroes like Fredrin plus Minotaur, Virus plus Minotaur, something along those lines. Or maybe you can go for single tank and then a dive type of initiator, like what you saw. We saw that Arlott, for example, maybe Edith eventually. so that you can get into the front lines, make the space for that Aurora.
And maybe a bit of burst damage as well in the terms of Paquito, who has a KOF skin, by the way, because we do have a draw event. It's MLBB X KOF 97 Bingo Draw event. Take a shot at winning 3 brand new KOF collab skins and unlock their exclusive ID tags.
That is until April 30th. So make sure you guys grab the skins and unlock their exclusive gold ID tags. After this period, you'll still snag the exclusive silver ID tag when acquiring the skins.
And during the event, enjoy a sweet 50% discount on the first draw, 10 times draw, and the daily 1 times draw. All right, so don't miss out on this opportunity.
Have you already gotten your KOF skins?
I got the. I feel like I got kind of lucky, man.
Why?
I got Paquito.
Okay.
And it didn't take too many. Like, I did the the bingo thing, and I got it on the first
Oh, wow,
night.
that is indeed lucky.
That's lucky, right?
I have a screenshot, a very sad screenshot of my attempt, which, by the way, went all the way with 6 bingo attempts in one card, bro. Like, I lost so much diamonds in that one attempt, but hey, at least I got the Paquito one. And
you have 2, right?
I have the Paquito and the Valier. I wish I have the Masha, you know. Want me some Mai. I think everybody wants some Mai at this point, you know?
I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna
All
try
right,
this
gonna try it right now.
Wait, you're gonna do it right now?
Go for it right now. You know, can't show it, but you know.
I'm not gonna show it, but I skipped the animation.
Skip the animation. That's
I got glue.
You got glue?
You got glue.
Yeah.
Okay.
What else we get, Wolf?
That's it.
That's it? No, it's your first draw.
It's a first draw.
It's your first draw. By the way, we're going to go back to our Game 1 draft recap. Once again, we see a Vexana inside our games here. One of the most prominent mages, not just in the current meta, but also the past one. Ever since that rework, I would call Vexana's rework as the best rework that has happened across all of the reworks that we've seen.
Yeah, imagine being it's like a,
it's like Betty LaFea, you know?
Exactly, like you're a quote-unquote loser in elementary, in high school. But then when
you suddenly looks maxed.
Yeah.
You looks max enough,
Yeah,
you become a step above.
Yeah, I mean, now Vexana's just mugging everybody.
You know, for the international viewers out there, usually when you see me and Wolf, we're here with our buddy Rockhart, and we call it the Tito desk. Well, here now, that when we have Womi here, it's kind of it's brought the medium age down a little bit.
Around 27, 28, you know. We still want to enjoy the... I don't know,
hey,
man.
you know what? You keep us young.
Thank you. Skibbity time. No, I'm kidding. I hate Skibbity.
Skibbity time.
But let's look back at our gold lane matchup here. We have Harith and Lunox. I feel like this was something that we saw a lot of times, honestly, around Season 8 of MPL. Do we have any other strategies from that season that you want to see again? All right.
Only 4.
Only 4.
Only 4.
Only 4. What did you get? What did you get? What did you get? Can you put down the phone? Put down the phone.
I'm putting it down.
That is...
Oh, you got
Valier?
How did you get Valier on your first one?
Valier, bro.
I got Valier in my first one.
You have to do it in broadcast.
You have to do it in the broadcast, brother.
All right. I'm going to prepare my diamonds.
I'm actually going to make more videos so I could potentially score more diamonds to get that my skin. Man.
I need to start doing that. I need to start doing some... I need to do like a big damn report or something like that.
That's true.
Big damn report.
Big damn report.
Damn report, you know? That's actually good, man. You have a lot of international fans. It's a good concept. And speaking of concepts, this is I already asked this, but y'all ignored me because you were too busy with KOF skins. What kind of composition, what kind of concept should we see coming in from TNC entering this game number 2? This is a do or die game. It's not even a do or die match anymore. It's like a do or die game.
There was this one time where Echo won because of this theory I call anti-stratting.
Anti-stratting. Can you explain anti-stratting?
So basically, you already have the meta heroes, right? It's like you literally design your composition to counter the entire composition of the other team. Because RSG, they're playing default. They're playing like a meta, if you get my meaning. Like, they're just picking up the strongest heroes in the meta game, pick up Harriet, they supplement it with Baksha, and then eventually close it out with Vexana, right? So it's very holistic, very standard for RSG, but they execute it so well. So maybe TNC can do a little bit of that. Like, obviously, the Lunox is a component for that anti-stratting. So maybe that this should be the way that TNC should be approaching this series.
Let's see if
I'm
they're...
gonna say that in my next rank game. Guys, let's anti-strat.
Let's anti-strat, you know? How about we look, smacks, and enroll ourselves to Mogwarts? And now we're gonna look at their last ban here coming in from RSG. They already took away Luyi with the Minotaur. We're still looking at a possible roamer ban, but it looks like they're gonna go for the jungle instead. And taking out the Brethren, they might just first pick that Harith again.
Yeah.
I think they're going that route.
That's gonna be scary because you don't have the Fredrin anymore, and Fredrin usually is the answer to that hero. So I think you ban Harith in this case, and then that means that RSG will pick up Barats maybe as their priority.
Yeah.
I don't like the. Okay, so yeah, they do ban Harith.
There you go. The Harith already out. First pick for RSG. The Lunox is open if they want to. That's pretty dangerous if you first pick it. What's a safe first pick here? Like the Barats?
Barats, I believe. Barats or Baxia. Arlet should be a priority here as well for RSG.
That's true. And I do feel like Light also plays that Arlet, yeah?
That's right.
Yeah, and I think TNC, if they go for the trade here, they might actually take a Roger in this game.
Oh yeah, the Roger. I honestly missed the Ixia as well, but looks like they're going to go for the Arlet instead. Hopefully it goes to Nats. You know, no offense, Light, but hopefully it goes to Nats.
Yeah.
That's probably why they're laughing right now.
Yeah. they have to ban or steal the chip, I believe.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Did you just see the chest tap from Nats? That's probably because Light's like, I got it.
I got
the Arlet.
No, that's me. But it looks like they're going to go for the Barrets instead with the Novaria.
Okay, Barrets Novaria. You deny the Novaria Arlet combo as well. So if you're RSG,
combo,
you know, you deny it. And then now RSG will go for perhaps the Roger and the Baxia. Because, like we said, RSG, they are going to go pick up the strongest heroes in the meta game, and that fits the bill. Roger is a little bit okay when they're going up against this Novaria. And you already have the Arlet anyway, so that you can kind of displace this Novaria. So having the Roger means that you have the burst to go with it.
That's true.
And obviously Baxia is a good one.
Yeah. And as you said, the Baxia plus the Angela. Do you honestly feel like this Angela might be a mid lane Angela?
Yeah, weren't they saying this last night when they're like, no, this isn't a mid lane Angela. They didn't want it or something, and then it ended up being a mid lane Angela.
That's well,
it's like Aqua's the one that does he's like one of the few players that likes to do that.
Yeah. And they can flex it. That's the whole idea between like Arlet as well as Angela. Angela can be played 4 and 5. Arlet can be played 5 and 3. So a lot of flexibility in there.
That's true. And with the flexibility that RSG has, TNC has to make a big decision here. Looks like they're going to go for the carry.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but maybe they're just denying the carry from RSG because historically speaking, it's always been the carry that shreds down a good Barretts player.
That's right. So that means that if you're TNC, you ban Claude, perhaps. Roger also comes to mind. Even when they have the carry, especially because they have the carry, they have to take care of the Roger. There's just a lot of merit to that hero. And I think that this will be the entire series where Nolan will be ignored completely.
Completely ignored. My boy Nolan finally not seeing the light.
Yep.
How about we say the same for Mathilda? But sadly, even with the nerfs, people still ban her.
Yeah.
She's still very overpowered, basically.
It is what it is, you know, Mathilda. I don't even know why they changed it, not gonna lie. Like, Mathilda was perfectly balanced with a targetable ultimate. But hey, how about we put in a second phase? How about we make that ultimate even stronger?
Yeah, it's at that point where you just... It is what it is.
You
just have to accept it. Yeah, you just have to accept it. Yeah. She's basically going to be perma-banned here. Next ban from RSG, do they still go for these roam options? Because a really good roam for these first 3 picks that TNC had would do really well, especially when we're talking about you have a Novaria here. The Kaja is something that you would typically think of. That's why it was banned out. And Nathan is banned out on the other side, so we'll see exactly what. But because of all these roams are taken out here, what would fit really well for TNC?
For TNC, Ruby comes to mind. Super Yoshi likes that hero. I would say that RSG might look to ban CC. Just because TNC showed that they are okay banning, letting go of the Roger by banning the Nathan instead. And then banning also the X-Borg, which is a CC counter. And since they have the first pick in the second phase, I believe the TNC are eyeing that hero. RSG, I think it will be best to just ban CC at this point. No, they don't.
Oh, they're gonna go all in against Yoshinu in their last banning phase. What could we actually see from Yoshi at this point? What? Not gonna lie, I feel like Rafaela could be a pick here, but I'm not sure, you know, like something that could speed up or give Barrett's the sustain or mobility that he needs.
I guess. Chip, maybe?
Oh yeah, mobility-wise, Chip could be an answer
like that
too.
hero.
Chip's so weird though because you have a Novario too, right? Like, I mean, you can make it work, but most of the time too, you're gonna still need that distance to work against that. So, you know, because I imagine your Novario gets thrown through the portal. They pick up Charisma though for that XP lane.
Oh wow, that means they still have the chance to secure a big damage dealer if you're TNC.
Yeah. And if you're RSG, I think that it's okay to get their own CC.
Yeah, of course, the CC Angela.
CC Angela, that's pretty strong. Then Claude, that gives access to the Claude for RSG eventually. Claude and Roger, great heroes for RSG, but I believe that, yeah, knowing them, it will be Roger instead.
Here you go.
So there's the CC. Man, oh my buddy.
And the Claude. I like this. This is looking like a very holistic draft coming in from RSG.
I think,
once again.
Yep, I think TNC have no choice but to pick up something like a Guinevere for their team.
I want to know what Nouns is laughing about. You know, sometimes when you just see these guys, him and Demon Kite, the smiling demon, as you know, some like to call him.
Or a Franco. How about a Franco for TNC?
Franco
Novaria, increase the hitbox.
Hey, you know, we're already in a do or die game. How about we lock in a Saber Roam right now? Just kill the Angela. Okay, you know? Same concept, you know, single target, stun him up, kill him up, eat him up. A Franco is up there.
All right, so they lock in the Franco. And like you mentioned with the Novario, works great, but that's the thing, TNC. I'm just wondering if they have enough to deal with, well, number one, the sustainability coming out, obviously with that Angela across from them. And hopefully they allow enough time for really the carry to shine as well. So the boxes that we're going to be talking about when it comes to the objectives are going to be very important for them.
That's true, especially that first Lord where usually things go south for TNC Pro Team. We have to make sure that if you're TNC, they have to think twice whenever they go in for that big Lord fight. But in terms of early game aggression, things has always been really good for TNC Pro Team. If we're RSG, they just gotta bide their time. They're gonna wait for that moment that TNC Pro Team finally overextends. And for this game, they cannot afford that. This is do or die for TNC Pro Team. If they lose this game, they will be out of playoffs contention.
Don't forget in the chat as well to let us know who you guys think is going to win this matchup for a chance to win some diamonds. 500 diamonds, 4 winners for that over on the YouTube channel. Let us know with the hashtag TNC or hashtag RSG alongside your user ID and your server.
Oh, Demon Kite. Still
Demon Kite going to jump in. He's going to make Super Yoshi pay for this.
Oh,
they get the flicker out, and that is going to be troublesome.
Oh,
jumps in too. They want him to think twice before going in Demon Kite's jungle again.
That is unfortunate for TNC Pro Team. An early first blood in a flickerless Franco by level 4.
Yeah. I believe that Super Yoshi should have just flickered when he already hooked the buff.
I agree.
That could have been different. Might have been a different case where Demon Kite isn't able to take him out. But then damage has been done. In exchange for extra gold for RSG, TNC bought a little bit of time. And that meant that Aqua will not have the flicker as well.
Yeah, and Demon Kite already around this gold lane area. Nomad looking to be safe under his turret here. A lot of boots purchases coming in from RSG. Looks like rotations will be really fast for RSG this time around.
See, I was reading the room right on the cameras when we saw that Arlot picked up and Nav's double chest tapping himself looking at Light. Since we got Light on that Arlot here, Now, I know there's been a lot of talk as well about the Brave Smite emblem, the changes that have happened here.
Yeah.
But still, the fact that you have this R-Lot, and most of the job is just swoop them up.
Yep.
You know, swoop them in and allow RSG to kind of capitalize on that. TNC has to constantly remind themselves of this and avoid that. That's really hard when that flicker is available for Light.
Really hard if you look at that. If you look at the skills coming in from Light as well, he has this ability to find odd angles. But it looks like that's not an odd angle.
Oh, he's going to get thrown in the wall. Gets the hard guard, though, too. Demonkind and the rest of the team to help him out. And it's Heads now taking the brunt of damage. Gets swept up as well as Aqua gets the kill. Now eyes from RSG set on the turtle, but there's the lockdown from Super Yoshi. Nav's still going to be alive, though, has enough sustain. What happened to TNC as Ryzen falls as well? A double for Aqua on this Angela.
Crucial skill shot misses coming in from TNC. Things that could have gone so well for them, but did not because it did not hit.
Oh man, TZ has been scratching their heads over that one. They lost so much, 4 deaths in the first 2 minutes of the game, despite them having a good rotation and Ryzen nailing that Daytona's welcome. But for TNC, I think that they were hitting their shots, it's just that they're not hitting their shots in unison. To get my meaning inside. Because you're practically poking if you're not hitting your shots altogether. The Angela now has increased efficacy, because what happens is if you don't hit them all together with your burst, with your combo, they can heal up. And that's exactly what happened with Nats. Nats took so much damage, but because of the healing, it's super duper bad for TNC.
And speaking of this, actually speaking of Aqua in this game, running the Angela means they could give that entire wave to Kusei as well, who has been double laning for the longest time already. And I think this is something that is known across almost all MPL regions, that maybe later then.
Gonna throw, okay, doesn't want to throw him in the wall. They're like, back up, but the final slash comes through anyway. Ryzen gonna be in trouble. There's the lockdown, though, under the turret as he falls, and now Demonkite on the run. The stun is there from Nomad, can't get the kill. Demonkite survives.
Oh man, but going back to that topic that we talked about earlier, wait a minute, Kusei still there, Nomad with a hook coming in from Yoshi. Still, nobody dies in this fight unless... Now we're kidding. It's done.
There's no more. They're done. As you were saying, back to the topic here.
You know, it's the moment the Claude leaves the lane and is able to double lane, that's the end of the story. The Claude wins that lane.
Yeah, exactly. You can almost like telegraph it because of the natural scaling. I really think that TNC shouldn't have given up the CC, especially because they drafted around it. Imagine if they had the CC in this case, like it will be... There's going to be a lot for them to... There are a lot of frontlining. They will not have as much problems as they have right now. Maybe what RSG will pick up is just a Yuzhong Angela. Much more manageable than the CC Angela.
Yeah,
for
now,
sure.
first turtle. Already.
Another big final slash from Light, but here's the counter punch. Can they stand it? Bloody Hunt gonna find the lockdown on Light. He does fall, but on the wings of love they go. Ryzen now in trouble as he falls. Heads the next target. Can't survive the damage just yet. The flicker from Nomad won't get chased under the turret. Super Yoshi and Hatred waiting patiently there. But now RSG lights back up. They can make their way for the turtle and the resources. Super Yoshi will delay that a little bit longer though, and they back off.
And that resets the purple buff as well, but looks like nobody's going to secure that. But for RSG, they're going to be able to potentially secure this turtle as we head on to a short troubleshooting period. Looking at this game, things are quite dire for TNC Pro Team. A lot of mistakes, a lot of unfortunate events. How do we even recover if you're TNC?
Well, you have to rely on your Fraggle. That's an easy solution, at least for me. Make sure that you land your shots and utilize Nomad. That's the thing with carry. As long as you're not like 1,000 or 2,000 gold behind from your lane matchup, you know for sure that you have impact because you can have that one-hit knockout potential. It's not literally one hit, but it's like basically one combo, one flurry of ultimate. So that's still Franco plus carry. You still have that win condition.
That's true.
So they have to really bank on that. Maybe kind of slow down onto Heads, allow Heads to get Dominance Eyes and maybe a second item so that he's going to be a little bit tanky when he initiates.
Yeah, and for the international audience that is questioning what's happening inside this venue
It's
right
his
now.
birthday.
It's his birthday. People are just singing. You know, if you're part of the Phoenix Army, you kind of want to start channeling your energy towards TNC Pro Team at this point. It's like,
gotta raise the hands, man.
Gotta raise the hands. You have
Send
to
your
go to
energy.
flashback. Send your energy to TNC. But Coach
Raise your
Benthic
hand.
said, I need this. We need to win this game.
Yep, there it is.
The Deku voice.
The Deku voice.
Yeah.
Send all your energy.
I remember back in Season 12, I said the same thing, that we will be better in Season 13. But now, we're one win away. No, we're one game away from potentially losing it all again.
That's right.
You want? Yeah, I'm gonna let you keep going.
Yeah,
man.
no,
You-
we're listening. Come on, keep
We're
going.
like 2 minutes away
going.
from
Next time.
Oh, next time on
MPL
MPL Philippines
Philippines.
Season 13. Bro.
Okay. This is a change in dynamic, Naisu.
It is, right?
A massive
I feel
change
like
in
we're
dynamic.
just, you know,
We're just
out.
enjoying.
We're
Yeah,
out.
Just enjoy the ride, my guys. You know?
This is like our, you know, your as the Titos, like this is your what did they call that here? Your Ina Anak or something like that.
Oh, your
like,
nephew?
your
Your
nephew. Yeah,
pamangkin.
what's the nephew? Your pamangkin.
Your pamangkin.
This is our pamangkin. We took out for some coffee, you
That's
know,
right.
And now we're
and just graduated from college.
Yeah.
And you made him drive the car.
We let him hold the ox.
He's very happy about that.
And then you give him the aux cord.
And
Nobody
he's playing-
sits in the front.
He's playing music you never heard of.
Yeah. And,
Oh, man.
and now, at this point, we're just waiting for the game to come back. And what is this? Lower your brightness, boy.
What is what?
Okay,
Oh,
you should
should.
serve yourself. Say his name and
Who is that?
It's Joe Hendry, bro. you have to be on TikTok.
I was gonna say, I'm
Additional
Gotta be
10
a
more
TikTok
minutes, you
farmer.
know. And I guess people are flexing their girlfriends now. What else, you know? 2-0.
Oh,
I guess they are
2-0.
RSG fans.
Yeah, seems like RSG fans at this point.
Hey, you know, I love me a good TNC game, but RSG, I don't know. I kind of agree with Wolf. I can see them going to the grand final this season.
Yep.
The way that they have adjusted, the way they've played, the way that they've really fixed some of the early issues they had in the regular season, I could see them going back to, of course, MSC.
Yeah.
And the way that they've been playing. I mean, this game alone, we're not even 6 minutes in, man, and it's getting scary. It's getting dire for TNC.
That's true. And, you know, in the imagery of a Phoenix, they kind of burned themselves up there, but it has been like this for 4 seasons. When will they suddenly come out of that Phoenix end and the Phoenix egg and just be like, I'm free?
The Phoenix egg?
You know?
The Phoenix egg.
When is that moment gonna come? But looks like here comes Fredrin with the Appraiser's Wrath. Bang! We're back into the land of dawn.
I've never thought of it that way.
Yeah.
That is a Fred. He is every referee that comes out.
Fredrin.
Fredrin.
Appraiser's Wrath, my favorite ultimate.
Appraiser's Wrath for the
Appraiser's
audience.
Wrath.
For the audience, you know. But at this point, RSG already ahead by 3K heads, melting in front of Kusei.
Oh, hold on. You know, I just thought of a great visual effect they can do for the next big tournaments.
What?
Every time their referee comes out, on the screens, you know, the big 3D screens,
Oh,
boom,
yeah.
Appraiser's Wrath.
Yeah.
Oh!
That will be a
That's
Moonton.
That'll be awesome.
Moonton, please.
You heard it here first.
Wait, tried a good target, but they might not have enough damage for this one, so they will just not even attempt to go for that play. And also, there's always that factor of the Angela. That's why, although the Franco is really good, I think the Angela just, you know, global presence, ultimate, you can turn things around. It's not the easiest.
That's the power of love, friend.
Yep.
Whenever you get bursted down, the heart guard just comes in and you survive for that one more second. And that second saves you from imminent death. Kusei already with that golden staff. Things are gonna get painful for TNC.
And Aqua, again, one of the few players that likes to do this.
Early roam for...
Early roam.
No, yeah, very early roam boots. Very early exhort boots coming out from Aqua. Interesting. Completely sacrificing himself.
Okay, Demon Kite gets the heart guard though. Withstands a lot of it. There's the final slash. The return comes through. Super Yoshi still going to be alive for a little longer. So finally, Kosei takes him down. And RSG, it looked like a moment, a little win for TNC, but it quickly got diminished.
Imagine.
Jumps in once again, forcing Hatred and Nomad back, and that's a flicker ×2 down.
Imagine that was a hook into the flicker, Bloody Hunt. You have the full barrage coming out from the turret as well.
Oh, they want to fight again. Still, Final Slash going to be used. Heads still in the front side. They want to battle it out. Shot's going to miss. No Light now in trouble as Heads gets the kill. TNC finally finding something here, but they still have a massive space to work towards. Even with those shots coming out from Hatred.
They finally get their first 2 kills of the game, but RSG, they trade the turret down on bottom lane. And RSG still ahead by 4,000. It's going to be the first Lord this time around. TNC did not control the early game. Maybe it's a twist of fate. Maybe RSG will be in the hands of an unfortunate event by Lord fight. Who knows, right?
Who knows? But they have Angela that picked up the roam boots very early, already with a fleeting time. Aqua knows that he doesn't need to farm at all anymore. No more position 4. They're both position 5.
Oh, there's the hook to land into it. Light taken out. And he is going to be back up before that Lord fight. So right now, that's just a small little step for TNC in the right direction.
The walking win condition himself. This is Franco that we're talking about. TNC Pro Team, they could potentially get 2 or 3 more of those. Maybe even potentially get Kusei. I feel like Kusei is the prime target here. The moment Super Yoshi is able to land one big hook to Kusei and Kusei dies immediately before the Blazing Duet is the time TNC turns things around.
It's a lot of conditions that you just mentioned.
Hey man,
but
I'm just trying.
I mean, I do agree with you. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of unfortunate events that should happen favoring TNC so that eventually they can get things back. But that also means that it's not impossible, right? I think it's quite common here. Look at Nomad actually freezing the lane and just last hitting. That's interesting why he did that. Now, the Lurk fight is, I would say, semi-winnable for TNC because they have even levels between their junglers. And they also have the flickers, their battle spells. So I will not be surprised if TNC tries to fight this, but man, RSG are prepared for this one.
Yoshi already around that corner. One big hook here could change it. Light!
Light goes in again. Final Slash on 2. Can they withstand the fight? Heads has to flicker out. Takes the brunt of the damage as he finally falls. And they want to return it. Hatred on the backside trying to lay down some covering fire. They get the lockdown. They're still fighting it out. Verizon will fall. Super Yoshi going to be next. Nomad trying to help them out and keep them at bay. Can he get the kill? He gets the bang! But Light comes back in with a final slash to take out Nomad. And now it's just Hatred.
Hatred has to poke them out, but looks like Heads, no, Nuts will be the one to zone him out and potentially even take him out for the wipeout. Heads the only one remaining for TNC.
Oh man, the keys to victory for RSG. Force TNC for extended team fights, and that's exactly what happened. TNC already got taken out because of that good final slash coming out from Light. Didn't even have to pop the flicker. They went out, they still fought after they tried to run away. And that extended team fight went badly for TNC. And then Light snags Nomad in the end. Hatred also being dove by the Angela CC combo that should have not been allowed by TNC. And now they're suffering all of those mistakes that have piled up. It's torture for TNC now.
First Lord push of the game for RSG with a 7k gold lead. TNC in the brink of elimination. This is a very dire situation for the entire Phoenix army. And here comes the conceal from Light.
Oh, the hook not going to land. They're pushing it in on the bottom side. Shield's going to go down. They jump in Heads with the penalty zone. Light will be the one to fall. TNC wanting to fight back. Chasing down Navs. Demon Kite gets out with a sliver of health. The shot won't land, but TNC holds on for a little longer.
I have to say that is the best case scenario. No inhibitor turrets fallen for the side of TNC, and they even got a kill.
Yes. However, that's just onto Light. Light very happy to tank that gank. TNC just lacking the damage because of the disparity of gold, but nevertheless, great defense. And they didn't overextend afterwards, so you gotta have to hand it to Horizon, landing that missiles onto multiple members of RSG. And we've seen this yesterday. When your hitbox gets so high up because of the echo, astral echo, you land your missiles as the bars easily.
All this for that buff. They're going to force him back, but Ryzen able to get it. So still, TNC trying to do what they can. Really, when you're talking about conditions at this point, yeah, Super Yoshi's that himself. But even for Nomad, a lot of the positioning that he has to pull off here on this carry, especially now where he is itemization-wise, could turn the tide of a fight. And if Hatred, picking up the Divine Glaive, can whittle down the members of RSG before a big fight breaks out, that'd be best case scenario for them.
Yeah, and now 40 seconds will be the timer for the Luminous Lord. A lot of gold on the hands of RSG. It will be very dangerous for TNC Pro Team to be going on a 5v5 around that Lord Pit, but they still have the tools for a potential game-changing pickoff here. They're able to eat one crucial member or even just get a great hook here on Kusei, who still has his Purify up. It's going to be hard if you're TNC.
Absolutely. Picking up ways for TNC to fight back in this particular game, but it's all about just them just waiting for their opportune moment. It's not up to them anymore. So is their playoff contention, but they have to show some grit in this particular scenario. They have to force RSG to make the mistakes, and that means that they have to be more patient than RSG. That's a difficult thing to do, but it's the only way they can survive this. They have to be much more patient compared to RSG.
And I think, I'm not sure if my eyes deceived me, but I think the screen before this one is a former professional player aspect. In the crowd as well, watching with his friends. I love it when we have guests like him still supporting the league. I think currently he's playing for a collegiate team here in the Philippines.
So too, yeah.
And is currently top one of the best around in the country. Imagine having MPL experience and just going to collegiate. That is some insane move out there aspect. Well,
I have my personal idol in the collegiate scene.
Who's that?
He's a coach for, I think, the Tigers or something.
Oh, man.
He's really good
Who's
at
that? I don't know him.
He's a good coach, you know?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, dude. Not me, though. 2 minutes before
You just want to say thanks?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks, you know?
Okay, very well.
I heard that team's pretty good. Must be the coaching.
Yeah. No. It's all the players. Like, it is what it is. You know?
I like me a humble coach.
Plus, I think that team in particular does have a former professional player as well in the names of Aaron Cutie, former Echo. So, I mean, it's an unfair advantage, I would say. But
of course.
This time around, of course, for the TNC, I think it's already out there.
Like, Aqua is an Angela, but he dealt more damage compared to Hatred at this point. So that's a
sad moment.
Well, because
what does that say to us?
That tells us that he's very active with the ultimate, and so is RSG. And this also tells me that, come on, man, we already mentioned in the draft that CC should not have been given.
That's true.
It's I understand why they picked up Terizla, but the fact that they banned Xborg, they banned Nathan, it's literally them saying, let's pick up this CC, but they didn't. And now...
Oh, man, it's a very sad time for TNC Pro Team. I mean, they still have the chance to secure this game. They still have the chance for a potential comeback. But things are not looking great for them, mainly because there's always been that one play. That one play that they find a bit of success, but for some reason, RSG gets a bigger portion of that success. Just like that flicker coming in from Super Yoshi. They got Demon Kite in a very awkward spot, but because of that Angela, but because of that healing, that potent magic damage coming in from that Angela, he even survived that. He got flickers for free.
Exactly.
I think again, looking at the breakdown here, even with a CC, man, that early exchange that happened where, you know, Nath just survived that whole exchange. It really helped to give him the lead here. And so Heads, I think at this point, when you're really looking at this and how it can break down, part of the success that if they turn this around to get to a Game 3, it's going to have to be a great setup. If it's not the hook, then it's got to be the penalty zone,
That's
man.
true.
Like, you got to land that and be able to fight within that. And I think they're getting to that point where they are capable of winning some of those fights if that happens.
One miracle setup. And I feel like something that Wolf said earlier, it has to be that one way towards victory, that one way for their fight to get that win.
And I'll have to be... I'll have to give something to Ryzen. Ryzen is level 15. Despite him like struggling so much, he's kept up with the farm when it comes to like the jungle matchup. So they do have a shot at taking over in this Lord fight. And Nomad also picked up the window of nature. So that's always gonna be good for Nomad.
And still no inhibitor turrets down for the side of TNC.
Right.
It is a big gold lead for RSG, but they haven't been able to siege down the base of TNC. The hopes are up for Phoenix Army. If they steal this Lord, it might just be big.
This is once again the thing. They have to keep an eye on the light. They are going to spawn him out, at least for now. Lord less than half health. TNC, do they want to push this in? Conceal play going to be used as well. Akko waiting patiently. Hook's not going to land this time.
Here comes the
they
conceal.
want to go for it, though, again. Daytona's welcome, going to go in as well. Lord, though, taken by Demon Knight. Can TNC win the fight here? They're trying to pull it through. There's a heart guard on Naz, though. Forcing TNC back, and it's too much for Ryzen. Now Head's going to be the next target as he falls as well. 2 down for TNC and a Lord for RSG.
3v5 scenario here. They're already cutting the waves with the Lord marching down bottom lane. RSG has this one big chance to end it all for TNC. Their last match of this week might just be the game, no, the season-ending game for TNC.
They're going to hold it together the best they can. A Lord making its way down the bottom. They already lose that turret. Now in the mid lane, the base turret as well. Navs keeps him there, but Light jumps in again. RSG go in for full raid, and that's it. That's the playoff lives for TNC, and the fire distinguished for the season.
RSG with a clean sweep against TNC ends the playoffs contention for the Phoenix Army. It might be a sad occasion for the boys in orange, but for the boys in blue, their fight for the top 3 in the gauntlet format of our playoff spot is still ongoing.
And in that last exchange, during the Lord fight, played perfectly by the side of RSG. There was someone, I believe it was Light, or that guarded Baksha, which meant that after the Daytona's welcome, it wouldn't be the jungler who receives it. And their sportsmanship, there's a lot of sadness in the air in this entire stadium.
Yeah,
that's true.
And we know it's because of what happened to TNC.
It's always the hardest time when we get in the regular season, these last couple weeks, and things kind of fall into place, and obviously we have to say goodbye to certain teams. And it's tough, but we'll see them take their bow here.
That's true. And I guess we have to send you guys over to the stage to talk with TNC Pro Team. We have Hans Galleria and Mara Aquino. Let's go to them.
Unfortunately, TNC is out of the playoffs. Now, nasan si Ben Things? Ben! Ben, hanggang dito na lang ang journey nyo para sa tagumpay. You will no longer move on to the playoffs. It breaks my heart to say this once again. But ano ang gusto mong sabihin sa lahat ng mga supporters nyo at sa lahat ng ating mga manonood?
Shoutout sa hello sa mga Phoenix Bomb. Pati yung ibang mga Raiders dyan, alam ko, yung iba nakasupport din sa amin dyan. Maraming salamat. Sorry, kinapos na naman tayo. Pero next season, ganyan lang naman eh. Hanggat naman di natatapos yung... Nag-ML kami kasi mahal namin yung game. Tapos, sunod na nun, di ba, pabago-bago naman yung nag-champion every season. Tignan natin next season, try ulit.
There's always the next season. Keep your head up, stay united, and keep believing in your potential. TNC, you may now take your bow.
TNC always rise!
And the journey ends here.
Eliminated man sa playoffs ang TNC. suportahan pa rin natin sila next week because of their fights against ONIC Philippines and Smart Omega. Again, everyone, give a warm round of applause to TNC Pro Team.
Sabay-sabay natin sabihin, always rise, TNC! And now let's call the winner on stage, RSG Philippines. Come on, RSG.
Actually, right here on this side.
Congratulations with that sweep. Coach Panda, ikaw muli. Sweep na naman ang naibigay ng iyong koponan. How would you rate your team?
6.
Six?
Or 5.5 like that.
Coach, this is the lowest so far that you've given them. How come?
When we had a fight against like Echo, Bren, tsaka ONIC, parang if the energy of the kabilang team is mataas, parang it's their nature to be mas mataas. I'm not saying that because it's TNC medyo low yung energy nila. Pero I kind of feel like that they could have shown a much better and tapang aggressiveness energy tsaka sa diskarte. Dapat kahit sa sino team. So, kaya this is a learning lesson for us where for the playoffs, we really need to just have 200% energy consistently.
So you're expecting 200% energy consistently?
As in, pare-parehas yung treatment and the way they execute the game. This time around, Light, I'd like to give the floor to you kasi yung napag-usapan natin before the interview weeks ago na isa sa mga heroes na gusto mong mabuff yung Franco. And you get to use that now. In fact, siya nga yung ilan or ikaw yung pinakamataas as far as I can remember na win rate or usage in terms of the hero sa paggamit ng Franco. So ano bang meron sa Franco ngayon but parang mas nagagamit mo na siya without giving a lot of information away?
Siguro yung binibase ko na siya sa parang naalam ko na kung ano yung magandang composition pag naka-Franco. Ano yung pwedeng gamitan ng Franco sa time sa pick namin na yun. Nung time na yun, pwede naman. So, yan, pinik namin nila, coach.
How long has it been since you last used Franco? Naaalala mo pa ba?
Season 11.
Season 11. Just, in fact, 2 seasons ago. And I'm glad we get to see Light use that again.
Kay Kosei naman. Kosei, nung laban nyo versus ONIC, hinighlight namin na what if magtapat kayo ni Eman? Hindi naman malabo na baka kayo ang magtapat sa MSC seeing your performance now. Ano ang mensahe na gusto mong sabihin kay Eman?
Eman, good luck dyan sa Indo. Galingan mo. And sana makuha mo yung MSC. Tapos magtapat tayo doon.
That's something that we're looking forward to seeing.
You know, that's a very good message coming in from Kosei. And I'm looking for a little spice this time. Galing kay Demon Kite. Sige, inumin mo muna ng tubig, pare. Kasi isa sa mga posible mong makalaban kung sakaling ang RSG Philippines ay makapasok sa MSC is yung isa sa mga rivals mo sa Malaysia, which is si Chibi. And nababalitaan ko na napakarami ng mga nangyayari doon all over in Malaysia. Ikaw ba, anong mensahe mo kay Chibi kung sakaling magkikita kayo at maghaharap kayo ulit sa MSC?
Good luck lang, tsaka galingan niya dun sa Malaysia para dito. Makalaban ko ulit siya sa MSC kasi masarap siya kalaban tsaka gusto ko rin na trash talkin ulit.
Okay, yun daw yun. Gigil na si Demon Kite na posibleng makabawi kay Chibi later on.
And now it's time to announce our MVP for Game 2. Congratulations to Aqua! Once again, MVP! Anong mensahe mo sa lahat ng mga fans nyo?
Shout sa, tumusuporta sa RSG. Lang.
Man of few words, maraming salamat sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa RSG. Congratulations once again. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Congratulations to RSG, but Coach Panda wants a little bit more aggression.
You know what? With all of the questions that we've asked, almost all of the players, I feel like it's not only Coach Panda, but everybody else that really needs to step up, especially sa pinakahuling linggo ng ating regular season. That's gonna happen next week.
And let's see if our casters agree. Casters, pasok.
Thanks so much, Mara and Hans. An emotional statement coming in from TNC Pro Team. Hopefully you guys come back stronger next season. We have seen a lot of struggle for them. Maybe season 14 is finally their time. But for RSG, things are looking great, and looks like Light, Aqua, and the rest are looking to secure that top 3 spot, as well as they have more matches going on coming in week 7. Let's welcome our MVP. It's the Angela mid coming in from Aqua.
Clutch ultimate usage during the first turtle fight, which allowed the entirety of RSG to just run over TNC. Then an interesting itemization coming out from Aqua, picking up the flask, then immediately goes for the roam boots, the favor boots, even when it was just 7 minutes into this game, which, you know, you typically pick up the exhort boots around the 8-minute mark, but didn't happen. Obviously, like TNC, despite them landing good hooks, it wasn't enough. Light, massive usage of the final slash. Eventually, there will be the punish coming out from TNC, but the damage has been done. The entirety of TNC are staying in front of RSG for far too long that Aqua actually dealt more damage versus the Novaria. That's an Angela dealing more damage to the Novaria at 30 minutes into this game. So it just goes to show how much impact there was for Aqua on this particular game. And the fact that he also didn't die, also very important for the side of RSG. Look at this exchange. This was the most ideal scenario for TNC, but they still lost it. And it was Light that guarded his teammate. Light sacrificing himself so that Ryzen will not be able to land the Daytona's welcome onto Baksha. That would have been the win condition for TNC for them to steal that Lord. But because Light was there, was nothing that Ryzen could have done to get onto Demon Cat and then eventually win that Lord fight for TNC. Let's look at the other stats in this particular game. Nothing really out of the ordinary. In pure rage, obviously, for an Angela from the mid lane role is also important to take note, because sometimes you go for focusing mark if you are playing the roam Angela or the support Angela. On the side of TNC, also nothing really different. It's a very standard emblem setup for both teams, but the other stats: 7-2 when it comes to turrets, 2-0 when it comes to Lord fights, 3-0 when it comes to turtles. Pretty even when it comes to the buffs, because this is something that we have to also talk about. Ryzen, despite him struggling in his game 0-5-3, he kept up his farm and his EXP. That's why there wasn't any big gaps between the orange as well as the purple buff takes from both RSG as well as TNC. So this could have been the win condition for TNC. However, RSG outplayed them in the second Lord fight, and TNC naturally just lost this game. I would say though that TNC will really regret giving up that CC Angela combo, as RSG just went with it. It was fairly easy how it turned out, and RSG dominated this game 16-5 versus TNC. Damage dealt, that's going to be Nomad, interestingly, despite being a carry in this case. And mainly this is mainly because of the Bloody Hunt that was available for TNC. Rarely do you see a carry, which is a single target hero, be the highest damage dealer for a game, being the carry. But now let's look at the other stats. It's going to be damage taken. Now, Demon Kite, 120k, almost at par with Ryzen, 105. When you're looking at heads, 94.4k, very similar with Nats. But Light survived in this game way too much. And this is the difference between the two heroes that we have for RSG. AoE as well as high mobility for the Arlet. Well, guaranteed stun, but single target for the Franco. Also, he leaves himself open for many seconds. That's why RSG are able to just deal enough damage in this particular game. 54k for a single target carry. And there's Angela, there's Novaria, there's the Claude. That's unprecedented. So despite TNC losing in this game, there are so many players that you still have to talk about. Nomad, for example, as well as Heads, even when this is like their first season in the MPL, there's a lot of future ahead of this pack. However, the veteran Aqua played, if I'm not mistaken, since season 4 of MPL. Used to play, was it season 4? It may have been season 4. But the point is, Aqua just played so many games that even with the Angela, he looks very explosive. And this hit map is, I would say, this is not something you can depend on because this is an Angela anyways. But he defended his jungle so well. It's all about the vision. And obviously the global presence from the hard card.
Yeah, and the sustain as well that he has saved so many people, as Naisu said, on the waves of love. Everything was really well for RSG Philippines, but next up we have one of the spiciest games this week. It's Omega versus AP Bren. This is very important if you're part of the barangay.
So I'm saying, I got to watch Omega's game last night at home. It was great to see the Mamba back. And now another obstacle ahead of him in AP Bren.
It's going to be difficult. And AP Bren just went off of a loss, so it's not going to be them being slacking off. You know, they will want to bounce back.
That's true. And speaking of which, this is the final boss for Omega. If they wanted to keep their playoffs dream alive, they have to defeat the final boss. They have to defeat the M5 World Champions AP Bren. We have been your casters for this match. My name is Umi. With me here is Naisu and Wolf. Things are looking great so far for everybody else apart from TNC Pro Team, but hopefully we find success in them for the next coming season. And hopefully, of course, at this point,
can't wait, man.
Can't wait.
We're going to get a little breather. We'll be back after this.
And we'll be back after a short break.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Guys, next week na yung tournament. Game tayo, ah.
Sige, basta ako ang tank, ha?
Golding MM ako, ah.
XP na ako. Kaso,
Nag-last day na nga pala si Kyle.
Okay guys, please welcome Mimi, our new teammate.
hi, Mimi.
Good to have you, Mimi.
Hello.
Please take the empty desk.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome sa department.
Thank you.
Baka gusto mong sumali sa team namin. Meron kaming ML tournament.
Hindi ako nag-games eh, sorry.
Turuan kita. Gusto mo? Dali lang naman. Tsaka parang team bonding na rin tayo.
Pwede naman, pero hindi ako nag-games as in zero knowledge talaga.
G lang. Magko-core ako, bubuhatin kita.
What?
This love to maybe the changes we need in the world today shouldn't fall on you. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them!
Oh, Mimi, dito ka lang sa tabi ko, ha?
Oh my God!
Oh, boss turtle, ha? Def lang.
GG. Bawi na lang next
Sayang.
time.
Nice game, guys. Later na ako.
Focus lang yan, Mimi. You're making progress naman, eh. Basta, focus ka lang sa atin. See ya.
Sa atin? May kami na ba?
Mimi, sa tournament, dapat masanay tayo gamitin yung in-game chat. Ha?
Okay.
Okay.
Uy! Mimi yung turtle!
Sorry. Let's go.
Uy, nice presentation kanina.
Oo nga, nice one.
Siyempre, para tapos
Grabe.
agad.
Uy, Mimi, may new skin yung Esme, oh. Cute ng fit niya. Try mo kaya?
Pwede naman.
Sinong cute? Uy, sinong cute?
Yung skin. Yung skin. Puno.
Pero cute nga.
Alright, do you think matidefend ng Team Finance ang title nila this year? Pero grabe rin ang kalaban nila this year. Malupit ang marketing. Ito na ang team nila. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's your fifth member? Kailangan, ayan na siya! Marketing! Very old and very Beralda!
Now I'm getting serious.
Bro. Uy, ingat. GG kanina. Thanks sa pag-join sa squad namin.
Anytime.
So, saan ka na niyan?
Sa bahay. Magdedelulo 15 Pro Max.
Huh?
Hindi ko pa alam eh.
Gusto mo mag-coffee sa tapat? Saka, game na rin. Looking for kaduwasan.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines. Kasama natin ngayon mula sa MDL, Omega Neos. How are you guys?
So far, okay naman sila.
Okay, introduce yourselves, yung IGN, and then yung role nyo.
Good afternoon po, ako po si Moody, yung assistant coach ng Omega Neos.
Assistant coach.
Ako si Docman. Roll ko, tank.
Ako si Luis, role ko XP.
IGN Berto, role gold lane ng Omega Neos.
Ako si Dan, role ko XP lane.
Ako si Matt, jungler ng Omega Neos.
So ako si Exert ng mid lane ng Omega Neos.
Aggressive analyst ng Omega Neos.
Coach Dap ang head coach ng Smart Omega Neos.
Okay, so now that we know everyone, Coach Dap, sino ba ang spokesperson ng team?
Si Sir Matt.
Si Sir Matt.
Si Matt!
Of course.
Na-miss ka namin.
Oo nga.
Na-miss ko din kayo.
Ayan. Welcome back, pare. This time, I just wanna ask you, kamusta ang panonood sa MPL Arena? I know you've been here playing, pero together with your team, Smart Omega Neos, kamusta ba ang panonood from an audience perspective?
Nakakamiss kasi dati nagpupunta ako dito para maglaro eh. Ngayon naman, nandito ako para panoodin yung iba kong kakampi. Dati.
So nag-enjoy naman kayo. Nag-enjoy kayo kanina. Perfect! O, kwento nyo naman sa amin, kamusta yung MDL? Kamusta yung lakbay sa tagumpay? How's the entire experience so far? I hear you're doing really well.
Masaya pero madaming pagsubok kasi hindi naman kami binuo nung una pa lang eh. Binuo lang kami mid-season. Kaya sana hanggang playoffs, maayos na yung chemistry namin at kaya namin mag-champion.
Especially with now na nabanggit nga ng ilan sa mga kampi mo na you guys are at the second seed. Diba? So, mas maganda yung trato sa inyo nun. But this time around, last season, you guys have settled for runner-ups. Okay?
Second place.
Gaano ba kayo ka-confident na for this season, makukuha nyo na yung MDL Championship?
Kasi last season, nung natalo kami ng finals, ano yun eh, failure sa amin yun eh. Sabay ngayong season, hindi na kami papayag na maulit yun. Kaya mas pinupurso namin yung champion ngayon. Siguro 100%.
100%.
That's a statement.
They're not gonna let it happen again. Now, you have a tremendous fight ahead of you in the playoffs. Imbitahan mo naman lahat ng ating mga manonood na supportahan kayo kasi as far as ano, dito kayo sa Shooting Gallery Studio.
Dito rin yan.
Oo, para sa playoffs. Invite them to support you.
Sa lahat po ng fans ng Smart Omega, iniimbitahan ko po kayo na manood ng playoffs. Panoodin niyo po yung Smart Omega Neos. Yun po. Support niyo po kami.
And we're looking forward to what you guys are gonna show. Now keep it here for more of MPL Philippines. Stay tuned.
Kasi Pinas, lakas ng Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera. HP Racing may reseta. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Taas sa matawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
More MLBB action coming your way here in MPL Philippines. But before that, syempre kausapin muna natin ang mga taga-Smart Omega, Chakno and Riota. Kamusta kayo?
Hello po.
Hello po.
Ang galing mo kahapon. Na-impress ako sa'yo.
Thank you po.
Gagalingan mo ulit ngayon.
Gagalingan din.
Galingan mo naman kasi tumingin. Bakit ba? Ano ba nangyayari? Alam mo kanina, okay ka tapos pag magkatabi tayo, nahihiya ka palagi. Bakit ka ba nahihiya?
Hindi na.
Hindi na. Okay. Sige, titigan mo ulit ako ha. Tignan mo ulit ako. Meron akong tanong sa'yo. Huwag doon dito sa akin. May tanong ako sa'yo. Ito yung question of the day natin. Kung magbabakasyon ka, ano ang dream summer vacation destination mo? Saan? Saan mo gusto pumunta?
So may ano?
Sa may? Eye to eye daw. Sila nagsasabi eye to eye daw.
Sige. Sa may ano lang. Sa bahay lang.
Sa bahay? Sa bahay mo lang gusto magbakasyon?
Oo.
Bakit palayo ka ng palayo? Dito ka naman. Saan? Kahit saan sa mundo, pwede kang pumunta. Saan mo gusto?
Sa may planetang Namik.
Saan yon? Saan? Saan? Saan?
Sa may ano na lang, Singapore.
Singapore. Sabi mo kanina beach.
Singapore Beach.
Singapore Beach. Bakit naman Singapore?
Mas mainit ba doon?
Mas mainit, medyo mas malamig. Sinong dadalhin mo sa Singapore?
Ha?
Sino?
Sarili ko, tapos yung, pusa ko na lang.
Okay, kunyari meron kang +1 na tao. Sinong dadalhin mo?
Sino gusto sumama? Ikaw? Si Jom na lang.
Sino ba?
Naman ba ikaw?
Ako ba? Are you, Chaknu? Are you asking me to go with you to Singapore?
Ikaw, gusto mo?
Is that an invitation?
Yes.
Hindi pa nga, wala pa nga ang kape. Di ba season 7, sabi mo magkakape tayo, hindi pa nangyayari. Tapos ngayon Singapore ka agad. Paano yun?
Sige, kape na tayo mamaya.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna hold on to that. Okay, kay Ryota naman. Ryota, ano yung summer dream destination vacation mo? Hindi pa tayo tapos. Dito ka.
Japan.
Japan? Bakit Japan?
Ano? Sabi nila sobrang disiplinado daw ng mga tao doon eh.
Marunong ka ba mag-Japanese?
Hindi.
Hindi. Pero nagustuhan mo lang. Ikaw marunong ka mag-Japanese?
Ano lang, yung mga sa anime lang.
Oh, like ano?
May tumatawa!
Sabihin mo sa akin yung alam mong word, tas tumitig ka sa akin. Come on, bago tayo pumunta dun sa kabilang side.
Wag
Sa akin.
Chat na lang.
Chat na, okay. Sige, ilo-chat natin. Alam mo ba, sa kabilang panig, meron din silang sasabihin na dream summer destination. Iba to naman natin kay Hans. Tulungan mo ako, Chaknu. Okay, Hans? Hindi Hans! 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 Hans!
Ay, ikaw na, Ans.
Di ako makapaniwala na kay Chuck nang galing yun. Okay. Mamaya, ikaw din magpapasa sa mga casters mamaya. Kami. Oo, kayo nang bahala magbasa. Pero, yun nga yung tanong. Okay, ano ba ang dream summer destination ng magpinsan na si Ogwen tsaka si Pando?
Gusto ko sa ano?
Number one.
Number one muna, Baguio.
Baguio. Okay. Bakit Baguio?
Kasi doon na yung bahay ni Super Marco, maraming aircon.
Okay. Sige. So, Super Marco, kinokontrata ka na. Number 2.
Sa bahay lang.
Sa bahay lang. Bakit sa bahay lang?
Spend time with family.
Tama.
Aircon kami doon.
Tama naman. Number 3. So, merong Baguio, bahay ni Super Marco, sa bahay mo, isang bahay. Next.
Sa Riyadh.
Sa Riyadh. Bakit sa Riyadh?
Hindi kami babakasyon doon, pero maglalaro kami doon.
Alright, kasi guys, just in case you don't know and you don't remember, MSC is just around the corner. Thank you. Ogwen, pasa mo na. Pando.
Saan ako? Sa ano?
Number 1.
Sa Siargao.
Sa Siargao. Okay, makes a lot of sense. Bakit sa Siargao?
So kung matry mag-surf eh.
Mag-surf? Di ka ba nakapag-surf?
Hindi pa.
Hindi pa. Okay, so sa lahat ng mga taga Siargao dyan, alam nyo na. Second one.
Sa Palawan.
Pangatlo.
Sa Miami.
Miami.
Miami, Florida.
Miami, Florida. Sino ba feel mo magcha-champion ngayon?
Saan? Sa NBA?
Oo.
Siyempre, tayo, Lakers.
Oh, Lakers. Laker Nation, kung buhay pa kayo, alam nyo na gagawin. Ha?
Reverse sweep.
Pasok mo na, pare.
Casters.
Pasok.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
We are here in our second series of the day. What is your dream summer vacation, Naisu?
Well, I want to escape the heat, boys. I'm going to Antarctica.
Antarctica. How about you?
Gonna go simple, Baguio.
Baguio. Somewhere in the Philippines.
It's kind of cooler there. It's cooler there, and yeah, I can drive.
Well,
to that
mine
place, so.
would be Indonesia. I would like to try the... What's that? That sambal sauce, you know?
Sambal. You want sambal?
But of course, this is already one of the most important matches, not just for the regular season, but especially for the barangay. Alongside Chak Mamba's return to the Bagong Barangay is the never say die mentality. We witnessed the vintage Shaknu last night against Blacklist, but their journey to victory is far from over.
I love it as we take a look at this. Never say die, the mentality, that Mamba mentality. Omega's playoff conditions, what are they? They sweep all of Omega's remaining matches, and they meet one of these two scenarios. Number one, Black to win one match, 2-0 or 2-1, and lose 2 matches. Or number two, Black to lose 3 matches, 1-2 or 0-2, and get at most 3 points in their losses. You know, even when we already have the playoffs conditions for Omega, whatever happened yesterday made it very simple, right? Because they won against Omega, against Blacklist International yesterday, was a bonus points for them. And the fact that they have won the matchup, it now means that Omega, all they have to do is to have the same result as Blacklist. Right, so that's a very simple condition here. If Blacklist wins, they also have to win.
Yeah.
If Blacklist loses, well, they can win, but they now have a chance to, you know, lose some games. So no matter what happens, they have to be to have like at least the same scenario as Blacklist International, and they're gonna be off to the playoffs.
But if Omega has their secret weapon in Chakdu, AP Bren and ONIC of MPL ID also have their own. Since AP Bren have already secured their playoff spot and is one step closer towards MSC, what if we see the battle between the 6 men, Pandora and Albert? Should ONIC represent Indonesia?
Interesting what if here, Wolf. Interesting what if. You know, man, I don't wanna sound like I'm hating Albert or I'm bashing Albert, but man, this is almost an unfair comparison, to be honest, because Pando has been winning everything. It's like 4-0.
That's true.
For Pando. Well, Albert, out of the 10 games that he played, only won 4 out of the 10, right? So this is kind of a little bit skewed towards Pando, and I can't blame Pando because Pando has been phenomenal, man. When he's played, he's really, really good.
Yeah, Pando definitely not just a 6-man, but also a secondary option whenever he plays really well inside that XP lane. Back to the match at hand, Omega was still experimenting with their lineup the first time they met AP Bren. Now that Chak Mamba is back, can Omega's Venom, or Lason in Tagalog, take effect against AP Bren?
I think that'll be a big thing here. You know, back when they first met as well, we have to talk about Ogun and Flap, their MVP performances against the first time they meet Omega. I love to see it there too. Hey, I'm always a fan of the Gourd popping up. He hasn't popped up as much, obviously, for the regular season here towards the end, but we got to see it pop up, and I think one of the thing is we want to see the adjustments, the Mamba mentality. Is that enough to go against the Goliath that is AP Bren?
That's something that the viewers have to answer as well, because this is another match that they could win diamonds once again. How can they win that?
Once again, all you guys watching on YouTube, let us know with the hashtags, hashtag Omega or hashtag AP Bren. Don't forget as well to subscribe to the YouTube channel. We're picking 4 winners once again for 500 diamonds for this one. And don't forget as well with the hashtags to let us know your user ID and your server IDs.
Yep. And for other giveaways as well, we also have a TikTok giveaway, so make sure to tune in MPL all around. We have giveaways from left to right, but this match is something that everybody wants to see. This is the most hyped match of this day. Here are our marshals who will officiate the match. They ensure the fairness and integrity of our games. Let's welcome Kuya Chico and the others. This is perhaps one, if not the most important game for the barangay. So let's now welcome Smart Omega and AP Bren.
Rallied by the Mamba's presence last night, the Barangay experienced anticipation, nostalgia, and hope. Can they rally once again to persevere and keep their playoff dreams alive? Let's all welcome Smart Omega! Despite bleeding once more last night, the Giants maintain their grip on the top spot for the time being. Standing as a formidable obstacle in the Barangay's path, the Hive remains determined to buzz onward. Give it up for AP Bren! And our coaches, Coach Lembot and Coach Ducky. MPL Arena, get ready! It's a match between AP Bren and Smart Omega.
The second series of the night is about to begin. Let's welcome Smart Omega. We have Jome, Andoryuuu, Ukir, Ryota, and the Chaka Mamba himself.
Once again, with this lineup, as you guys may have witnessed yesterday, you cannot deny the Chaknu effect, the Mamba effect that we saw unfold. And even that's something to be said. You might want to be, if you're AP Bren, focus on those roam options for Chaknu. You know he's a playmaker, and that allows the team to shine. But what's across from them?
They're gonna fight the final boss. We have AP Bren, Super Marco, Kaltizi Few, Pando, and Ogwin.
This time it is going to be Pando, and so far has like the 100% win rate for Pando 4-0, and we know that he is phenomenal even with this Benedetta pickup. You know, one thing that we have to talk about between these two teams is the shared hero pool between Ogwin as well as Chakno, that Matilda as well as the Minotaur definitely going to be a point of contention. And that translates to some of the important stats here for the side of AP Bren. Obviously, the stats are skewed towards AP Bren because of the small sample size for this lineup for Smart Omega. But for AP Bren, we know that they have good to average heal to allies. And then when you look at the past two games that we've seen coming out from Smart Omega, that is also very true with the Matilda as well as the Minotaur pickup for Chaknu.
And looking at the team head-to-head here, as you said, the data is kind of skewed towards the favor of AP Bren. And this is mainly because they've had a very successful regular season. They are the top dogs of our current leaderboard. And for Omega, things has just been looking great since yesterday. I gotta be honest, but these two people are some of the players that you have to look out for. Let's talk about Ryota and Pando here. Ryota had a spectacular game with the CC yesterday. Maybe we could see that again.
And Ryota, what you will notice from Ryota is that he doesn't play cleanly. You know, he's gonna have a lot of that. That's why his KDA is just flat 2. You know, which is still above 1, which is great. But if you compare that to Pandora with 3.67 as the EXP laner, he plays the game cleaner, way cleaner compared to Ryota. That doesn't mean that Ryota is not playing well though. Because Ryota, when he pops off, man, he's doing so many good things for Omega.
Yeah, I feel like he's a little scrappy. Like, and really, that's the kind of style that you see from Smart Omega. They are kind of scrappy. They have these timers and everything else.
Yeah, I love the scrappiness coming in from Omega. That is also the source of their Lasson or their Venom. Let's look at the Infinix keys to victory. What can we look at here, Wolf?
For Smart Omega, they have to challenge Pando's hero pool. We have not seen a lot from Pandora, but so far he's only played, 2 or 3 heroes in the past 4 games. So We don't know yet what Pando can bring to the table, so that's something that Smart Omega has to challenge. And now for AP Bren, they have to challenge the potency of Chaknu's Venom. And that means that they can give the signature heroes for Chaknu or maybe just deny him of those win condition kind of heroes. And for the two teams, adjust your drafting patterns accordingly. And they do have their own fair share of coaching staff. We already know that there is Coach Trevor as well as Coach Ducky from AP Bren. But for Omega themselves, they have Coach Lembot, who used to play for MPL Philippines, in the MPL Philippines. And I believe that they also have a lot of coaches in their department as well.
That's true.
Coach Dap is there, obviously, so they have to they have to be prepared for this one.
And a lot of analysts as well think Snap aggressive.
Exactly.
So there are a lot of people behind the minds of the Mamba-powered Omega right now. But I just gotta say that I missed Chaknu so much. The energy that he brought yesterday was unreal. The game itself, the series itself, was something that awoken a lot of our MPL fans out there. It was an experience, I would say.
I gotta say, props to the desk yesterday on the English stream, because I heard them say as well, if you're not out of your seats or out of your stands and you're not cheering for this kind of match, I was laying in bed. And I even like stood up, right? So I was like, wow, it's so great to see. It's still, I will still say this though, even with Chaknu back, Smart Omega is still a huge wild card. Like are, like their play style, the fact that they can make these great setups, but it's always a little scary. And I feel for the Barangay out there because they, for seasons now, it's not just now, but for seasons now, they've lived on the edge of their seats.
Always.
And maybe they just like that. I don't know, but we'll find out.
Maybe they're into it. Maybe they're into struggling until the last day until they could finally get that last slot in the season. Wow. Let's enter the draft. This is game 1 of this best of 3 series. It is literally David versus Goliath here, mainly because this is the first seed versus the 7th seed of the season. TNC already fell earlier, out of playoffs contention, but for Omega, their dreams are still alive. To round off the draft here for Omega, they're taking out 3 bands that could be flexed around the Rome area.
Okay, so when we saw Omega play against Blacklist International, there wasn't a lot of emphasis on the Nolan. But this is going to be different. This is AP Bren that's playing. Cal TZ knows that hero for sure. So despite knowing that Fredrin as well as Baksha are priorities for both teams, the Nolan should also be talked about in this particular game. However, if the Minotaur is not banned by AP Bren, Omega will not waste any time and pick up that Minotaur.
The Minotaur could be a big pick here for Omega. We did see Omega take that Minotaur first pick blue side yesterday, so they might just do it again. But look at this, average Lord kills in this league is topped by AP Bren. In fact, I feel like it's a common denominator between our top teams in the league right now. RSG ONIC shares the top 3 with them. Maybe this time around, Omega wants to secure something that would help them around that area, but they're going to go for the Baksha instead.
Okay. Because of the fact that the Fredrin was banned. But that means that AP Bren can just pick up Barretts. If they don't want the Nolan, they can pick up the Barretts and then pair it up with the Nathan, which has been the focus so far. Also, Omega really likes that hero. Apart from that, we also have the Minotaur. So I will not be surprised if AP Bren just picks up Mino Barretts, perhaps.
Yeah, Barrett's one of the strongest jungles still. There are 3 top-tier junglers in the utility role. I would say it would be the Barrett's, Baksha, and Fredrin. Yep. And in which case 2 of them got banned. No, 1 of them got banned. So as you said, might just be it. Right on the money.
Yeah.
Makes sense, especially after what we saw yesterday.
Exactly.
Take it out of the hands. So really, with what's left too, as we get through it, is what are the roaming options for Chaknu? I always said, even before, guys, seasons ago, it just, there was something that I didn't like seeing Chaknu in the, with heroes like the Raph or the Raffaella or the Angela. Those weren't the Mamba heroes.
Not the Mamba heroes.
What Mamba heroes might be left there for Chaknu?
Oh, man. Grok, perhaps?
What about the Kufra?
The Kufra.
Oh,
no. There's the Grok.
That's the Grok.
Nathan, maybe? The Faramis, obviously, great idea coming up from Omega.
Wow.
Pick up the Faramis.
The Faramis early on,
Yeah.
which means, do you think this is going to be a Valentina game for few?
Valentina, perhaps? Or maybe a Benedetta, an early Benedetta pick here for coming out from AP Bren.
Oh, we're going to see if it's going to be the Benedetta or the Valentina.
There's an actual
Loving
B
the
in
community
yeah.
coming in from AP Bren. But looks like they're going to go for the Claude instead.
Okay.
Is this something that you guys expect coming in from AP Bren?
Yeah, for sure. It's a Super Marco hero. At the same time, there's Faramis on the opposite end, so that's pretty much valid. However, the presence of the Grok kind of is a problem for that Claude, so they have to outplay that Grok eventually later on. I believe that AP Bren should be looking towards Roger and Nathan as their bans, as they are the heroes that are, usable in that case.
I love the Grok coming in from Chaknu, mainly because I remember him having these high IQ walls where it would reset objectives or even delay certain waves that would give the edge for his teammates. But as you said, the Roger gets banned out here for AP Bren. Now for Omega, what can they take out? I feel like for AP Bren, they're still looking for their potential mid laner here.
Yeah. Somewhere along the lines of Vexana choice is a problem.
Would you ban the Novaria?
Yes, because you don't have the necessary reach, I guess. You have good dive because of the backshot, but you don't want to really dive the Novaria with the backshot because it's too far. You
probably just assume Valentina's going to get picked up if you don't ban it out.
That's true. And also Angela, I believe. You don't want to have a Minotaur Angela when you only have backshot as well as the Faramis. So.
Oh yeah, and AP Bren, they love playing around that Angela as well. I still remember that one game they didn't even use the Angela ult, that they just threatened to use it, but it was still effective.
You just saw
the arrow and you're like,
the arrow.
Do I go in or do I just back off?
AP Bren gonna be looking for, in this case, I believe Nathan or Carry. But between the Nathan and Carry, I would rather ban the Nathan just because of how strong Jome was. And
that's true.
That's the thing with the Nathan, right? In the late game, it's too strong. It's too OP in the late game.
Yeah, especially with the Inspire. It's something that just melts down targets and just takes objectives so fast. But looks like they're going to take away the Paquito instead. By the way, KOF skin still available. Get 50% on your draws for your 1x every day.
I'm still a little salty because Wolf got the Valir.
4 tries.
I don't even
that's
know.
Probably my third highest played mage.
I just want mine. I just want mine, man.
It goes Gord, Cyclops, Valir.
Okay.
I'm willing to wail for mine.
Can I just say that in this particular case, if AP Bren eventually picks up Angela, we might see an assassin jungle, like somewhere along the lines of Joy, Nolan, or even Ling as the last pick.
Man,
If
I
this
would
is an
love
Angela.
to see a Ling. The changes on Ling made him a bit more playable.
Yeah, I think, so this has to be Angela first, though.
Yeah, but let's see if it's going to be the Angela. Speaking of the Joy, you did mention her. Big changes on her ultimate. Now you can stun her up.
Yeah, that's right.
But the damage is a bit higher.
Better,
yeah, it's better.
Way better. Yeah, that's right. So I think, if they pick up Angela or Vexana, right? So those are the valid heroes here for Mr. Few himself.
Let's see if it's going to be the Angela.
Or Lilia, actually.
Oh, looks like they're going to go for the CC instead.
Okay.
Which confirms that it's going to be a Barrett's jungle.
Barrett's jungle, that's right. You cannot Roger here. Well, it is banned. Carry is not the best choice. Nathan should be the choice here for Omega. And that means that they will go with Tabs or Export. Okay.
I like this.
Yeah.
I like this X-Borg pick against this CC and also against the Barretts.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're a tank jungle, the worst thing that could happen to you is you get cooked up by the Flame Spitter.
Yeah, for sure. So in this case, you need poke. Vexana still is a good hero for AP Bren. So is Angela. I strongly believe that if AP Bren picks up Angela, this will be an easy game for them. But in order for them to kind of manage the Faramis as well, they kind of need somewhere along the lines of a Lilia or a Gord, you know?
Yep. I would love to see it.
What it? What's the it? Say its name.
The Gord.
The Gourd.
But I'm just, it'd be still a tough game if they win that, yeah. Oh,
yeah. Farsa could be an option too. And I guess...
Oh, wow, Wolf!
Wolf!
How does he do it?
How does he do it?
Got him! It's a Nathan, it's an export. It's like back in M3 when I was just 19 years old.
Nah,
Wow.
bruh, you're
Wow.
capping. That is
Wow.
not real. You know, I'd give you respect for that Farsa, but not for the 19-year-old joke.
Yeah. Okay, so
That'd make Womi like.
I was 20 years
eight.
old back then, just to clarify.
Bruh.
But oh wow, more people wanted Omega to win.
Hey man, I can't blame them, you know?
The Barangay is strong, man.
No, apart from that, yes, this is the world champions, but people are a sucker for drama, you know?
Yeah.
Like, what's one loss to AP Bren?
That's right.
Let's be honest.
Come
What's the
on,
one
come
loss
on,
to AP
AP,
Bren?
come on.
And for Omega, this means the entirety of the season, bruh.
Yeah.
That's the Mamba effect right there, even in the audience prediction, man.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it's just some big main character energy for now. And I just gotta say, for AP Bren, they are already the final boss. They are the villain of the league right now. Yes, they're fun to watch. They're good people IRL. They're probably one of the best personalities out there. But when you face them in the Land of Dawn, you face the final boss.
Yes.
And for Omega, it's gonna be a tough battle.
Yep, and which even makes it even tougher because the Farsa makes so much sense in this game. So what does the Farsa pick achieve?
Big damn.
The damage, obviously. That's very true. It whittles away the shields from the Paramis, and also it's the export counter. You poke that export so badly that you will not have the Firaga in this game.
Oh, right now, Jones getting poked badly here. Has to flicker out.
Yep.
And real quick, too, emblems. How are they looking?
Yep. Going to be Inspire. It's going to be Skulder reduction for few, which allows him to have a lot of impact with the Farsa ultimate with the Feathered Airstrike, which also is a really good tool to deal with the Nathan. Like I said, back in M3, Nathan hates Farsa.
And that Farsa with the Wings by Wings allows her to just go in a side lane, pop some abilities up, just make sure everybody's bothered. And that's particularly what makes this Farsa strong. And just like that, he's back in the XP lane, gonna try to pop that Firaga, but looks like he's gonna get the XP lane, the XP cart instead.
Yeah, definitely wants to get that level 4 available before that turtle comes up. Already doing this, making it harder for Ryota to really lane there. But as we get prepped up and ready, once again, all you guys watching on YouTube, let us know who you think's going to win this one. Hashtag Omega, hashtag AP Bren, with your user IDs and server IDs for a chance to win 500 diamonds.
500 diamonds, especially if you want to get those KOF skins. You got to need that boost. You got to get it for free here. Omega still looking for that level 4 power spike. They do have both their XP laners and mid laners up there. Gonna get that level 4 power spike. Chaknu, though, still level 3.
Yep, waiting for that level 4 here available. They're going to have to rely on him. He's got it down with a wild charge, still holding on to it. They go in. A Feathered Airstrike going to drop down 2. Turtle going to be ignored for now. They're looking for the kill. Chaknu will fall first. But everybody quite low for AP Bren. Ryota goes in with an aggressive flicker. Gets the kill. The trade so far, now few hungry for more. Will get another. Now Ukir trying to run, has to flicker over the wall. AP Bren, though, coming out swinging to that one.
Quite the unfortunate turn for Chaknu. Wasn't able to throw that wild charge, mainly because of a beautiful Daytona's welcome coming in from Kyle.
And good decision coming out from AP Bren. Also, the fact that they have more levels on their jungler compared to Andoryuuu meant that they really have a lot of fooling when it comes to the turtle fight. Definitely overheating coming out from Omega. After that first salvo of kills, or literally one kill, they should have just backed down, and now they will suffer.
They're going to go for it, though, here. AP Bren, can they get in there? Andoryuuu able to secure the turtle. Chaknu Chow on the run, has to flicker out from the Feathered Airstrike. But Omega will get the objective.
Gotta say, that's a good flicker coming in from the Mamba. Still no big wild charge, but hey, at least they got that first objective.
However, they did use the wild charge there, kind of whiffed it. Will be a little bit of a pause. Gonna have a little bit of a breather. The fact that Few is already 1-0-1, that means a lot for the side of AP Bren because it also always translates to more damage for the Farsa.
That's true.
Even when I predicted this Farsa pick, I don't necessarily know what the item buildup will be. It might be the same as not as going for the blood wings because of that buff, because you kind of need that
Which one?
damage.
First item? First
Not
item?
really.
Second?
Second item. I believe that Fri-Sun needs the enchanted talisman.
That's true.
So
I feel like the new standard for mages, like, correct me if I'm wrong, what I've been seeing more and more, enchanted talisman to a blood wings to a holy crystal.
Yeah.
That's if you're playing a burst mage.
Yeah.
You kind of get the cooldown reduction, but sometimes they replace the enchanted talisman with lightning truncheon as well.
Yeah. And there's also that divine glaive option
The
for,
Divine Glaive,
for
yeah.
big burst mages.
I guess, like, even for me, trying to figure things out with the build path, even for Gord, right? It's like, all right, I get Enchanted Talisman. I know the wings are great, but I still try to get at least the Ice Queen wand because the slow is so
really good.
crucial, obviously, for Gord anyway.
That's also true.
But then, yeah, the wings, man, they're so valuable. I tried them recently, and it's really interesting how the build paths you can take. So when you see Farsa pop up, a mage that used to dominate, you know, the Land of Dawn and all these tournaments.
Like 3 years ago, she was the queen.
Yeah. And now you're going to see, it'd be interesting to see how this build path goes.
Yeah.
And hopefully we do see a lot of Farsa highlights here. One thing that I missed a lot from Farsa users is flickering while ulting. The one that they do to hit that one last feathered airstrike.
That's right.
And hopefully we do get to see it from Few. And fun fact, I feel like I saw this on TikTok. Not quite sure if this was actually very accurate, but I think Few was one of the first players to introduce the tactic of buying and selling during crucial moments in the game. And
I gotta say, I think I witnessed that. It was.
Were you casting that game?
I was casting that game.
Damn.
I want to claim that it was the first because it's the first time I saw it. You know, so it might be the first, but yeah, it was.
Were you like what?
Kimmy, I was
16.
I was 16 back then. I was, back in
16? Wow.
2019. Right?
Wow.
Yeah, I was.
You're
I was
so
a very young caster. You know, back then.
You know,
what can I say?
When you have so much money, you don't have to age like the rest of us.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what
Wolf
I mean?
is the richest caster.
That
Type him in
is
the chat, boys. Wolf is the richest caster.
Okay,
Confirmed right now.
You say that to me when there's Naisu in between us.
Oh, you're right. Type it in the chat right
I'm
now,
not even in the
boys.
conversation.
Naisu, richest caster, check.
No, the actual richest caster. And let's not kid here. We know for sure who it is.
Who?
It's Mirko.
It's Mirko.
It's
Yeah,
Mirko,
it's
you know.
like
No,
literally
Mirko Babaero, bro.
Yeah.
You know?
That's right. Viva Max Mirko. Shout outs.
Shout out to everyone. Make sure to go to Mirko's restream right now. I'm not sure if he's restreaming, but
I'm not sure
just type
as
him in the chat, bro. Like Mirko Babaero.
The only when I saw Mirko and I saw the bag that he had,
I
was like, man, can I just put my stuff in your bag so I can say that my items have been in a bag of that
Exactly.
nature, of that stature, that value.
When we look at his, I gotta say, I also have this thing with you, Naisu.
What?
When I see your bag, I'm just like, I don't even know that brand.
What bag?
And that's how you know. That's how you know it's actually truly rich. When you
Naisu says
can't
which
even pronounce the brand.
Oh, okay. When you compare, that's why Mirko is hella rich. You know, one accessory that he has. I will not reveal it here on stream. I will not reveal it because he told me not to reveal it.
Never
but
reveal.
Just one accessory that he wears with his hand is already enough to cover my entire net worth.
God,
as a human being.
Wow, that's insane amounts of money.
Insane amount of money.
But speaking of money, let's look at our gold laners here. We do have the Feather of Heaven already locked in for Jome, and for Super Marco still going for that DHS, but not gonna lie, it's just a 100 gold difference. The other dude didn't buy his actual shoe. Still running that brown boot.
Just got the basic shoes.
The brown boots.
Brown boots, bro.
Basic shoes.
What's the name of the brown
It's
boots?
just boots.
Just boots, man.
Yeah,
just
just
boots.
Nothing.
It's
nothing
so
special.
Yeah.
It's so vanilla. It's just boots.
Just boots.
Remember the old BFN?
What?
The old BFN Barefoot Nathan.
Oh,
Remember that?
yeah, that was
Was that Leo that mentioned that?
Barefoot Nathan? No, wait. I haven't
Was
set
that
up my
Memphis?
height booster yet.
Oh, wait.
Give me time. All right. Can you push my height booster? Thank you. There you go.
There you go. There you are.
Thank you. Here we go. Now we are balanced. Just like everything. Like, man.
I'm sorry, man. You know?
Why are you so tall?
Why? What is
It's
wrong
a
with
wolf
you guys?
too. Wolf's tall too.
Nah,
I'm okay. I'm super average, man.
he ain't tall.
I'm super
But right
average.
now, of course, things are still heating up inside the Land of Dawn. We have been your casters for Game 1. Namzumi, with me is Naisu and Wolf, who'll be heading on to a short break.
Guys, next week na yung tournament. Game tayo, ah.
Sige, basta ako ang tangka.
Gold din MM ako ah.
Expelin na ako. Kaso,
Nag-last day na nga pala si Kyle.
Okay guys, please welcome Mimi, our new teammate.
Hi, Mimi.
Good to have you, Mimi.
Hello.
Please take the empty desk.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome sa department.
Thank you.
Baka gusto mong sumali sa team namin. Meron kaming ML tournament.
Hindi ako nag-games eh, sorry.
Turuan kita. Gusto mo? Dali lang naman. Tsaka parang team bonding na rin tayo.
Pwede naman, pero hindi ako nag-games as in zero knowledge talaga.
G lang. Magkukore ako, bubuhatin kita.
What?
Five seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them!
Oh, Mimi, dito ka lang sa tabi ko, ha?
Basta ka lang. Def lang. GG. Bawi na lang next
Sayang.
time. Nice game, guys. Later na ako.
Focus lang yan, Mimi. You're making progress naman, eh. Basta, focus ka lang sa atin. See ya.
Sa atin? May kami na ba?
Mimi, sa tournament, dapat masanay tayo gamitin yung in-game chat. Ha?
Okay.
Okay.
Hoy! Mimi, yung turtle!
Sorry. Let's go.
uy, nice presentation kanina.
Oo nga, nice one.
Siyempre, para tapos
Grabe.
agad.
Hello.
Uy, Mimi, may new skin yung Esme, oh. Cute ng fit niya. Try mo kaya?
Pwede naman.
Sinong cute? Uy, sinong cute?
Yung skin.
Ay, skin.
Ano?
Pero cute nga.
Alright, do you think matidefend ng Team Finance ang title nila this year? Pero grabe rin ang kalaban nila this year. Malupit ang marketing. Ito na ang team nila. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's your 5th member? Kailangan, ayan na siya! Marketing! Very old and Beralda!
Now I'm getting serious.
Bro. Uy, ingat. GG kanina. Thanks sa pag-join sa squad namin.
Anytime.
So, saan ka na niyan?
Sa bahay. Magdedelulo 15 Pro Max.
Huh?
Hindi ko pa alam eh.
Gusto mo mag-coffee sa tapat? Saka, game na rin. Looking for kaduwasan.
If you were a talent in MPL Philippines, what would you be? Would you be one of our hosts like Mara and Hans, warmly welcoming the audience when you open the show, doing the pre-show and pre-game segments during breaks and the lead-up to matches, interviewing players, personalities, fans, while also being the last face and voice of the people here, and of course, being able to say, Casters, Paso. Or would you be the desk anchor, the head of the table, tasked with driving the conversation and pointing the spotlight of storytelling?
Welcome back to the game. Once again, we are your casters. My name is Umi. With me here is Naisu and Wolf. And we're still waiting for the continuation of our game 1, but the draft has already ended. And looking at what happened so far, not a lot has transpired. I think it's only been the first turtle, and I think it's still anybody's game.
Yep.
We're about, what, 3 minutes or so in?
Yeah,
3.5.
3.5 minutes. You're really good at what you're doing. You know what?
What?
You know the timing. I'm surprised.
Wow.
Was I right?
You are right. You were absolutely right on the dot.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just threw it out there. I don't know. I mean,
sure.
3.5, and first turtle already
it's
down.
as if you have a little different vision compared to the viewers.
oh, we got that vision.
Of course, we had to see the appraiser's wrath. Let's go back here in the Land of Dawn, but apparently it is 4 minutes in already, and we are seeing that it is dead even game. AP Bren is only ahead by around 200 gold.
Yep. And that's DHS already up and available for Super
that's
Marco,
scary.
so the farm is gonna go up.
Whoa,
Okay.
Owen going for a ride. And he kind of had an idea, and he's like, wait, is this a good idea or not? Gets taken out, though.
Wow, the burst damage coming in from the Barangay is something that we could always look out for in this game. Meanwhile, in the gold lane, Marco and Jome just farming out, and man, Omega just feels so different.
Yep.
They have this certain lethality.
Jome, oh, yeah, he's going to be fine.
Yeah, it's gonna be fine. And Super Marco also cleared out the minion wave. Dips.
Oh, no way, why did he do that?
He was trying to stop
What?
the wave. The Mamba mentality.
Yeah,
Brother is making sure this presence is felt.
dude, like, hey, no one escapes me, not even my teammates.
Chaknu is such a great setter.
Man.
He even sets up his teammates.
Unbelievable.
Holy.
Well, you know what? With that being said, we're back to this
Oh
turtle
my
dance.
God. No, I found a trick. I want to play Grok later.
No, don't
No.
do it.
Don't do it to your team.
Yeah, but yeah, second turtle here already started by AP Bren, ahead by 300. Ukir might just find a great setup, goes in for the poke damage instead. Few does have access to Feathered Airstrike, might just be a big ultimate in this second turtle fight.
And we got Super Marco also trying to make his way as well. That's going to be a little soft reset for now, but the turtle, Feathered Airstrike, going to be dropped down, trying to get that armor down. It does from Ryota. Now still
Andoryuuu.
Andoryuuu going to drive on the backside. Now still wants to feel this out, but they'll have to be careful. They're getting quite low here. Vengeance going to be popped for now.
Chaknu.
TZ still holding it. They get the flicker route now. Goes in. There's the jump in with the wild charge. Turtle going to be worked for. It's Kyle TZ though. And still Andoryuuu with the Nether Realm. They're trying to battle it out here. And Jome will be a little bit too late to join the fight as it all unfolds. But Few goes down. Smart Omega stays alive through it all.
AP Bren does get the turtle, but Omega gets the kills that they want. A lot of battle spells burnt there. And also Jome. Well, wait a minute. In the mid lane, Super Marco clears out the waves. Gotta say, a very close game. 7 minutes in. I'm loving every second of this game.
Imagine like Ryota played that entire clash with just a sliver of Firaga armor after Few just rained down on him. Of course, Chaknu matched the aggression coming out from Ogwin and matched the timing as well. Then eventually Omega with Ukir on this Theramis playing so well. 1-0-3. 100% kill participation for the Theramis, allowing Omega to stay in the fights while also outputting the damage that was needed from Omega.
Ukir with a bit of poke. Still anybody's game, 7 minutes in. Super Marco and Jome still very safely farming. The moment that these marksmen meet will be the big team fights that might change this game. But so far, they haven't been joining the team fights, which I think is something that we have to take note of.
Yeah. Items gonna be War Axe for CC. Critical timing. That's also War Axe for Ryota. That's why he's not that tanky. But they kind of need some Radiant Armor or Athena Shield eventually for Omega.
That's true. The Athena Shield, definitely something that you would want to pick up, especially if you're up against a Farsa that's running this Lethal Ignition. Looks like they're going to guard Super Marco here. Be able to clear that out really fast. Wow, the clear speed is insane.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good here. At this point, again, you just kind of expect both teams to fight around the objectives for now and really wait for that late game spike for the marksman for both teams right now. Andoryuuu going to jump on to Kyle TZ. Rest of the team going to come out through it as well. Chaknu, they're going to spot out Few, takes him out alongside the rest of the team now. Kyle TZ falls. Smart Omega finds 2 from AP Bren, and now they make their way to the Lord.
Big J is feeling it. 3-0 on this Naden, and they're going to try to secure this first Lord of the game, AP Bren. Looks like they're going to give it away as Pando is still in the top side.
Omega, the Renaissance. We've seen Chaknu with the Minotaur. We've seen Chaknu with the Matilda, and now back with the Grok, making the plays. That previous clash that we saw Chaknu just statued himself into that left push in the middle, catching Few. It was like, I think it was clairvoyance coming up from Chaknu that allowed him to know that eventually Few will go to that push.
And also denies the purple buff away from Kyle TZ. So far, a great early game here for the Barangay. And Ogwin might just bite the dust if he jumps here preemptively. AP Bren moving as a group. Nice BMI from Super Marco to check out that bush.
Yep, gonna spot that out just fine. They'll have to deal with this Lord coming up in the bottom side. Gonna have to give some of this up. They clear it out with the Feathered Airstrike though for now. Ryoda also taking that damage. So AP Bren, despite it all, will still be able to defend a lot of their side of the map here for now to make quick work of this Lord. What else can Smart Omega find?
Well, they trapped Ogwin. Maybe apart from that, maybe a push in the middle, but the Farsa ultimate is just way too difficult to push against.
Yeah.
And Few just focusing on the minions, not really committing his Feathered Airstrike onto heroes of Omega.
That's true.
That's the reason why they were able to defend.
World-class wave management coming in from AP Bren.
Absolutely.
I think 1 turret, or I think 2 turrets was the price here for AP Bren, but no big takes out of the team fights, and still their mid lane turret up online. AP Bren can delay this game if they want to.
Oh, wow, they're going to get pulled in with missiles and then into the wall. Ryoda has the armor though, still going to flicker out. So he's going to just be fine after now. Still, Smart Omega holding on to the small lead.
But that's a flicker burn for Ryoda. Might just be big for the first Lord fight, and it won't be up until then.
Yeah. Still, Omega managed to maintain this 2,000 gold lead. They maintained their mid lane as well. AP Bren are slowly finding their farm onto Few. There's 1,000 gold lead between the mid laners, favoring the Faramis. That means that Few will only have the Enchanted Talisman as well as the Truncheon.
Wow.
Ukir is about to get the 3rd item too, so that's also very important.
Now, Chaknu still scouting out the bushes, fairly safe with that Power of Wilderness. Gonna use the Grok block as well to delay the minion waves in mid lane. Looks like here is the high IQ walls that we're waiting for from Chak.
Yeah, once again, as they kind of get situated here, this is where AP Bren has really shown the prowess that they have when it comes to the macro game, and I think that's the puzzle that Smart Omega has to solve here. Yes, they've done a great job up to this point. They've held on to this minor lead, but they have to break that puzzle of AP Bren on the macro side, and the one to do it is going to be Chaknu most likely for them.
And they have to clear out this mid lane wave. Few has been a menace in just clearing out the waves with a Feathered Airstrike, making sure that that mid lane turret is close to untouched as the Lord spawns. This will be a Luminous Lord. AP Bren could potentially take this for themselves. A 1k gold lead on Omega means they have a slight edge, but an edge AP Bren could fight.
See how they deal with this. Still, Super Marco trying to make his way up, but they're going to go ahead and go for the fight already. The swoop comes in, Kyle TZ spin them out. Smart Omega going to block them off. Still working on this Lord here. No one going to go down just yet. Ogwin and Few jump in. Super Marco's going to make it, but Andoryuuu will get the Lord. Chaknu, wild charges on the retreat. And Smart Omega, nobody will go down for either team, but they get the objective.
For a scrappy team fight, that was a clean take. Super Marco goes for the turret instead. AP Bren gets that turret in the mid lane for the price of a Lord.
It's like a heist for Omega. They just stole away the Lord away from AP Bren just because of the zone out potential that was there for Ryota. And now, despite being an export that is going up against a Farsa and a Claude, Ryota is 1-1-3 and actually influencing a lot in this particular game. As he's able to zone the members of AP Bren despite him being in a bad, being in a disadvantage. Gonna be Chakno controlling the lane of minions down the bottom and will be scouting. He is up 2 items now. Dominance Ice as well as Blade Armor.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Wow!
okay. With a wild charge! Ryota there and Ook here, but Chaknu gonna be caught quite low. Has the Nether Realm though. They're gonna back off for now. The Lord's still on the bottom side. Smart Omega making a distraction for now. They finally get the tier 1 turret, but that might be it.
I literally did not understand why until it happened.
But it did happen, and now AP Bren will be very happy about that, taking out Chaknu, keeping their turrets intact too. They only lost their outer turret in the middle, so that's not really the worst. And they have diminished the lead down to 900. This is down to a close game again.
Still anybody's game as we head on towards the mid game. Super Marco's been dealing a lot of damage, but surprisingly for Omega, the one dealing the most damage would be Ryota. But here comes Jome. Pandora with Athena's shield already mitigates a lot of damage as the turret potentially goes down, but looks like they're going to stop for there.
Yeah. The turret attack, the cannon attacked another cannon. That's why the turret was able to keep itself alive. So great defense coming up from Pando. It's literally an even game.
This is going to be a very tough game for both teams now. And who would have thought 7th seed Omega bringing a close game against the M5 World Champions. 500 gold lead just for AP Bren, and it's still diminishing towards 300. Already level 15 here, Andoryuuu and Ryota. You could say the same for Jome. The XP lead is close, I guess, to AP Bren as well, who is just waiting for that level 15 CC as well.
For Big J having a game here. This is now really where it comes down to it. You're talking about the 3rd Lord of the game. AP Bren already trying to get in position here for it. So for Smart Omega, you want to be able to allow Jome to shine in this fight. I mean, it's the same thing for Super Marco here. But with that entropy, once that's gone, once the flicker is gone, that's where they have to be very careful. That's it right there. The flicker comes through. Super Marco going to be in trouble from the last Insanity. Trying to get him down, but they can't just yet. Still working for it. Nether Realm to follow, but Super Marco will stay alive. And Smart Omega stays alive as well with the Nether Realm. But now, how will they play this out?
Big ultimates burnt as well. All 3 battle spells coming in from Omega, apart from Jome, already used. This is big for AP Bren.
Chakno with the reason of the Lord. The good usage of the Guardian's Barrier, but now no battle spells for Omega. AP Bren still has the flicker on Ogwin. Pando with the Vengeance.
Few waiting for a big ultimate here. Nobody knows that Few is there. Lord
jumps in again with a wild charge. Lord's still going to be worked on, but there, Few finally falls from Big J. Can they win the battle here? Andoryuu's gone, though. Lord's still up. Kyle TZ will be able to get this as they secure the objective. Now Smart Omega on the retreat. Ryota has the immortality. Will he be able to stay alive? He does. They only lose Andoryuuu, but Smart Omega loses the objective.
Oh, that is a big Lord for AP Bren. Still just a 16-minute Lord, not yet the Evolved Lord, but a Lord nonetheless. Omega now down by 2K, might just get a 3 to 4K gold lead as well with AP Bren pushing.
Saving Private Marco, that was literally what happened in there. Super Marco kept his Purify as well to get out. As Chakno with the surprise tactic against AP Bren, there was also the rundown from Ukir. He escaped all that. Super Marco being alive. Because also of the Flask plus Favor movement coming out from Ogwin, AP Bren back in the game, leading, in fact, by 2.4K.
Yeah, Super Marco with the Wind Talker as well. This will amp up the speed that AP Bren has in terms of taking down those turrets. But now it is a 5v5. 10 seconds on the flickers coming in.
Feathered Airstrike already going to be utilized here. The Lord charges on in. Smart Omega will hold on to the turret, though, for now. They'll lose the tier 2s, though.
And still no inhibitor turrets going down despite the high-level Lord. Nice Guardian's Barrier coming in from Chaknu there. AP Bren still continuing the siege. Another feathered airstrike.
Feathered airstrike going to come down once again, and Smart Omega will still hold on to the turret for now. And now it's AP Bren on the retreat. They got what they wanted, and they're happy for that. For Smart Omega, finding themselves now with their backs against the wall here.
Well, this is where they thrive, though. We know for sure that Omega likes this kind of stuff. It's just 18 minutes into this game. And I would say because of the fact that Jome is maxed out anyways, it's not so much of a big deal for Omega. It's still pretty much defendable, I would say.
That's true. As long as Jome remains alive, 4-0 on this Naden with the flicker as well. In fact, all flickers on the side of the barangay. They have the battle spells that they need to potentially reach the targets they want. Few not having one of the best games here. 1-3-1 has been the constant target both for Ryota and Jome. What could they do as they continue the siege?
They're going to lose this turret. Oh, they hold on to it. Oh, I thought that one hit was going to come from the minion. Not able to get it just yet, so AP Bren still putting pressure there, but right now Smart Omega's bought themselves more minutes, and that's really what's crucial here.
Yeah. And the thing with Omega is that they can actually defend until the end of time.
That's
and
true.
I'm not over-exaggerating here. This is X-Borg and Paramis. And to top that, they have Grok with Wild Charge, then Power of Nature, and they also have the Nathan that can also defend the Lord, you know, can take out the Lord easily if ever AP Bren takes it for themselves. So yeah, I'm not exaggerating when I say that Omega can defend forever.
Well, let's see if forever exists in this timeline because AP Bren, they're going to pull the Lord, and this is going to be an Evolved Lord. We're 19 minutes in. This will hurt like a truck landing on a... Wait, that's too violent. I will not do that metaphor. AP Bren starting this Lord. Chaknu with the Gorgeous Barrier as well. Resets it once again. High IQ. Second skill coming in from Chaknu.
Super Marco doing his thing there. Still trying to get that base turret down. Smart Omega knows it as well, so this is where they find themselves in what AP Bren really likes to do. In these extended Lord dances, these extended fights, that was even a key to victory back then. So this is up to Smart Omega on how they approach this one.
The only immortality that I could see here is from Ryota. Half HP already on this Lord. A lot of damage coming in from this X-Board, but look at Marco. That's just 3 hits.
Difficult now. Omega's still obliging to fight, but AP Bren are managing their lanes. Look at Few on the far side top lanes, gonna be pushing that one, and then the mid lane immediately cleared. Somebody has to take care of the long lane for Omega. It's gonna be Jome, or maybe no one actually from Omega.
But the moment one of them leaves, that's where AP Bren strikes. Chaknu burning a lot of HP here in front of Marco.
Wow. Oh, man, that...
Oh,
there you go.
Wild TZ gonna show right there. Ryota still has the armor, still has the last insanity, gonna use it now. Immortality as well, but this is what AP Bren wants to do. They want to get some of these resources down from Smart Omega before the fight.
But look at this, the Farso flying in the long lane, clearing it out with a feathered airstrike. This might be just a turret going down.
Jome.
Okay.
Already committing the entropy. Oh,
Trying
man.
to go for the reset again. They can't. Even the conceal is used there.
X-Borg defending the long lane this time around. Chaknu still biding his time. A lot of DPS from Pando and Marco. Andoryuuu finds Pando.
Oh, Super Marco going to bring Chaknu really low. Few now firing off as well with a feathered airstrike. The rest of the team, they're going to have to fight this one out. Super Marco already using it as well. Now Smart Omega running for the hills here, but they want to fight still for the Lord. A flicker from Ryota. It's quite chaotic. No one giving just yet, but Lord less than half health.
Big reset here for Andoryuuu. Still driving towards that big Lord. Might just be the steal, but Chaknu pushes it away. Goes for the reset.
The Mamba.
He just knows the game so much. He just knows Grok so much. But AP Bren are gonna take the positive trade though if Few completes this one. No one home for Omega to contest this. Few will let go. Smartly will not force the issue. And now Jome is gonna be there to clean up the purple buff.
Omega just has these nuances right now in the game where they could stop the Lord Dance anytime that they want, and they did the last time around. AP Bren still cooking up this Evolved Lord. Nobody's eating it though. Nobody's trying to get that all in on that Lord. Nobody's calling. Stay patient until resources are burnt. Flicker is up here for Chaknu and Okir. We have to stay vigilant about these battle spells because the moment Chaknu finds a target, he might just go all in.
The positioning once again, Big J, Chaknu.
Chaknu and Jom.
Waiting patiently. They might just be looking for an automatic -1, and Pando could be the target. They wait patiently, though.
Pando is not the most optimal target. Somebody else has to be that case.
Yeah, it cannot be Pando. Pando has the vengeance as well. Might just be counterproductive. But I feel like AP Bren knows. Like, they telegraphed that Omega is going in for a potential death push strategy. And they're just waiting.
This has to be one of the longest stalemates for a Lord.
For sure.
That we've seen. A back and forth, at least for this season. It is intense.
But I guess this is the conclusion of it.
Gonna be used. They go in. It is for Pando, even with a vengeance. He gets taken down really quickly, even with the immortality. Bobs and weaves, hops over everything, and will survive. Giving it all. Smart Omega can't get the kill.
No more feathered airstrike, though. Need to recall for Ryota. Another reset for this Evolved Lord as we enter the 24-minute mark. Oh my.
Whew. The IQ level between these two teams, way too high. So many high-level plays that we've been seeing from Omega, as well as AP Bren. That conceal play with Chaknu just connecting the dots between Pandora as well as Kaltizi, stunning and knocking up two members of AP Bren.
And now they're going to send Marco to just destroy the turret.
Woo, smooth criminal.
He was tired of the minions. He's like, you know what? I got it.
They need that advantage. If they're going to stay for a long Lord dance, having perpetually pushing minions would be a big advantage for them.
Even this in the mid lane, they could eventually cause the pressure there now too. And this is once again what I was mentioning earlier. AP Bren has mastered this macro level of play where they slowly try to whittle down the endurance of the mental state of the opponent. Smart Omega's been doing a good job at trying to hang in there, punch for punch, but ultimately they do lose that top lane turret, which now AP Bren wants to play around.
AP Bren cooking up the Lord once more. Look at the damage coming in from Marco, but Chaknu does have the heal from the passive. He's looking for the conceal play. Flicker is still up for everyone in this game, and the Purifies as well. That's the feathered airstrike burn from Few, but it's low cooldown at this point.
Jom already using that entropy. There you go. Kyle TZ gonna find Andoryuuu. They want to clash down on this, but they can't find the play. And once again, the Lord will reset. We've been here for minutes, boys.
I think it's been 5 minutes or so. And
exactly, 25.
I think this is finally it.
This might finally be it.
Is it though?
AP Bren still very cautious on actually giving the green signal here. Smart Omega looking for their own angle. Whoa! The barrier! Ryota, though, has to flicker as well. And once again, the Lord still being fought for, but AP Bren,
they hold it.
Knows they might have this advantage to play around.
Big minion wave on the top side. Chaknu, low HP. No, Andoryuuu, no immortality.
He has to get back, and they're going to go for it, and that will be Kyle TZ. Finally securing the Lord for AP Bren.
Boom.
And Chaknu still has the immortality, but he'll have to get back. AP Bren.
Wow, the Evolved Lord finally going down in the hands of AP Bren. This might just be a big siege here for the Bees. Look at the amounts of siege minions in the bot lane.
But again, this is Paramis Export. A lot of defense. Omega will not lose any additional inhibitors yet. It's gonna be a big push in the middle though. If Super Marco comes back, he's the turret hitter. But he doesn't have the Purify for now. That's why AP Bren are not really diving into the backlines for now.
Chaknu just being that big wall against AP Bren. The Lord finally marches in the top side, sends Jom with the entropy. You might just pop in the feathered airstrike anytime now.
There's a feathered airstrike. Lord quickly worked on from this Nathan, from Big J. So the Lord is gone. Now they're just going to handle the waves. Conceal going to be used. Just clearing out the waves, trying to hold on to that mid turret. for Smart Omega, and they do it so far. But look at them, AP Bren still knocking.
And still, the siege continues for AP Bren. And I just got to bring back Memory Lane Season 7. Bren versus, I think, former Execration. That was one of the longest games that we've casted.
Yep, that's right.
In the history of MPL.
50+ minutes.
50+ minutes, and it feels like we're going back down in that route.
Chakno on the back lines.
He's going to get spotted out here. That turret's finally going to get taken down, though. AP Bren still looking for it. They can't get it just yet. It's a couple hits away, the BMI being used there as well. But Smart Omega still holding on.
They really don't want to give out any other inhibitor turrets here. One more hit, and it might. Oh, no, no, Dexter! Dexter!
They can't hit Dexter.
They can't stop the monkey, man.
They can stand in front of it. Oh, there you go. They held on for as long as they could. But the airstrike dome goes in, though. Winter Trojans going to be used by few. So still, Andoryuuu, is he going to go in on the backside? He does. They want to initiate this one. Still, last insanity going to be used. Forcing AP Bren back. Another Winter Trojan going to be used. Ogwin jumps in, though, with Annoyed Fury. They have the Nether Realm as well. The firepower just isn't enough. Ukir has the immortality. He has to get back. Buys the Winter Trojan, and now it's AP Bren on the run. Smart Omega charging on through as Big J gets another kill.
I'm calling it. That is one of the best team fights that we've seen today. What a team fight from both teams.
72 seconds death timer for Kyle TC. Plenty of time for Omega to make something happen, especially because of the Lord now available in 5 seconds. AP Bren will have to be very crafty. They have to be very crafty about this one.
They got to stall hard this time around. AP Bren, they finally find that one opportunity, and Kyle TZ goes down. Omega, this might just be the start of the venom of Chak Mamba. They finally find this 4v5 that they've working hard for the longest time.
Gonna be crucial here. Feathered Airstrike gonna be used as well. Smart Omega knows they have the timing here. Super Marco trying to get here in time, but it's not gonna be enough as Andoryuuu gets the Lord. Can they stay alive for the fight? They have to watch out. Super Marco doesn't have the stacks. Smart Omega gets a crucial Lord.
And this is it. This is Omega's biggest chance. This is the one moment in the one timeline where they win this game against the final boss. That one Evolve Lord 30 minutes in.
And at this point, you're gonna have to look at the immortalities. Not available for Kyle TZ in this case. Ogwin does have the immortality, as well as Pando. Few and Super Marco doesn't have it. On the opposite end, Jom, Ryota, as well as Chaknu.
Oh, that is a beefy Lord.
A beefy Lord. Yeah, very true.
Ryota already in the bot lane as well. Kyle TZ gets stunned up. No Jonas welcome just yet. Gets pulled back. Eats up one. Andoryuuu gets spun out.
Him there, and now looking at Kyle TZ gonna fall. Jom on the backside, unleashing. Few takes so much damage, and he gets taken out as well. The Barangay surges on for the base, and they come back to take game number 1 against AP Bren.
Chakno's Venom strikes once more against the Goliath of AP Bren.
3 consecutive wins for Omega. Same idea. Prolong the game, look for the valid target, take the objective, and win it in the late game where the pressure builds up. Man, Chaknu, he's born into pressure, man.
Man, if everybody else is raised in pressure, Chaknu was born in it, molded by it.
You were merely adapted it.
Oh, man.
Oh, what a... Hey, Wolf said it. They could defend forever.
They basically did. They did. It was Paramis and X-Works, very hard to push into. Even when you're if you're a Cloud, you know, you really have to take out, force them out of their base. But I think because of one player like Chakno, for example, he kind of holds his kids like, hey, don't get out of base. This is our base. We can defend it forever. we can win. And that's exactly what happened. When Bren Esports tried to go for the fight, there was the big jump from Jome, by the way, which is pretty much notable. It forced the Winter Truncheon, and then eventually the bad positioning coming out from AP Bren. So again, forced errors. That's the basically the go-to move for Omega.
And I have to say that this wasn't even a big error on the part of Kyle TZ, but it was just, again, as you said, a forced error. And of course, it damaged up by your game MVP, which is a Jome on another Nathan game.
6-0-0 for Jome. Very patient and very calculated. I think that we have to look back at the game to let you know and to show you how good the play was. And it was, it's stuff of legends for sure. Something that we will have to really study. Because there was one time where he popped the ultimate to eventually catch where Few was. And I think that he's also calculating where the feathered airstrike, because of this, the core of the feathered airstrike. Let's look at the highlights though. This is where everything gets interesting. AP Bren are leading, in fact, but Omega, found a very scrappy fight around Okir. Faramis gets the double. There's a big punishment coming out from AP Bren as Chaknu was too anxious to get a kill. Good pick-off eventually. 16 minutes in, Chaknu finds a good jump, but Omega decides to disengage. That's the first jump coming out from Jome with the ultimate to find Few. So that's the key winning play coming out from Jome, number 1. And number 2 is this one. Did not see the start of the fight, but this was started by Jome. And then eventually he positioned himself so well that he's able to get back some of the HP that he's needed and pop the Winter Truncheon in the right moment too. And look at the good in and out coming out from Omega. And then Chakno with a good wild charge. Jome again with the monster. Look at this positioning. Look at how he was able to find the most optimal position to take out AP Bren, and the peel coming out from the entirety of Omega is just way too good. The chemistry coming out from Omega, despite them rocking this lineup for quite a few times only, it's immaculate. Just 31 minutes of pure intense action from Omega as well as AP Bren. They have found their footing, and now Omega is in a 3-game win streak. And 2 out of those 3 games were games where they were behind. In fact, you can even count the second win going up against Blacklist International as also a comeback game. For Omega, the Omega timers are so real. And this is not something that we've been writing, This is not written. This is not scripted at all. It's just Omega's genes flowing through their leader. This time, it's Chaknu. This time with new members from Omega adapting to this kind of play style. Ukir with this Faramis very much on point. Ryota reducing the amount of deaths that he has. And this is an expert game that he's facing up against a Farsa. Dying only once in this game means that there's a lot of improvements already for the positioning of Ryota. And then Jome, 0 deaths in this game. But perfect and making his own case as one of the best gold laners in this league. Somewhere out there, a man named Leo is screaming his hearts out. Big J!
Big J!
Big J with the plays. And that he's the rich guy. Carry is still Super Marco, 161,000 damage because of how long this game was. 312,000 damage from
Big damn.
Chaknu. Are you kidding me? 312k. Oh man. But then again, Omega, this is the only reason why this was the number. These were the numbers that we presented. It's because of how long this game was. So even Super Marco took 116,000 damage as the Claude, right? So this is just the amount of minutes that we've spent in this game. But Omega, they took advantage of that. When there was a death on Calteezy at 28 minutes into this match, there was a 72-second death timer for the Barretts. And we did see that the Lord was spawning in about, 10 seconds afterwards. So they had a chance and they had a time. And because of the fact that they have the Nathan, which deals so much damage into objectives, like buildings, for example, as well as the Lord, as well as the Turtle, we know that they can burst it. Even if it was a 20 or 29-minute Lord, which is very tanky, super hard to take care of. And if you actually stay in front of the Lord, of the 28-minute or 29-minute Lord for a certain amount of time, and I'm sure that you've experienced this, that Lord hurts a lot. Even tanks and
Beefy.
roamers, it's difficult to handle how much damage it deals. But with the Nolan, or the Nathan, I mean, being there to burst down the Lord, and then they also have the Retribution, no chance at all for AP Bren to contest that. Ukir didn't even have to pop the Fire Mist ultimate in that case, so that's how perfect the pick-off on Kaltizi was.
And I just gotta say as well, for the side of Omega, they've been playing around this Faramis, Nathan, and I think plus a tank jungler lineup for the last 3 wins that they've gotten. And knowing Coach Ducky, Coach Trebor, or whoever is analyzing for the side of AP Bren, they might just take this away from the barangay, and that is something that we have to see entering game number 2. By the way, huge shout-outs for our official restreamers from Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and all over the world.
We have local restreamers and also international restreamers from Cambodia, Middle East, North America, Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia.
All of them are tuned in to witness our players fight for victory.
And that was a fight.
That was.
That was.
I stepped out. Because I had to
breathe
get
in.
a breather, man. But of course, like I had Smart Omega there with me, and their morale right now after that,
Sky high.
Sky high.
Hey man, if you beat the top seed, the reigning M5 World Champions, you should be happy. And you could feel the power with every tap on the Smart app. Effortlessly manage your prepaid and postpaid accounts, buy promos, pay bills, and redeem rewards, all in one app.
Download the Smart app now, the only app for Smart, Signature, Infinity, Bro, TNT, and PLDT prepaid home Wi-Fi.
It's all in one, and we could say that it's all in one win for Omega in game number 2.
We've already had the renaissance of Chaknu, right? So far we've seen the Minotaur, we've seen the Matilda, and now the Grok. All wins for the Chak Mamba himself. I wonder what's next. Is it Kufra? Is it going to be the Kufra as the next hero? Because I think that we're kind of looking back and taking a trip down memory lane with this kind of a play from a Chaknu.
Yeah, and speaking of Chaknu, we have a comic around him from Kapitan Tambay, and what he says is,
Okay.
The English the context for this one is that our teams out there are already feeling safe.
It's
then
our
suddenly,
time, they're saying.
Chaknu comes back, and this is what literally happened yesterday. Man.
Oh my God, Chaknu.
I'm back.
God. Unbelievable.
That's such a main character moment,
Exactly.
I gotta say.
He is.
He's him, you know? Chaknu is him.
It kind of feels like something that you just see in movies, you know?
Yeah.
It kind of makes...
It feels like it's scripted. It feels like I wrote MPL last week, and that we're just running down the script right now, you know?
Unbelievable.
It's crazy
honestly.
to think that, again, nothing against Smart Omega, but
Yeah.
they haven't had that great of a regular season. They've struggled so much. And to see this kind of adjustment between yesterday and now with this game number 1 against teams like this, like even the caliber of AP Bren, there's obviously a huge effect when we say the Mamba effect. You know, Chaknu stepping in, especially in the decision-making that we're seeing unfold from game to game.
Yeah.
So if they can replicate that, man, after we take a look at this draft recap from game 1, they could end up sweeping.
Oh wow, wait, I don't think that I have that part of the script yet for MPL,
Okay.
so we can't really confirm just now. But of course, we're all kidding about the scripted part, because right now it is the truth.
It is the
It
truth.
is what's happening right in this moment, where Omega is actually winning 3 games straight, 1 game against AP Bren.
This is the whole reason they got the whole Lasun, the poison for our international viewers there, because look what's happening.
Yeah. It's very difficult to explain.
It's hard to explain. like, how do you even explain the power of the human will, the power of
friendship,
the power of friendship?
You know? Yeah, I know. I think I guess the best way to kind of illustrate this is during the defense coming out from Omega, and you can notice this in many other series from Omega. When they defend, they just literally stay in their base and wait for their opponents to come in. They really mind their structures. They were waiting for their time to pounce over their enemies, and they're willing to extend the game. That's the thing. And other teams will not be doing that. If they're down by 2,000 gold or even 7,000 gold, they're gonna be very anxious to get a kill. They're gonna be panicking. They're gonna be desperate to find the play. But in a Chaknu-led team, they're gonna wait for their time, right? So they're willing to play the game over again. And when it comes to the draft, there's always that factor of looking for wave clear, and that's very true for all of the games of Omega. And even more so in this particular game that we saw, it's Paramis, X-Borg, Nathan. Man, they can
just
literally
defend
forever.
Yep. And patience is indeed one of Chaknu's strengths.
Exactly,
and
exactly.
That's what make the Viper, the Chak Mamba,
yes, sir,
the Mamba himself. Of course, we also have the Goodie Bag Lottery available on TikTok right now. Just make sure to join in our TikTok stream. What is the steps for that one?
For all you guys watching on TikTok, head on over to TikTok if you're not already there. Go to the MPL Philippines TikTok official page, which is at MPL PH_official. Click the live stream, make sure you do that, and then click on the top left, your guys' top left, for the goodie bag lottery that happens in-game. And all you guys on YouTube watching, there's a giveaway for you guys as well. The diamonds. Let us know who you think's going to win this series. Hashtag Omega, hashtag AP Bren. Let us have your user IDs and server IDs as well. And good luck to 4 winners of 500 diamonds.
Oh man, Wolf, you gotta teach me that sometime. That
yes, I will.
The venom, the snake hand, the cobra hand. But this time, of course, it's going to be the Nathan band coming in from AP Bren in the blue side. Red side for the Barangay, and they're gonna take away the Harith. I'm kind of worried about Omega this time around. This is the first game that they will not use the Nathan or the Faramis.
Yes, they're also in the red side. On the red side this time.
See value in me?
Oh, that's Fredrin immediately.
You should.
Omega, they have access to the Arlet. I'm not sure if Chaknu is adept with the Arlet.
Who knows? Maybe it's the new Fang.
Yep. That's true.
Why? We're just playing around with snake metaphors at this point.
Maybe they pick up Claude Arlet as the first 2 picks here. What else is open? CC is open, but that might not be the priority for Omega. And they don't want to give the Arlet absolutely against AP to AP Bren because it's Pando as well as Open Hero, and that has good synergy with the friend.
Well, looks like they're gonna go for wow. 100% prediction rate coming in here from Wolf. And the next part here would be for the side of AP Bren. What do you even get if you're up against this type of lineup?
You need some kind of sustain, some kind of staying power in the front lines. Definitely a tankier hero. Maybe they pick up Grok, actually, this time.
Yeah. Grok is something that Ogun plays a lot as well. Man, I just gotta say, the facial expressions of the Omega players are just insane. How can you smile when you're 1 series away from...
Hey, man.
Yeah.
Man, it's them. It is them.
It's different.
That's what I was saying. Like when I saw them earlier, their morale's really high.
Yeah.
What I'm hoping is that high morale doesn't end up making them like too excited to the point where they end up making mistakes in this next game. They're off to a great start. They pick up the Grok again.
Yep.
For Chaknu.
Very honest.
And they look happy.
They look very happy about that. Well,
oh man, such a treat to watch.
The first repeat performance for Chaknu so far in MPL Season 13. Now we're looking at the bans. There should be towards the EXP lane. Or maybe okay, so CC is also a hero that you'll have to consider in this case, and also the Angela, I believe, unless Omega themselves pick that up.
But if ever they do get the Angela, that would mean it will be a position for Angela.
That's right.
And I guess it could work, mainly because they have the late game damage as well. But let's look at the game win rate after week 5. It's still going to be top 1 for AP Bren, our top seed currently in the league. They're going to take away the Baksha.
Yep.
They're honestly banning most of the heroes that Omega has used from their winning games.
For Andoryuuu, for example. Omega, I believe that they're going to be looking at potential Ogwin heroes. I'm not sure if they do play Tigreal, right, in this case. So Tigreal plus Vexana, that's also pretty strong. apart from that, you need really some hero that's really beefy enough to be in the front lines. I think Tiger really fits the bill.
Oh, they're going to take away from Masha.
Of course, we have to respect that too.
Ogwen, one of the first players who ever rocked that Masha roam in MPL PH, shocked everybody with the damage. But I do remember Ryota as well yesterday playing it in the XP lane. A lot of 1v1 moments with Edward, almost losing game 1, but almost is never enough.
Just had that flashback of that play.
Hell yeah, dude. That was one of the...
Tier 2, and Edward. Ooh.
Is that Odin and Ingan?
I think so.
Yeah. Oh, one of our MDL talents. One of the best MDL talents out there, of course.
Two of them.
Watching
Who are they holding up? Is that?
I think that's a very old picture of one of our co-casters in the Tagalog broadcast, Burrito.
Yeah.
Still rocking the emo hair that he does not rock anymore.
Okay. Angela or Novaria?
Here.
Novaria is going to be the choice. I still believe that Angela is a good pick here coming off Mega. Apart from that, what else can they look at? But again, sustain is always the bane of Roger because if you do end up like unpouncing and spelling your opponents, the heals and the sustains are just too difficult to handle. That's why I feel like so they go Valentina instead.
Oh wow.
Understandable though.
The Valentina has only one option available right now. It's going to be that Vexana and nothing else.
Yep.
Well, at least for now, they still have 2 picks.
How about the Florin here for AP Bren?
Oh.
They might be tempted to pick that up. And Florin as well as maybe Thams or CC as their EXP lane of choice for Pando. There's also that option for the Xborg, however, because of the presence of the Valentina, Xborg might not be the best option for AP Bren. And another one is Terizla, though. So that's also a decent hero for AP Bren to pick up.
Never go wrong with that.
Obviously.
The hunter of all the evil gods.
Oh, they're going to go for the Paquito as well. They have the burst damage with the Paquito and, of course, the Edith with its versatility. And, of course, Paquito's long line that we could hear right now in our ears. He just tossed an entire paragraph for to pick him.
Is he the only hero that
He's
does
the
that?
only hero that does that. And maybe Lancelot on his Dragon Tamer skin.
How about the Akai here for Omega? That means that they will just really funnel everything into the Claude. And what I like about the Akai is that even when there's a lot of dive on the side of AP Bren, you have that disengage potential.
This is the Emperor's order. Well,
okay.
There it is, Sir
Brother,
Wolf.
I need to check your gear right now.
Right?
Are you using something that might show something in advance? Do you have a copy of the script? What is happening?
Well, you wrote it, so I did copy it.
Dude, you know, sometimes, like, I don't know, I've been here for a couple seasons now, and I still get surprised with Wolf's capabilities.
That's true. You
of
know,
the brain this guy has.
The moment he retires from casting is the moment you see him in the coaching the best team in the world, probably. You know.
Hey,
at least he'll still be in the Philippines.
Hey, I like that. I like that. Take that. Whatever. I'm not going to say the region. We might start a fight that we don't want. But let's enter game number 2 of this best of 3 series between Smart Omega and AP Bren. AP Bren already suffered an upset win in game 1. And with the bans that they made here in game number 2, it might just be the key to extend this series. But for Smart Omega, the win streak might just continue if they find what they need in this game. Speaking of what they need, what are the win conditions for this type of lineup?
I think it's pretty clear for both teams. It's about chain stunning the right hero. And I gotta say, like, both AP Bren as well as Omega, they have plenty of ways to stun their targets. Look at the chain stun combo from AP Bren, but Chaknu giving us a little bit of a classic.
Doing what he does.
Delaying that Fredrin.
And right now, Ogwin also helping out Few here in clear speed. Gotta say, though, the clear speed is insane for AP Bren. Having a Vexana and an Edith, that's gonna help them delay the game if they want to.
Oh, Few get poked down. Pretty good here. With all this, they'll get that. And now, this is the thing. With Smart Omega's lineup that they have, you can expect very similar situations when we get to the objectives. The way that Chaknu uses that Guardian's Barrier, like we talked about before, he's mastered it. So for AP Bren, knowing what they experienced in the previous game, it's like, how do we deal with that? Do we go just punch for punch, literally provide the damage, overload it if we can? Is that the answer here for AP Bren when it comes to the objectives?
Yes, I think that's a fair judgment on what AP Bren can do, because that's literally what they have right now, and there's no reason to waste that. But then, the heavy spin is always going to be the problem.
Oh, they get it out.
They solved it.
Spin.
Yeah, heavy spin already used here for Omega, which means they're not going to have that ultimate for the upcoming turtle fight, which might just be stalled here because both junglers don't have access to their retribution right now.
Yeah. And what can happen because of this recall coming out from Andoryuuu is that...
Oh, the damage, the punch! Ryota, he felt that one. First blood here for AP Bren. Now they're going to work on with it as well.
That's a lot of damage early on. This might just be a free turtle for AP Bren. For Omega, they got to slow things down. The power spike, the early game power spike from AP Bren is just insane.
How about that play coming out from Ogwin? Immediately after knowing that there's no contest at all, went immediately to the orange buff. The Count Easy didn't have to pop the retribution. I think they're forcing the retri onto Andoryuuu up top. Andoryuuu already receiving so much damage.
Cool, heavy spin again.
Oh
couple
my
hits away,
God.
but man, that Primal Wrath gonna hurt as well.
And that wasn't even a charged up Primal Wrath. That was a very early ultimate coming in from Ogwin. Forces out that heavy spin once again. AP Bren holding a good lead 3 minutes in. A 1.5k gold lead in Pando. Waiting for that moment to just punch it out against Ryota.
Jakdu again in the mid lane, gonna get tossed over. Ukir holding on to that Eternal Guard, but ultimately, Smart Omega not gonna be able to find anything just yet.
In terms of the late game, let's say Omega pulls another delay the game tactic. Can they actually out-damage AP Bren?
Yes, because they have the Valentina, they have the Claude. Arlott, especially when played in the X-Play, pack up a punch, you know? I guess AP Bren, their burst potential with the Roger and Paquito will always be there. So that's always a factor.
What? Oh, he wild charges. He still survives it, even despite what AP Bren just tried to pull.
I learned something new today.
Yeah. A Lycan Pounce. You're immune to CC during the animation of the Lycan Pounce, but when it's over, when you've already reappeared, you get knocked up.
Yeah. Ukir with a fast flicker out there. Burnt his battle spell. Does save his life, though. 8 seconds before that purple buff spawns for Omega. It looks like they're having a hard time keeping up from AP Bren.
Yeah, this is just, again, when it comes down to it, it's a macro play from AP Bren, really choking out a lot of this from Smart Omega right now, and it's just them trying to catch up, trying to make sure that that lead that AP Bren has right now doesn't get too far out of hand. They kind of have to control this fire from getting too out of hand.
Pando biding his time. Retribution might just be used here. Andoryuuu does secure his own. It looks like they find Pando.
Do find Pando, but that used Eternal Guard's not going to help them either. The 1-2 punch comes through. Ryota going to be in trouble now, caught between it all.
Wow!
Goes in, Flicker survives. Ryota gets out.
A timely flicker survived the burst damage, and now Omega does have the chance to contest this Lord.
Yeah. Because of the lack of retribution, they will not. We also don't have the heavy spin, so they will not even try. Omega will just get back to their anti-disaster protocol, which is just to farm. I think that's the right decision here, especially for Andoryuuu. You need to be at the same level with your lane counterpart come the first Lord fight. So it is ill-advised for Omega to go for unsure plays. They have to choose their fights and make sure that it will always be kill confirmed whenever they try to pounce.
Big purchase from Kyle TC with the blade armor. Now he's going to be able to tank up or soak up a lot of damage coming in from Jome. As we head on further, looks like they're going to dive on this Claude.
They're going right for that play there. And Jome knows it. The rest of the team, he's just going to get forced out, though. Also, the orange buff going to be worked on, but they were also down at bottom. But still, it's AP Bren really just playing and winning this macro game for Smart Omega. Here's the response, though, into the mid lane. AP Bren, they get a flicker out from Ukir. Jakdu now left to his own. Will be able to survive everything there. So still, Smart Omega gonna lose They're purple as well. Andoryuuu
Pando.
being held back from Pando. Will he even go in? No, he won't. So again, where can they find the space to breathe?
Oh, it's going to be difficult to answer, but they will have to rely on securing their own jungle. But Pando with high IQ play, using the knockout strike to stop Andoryuuu from stepping into the Cyclone Eye, which would have been a play. Like Cyclone Eye into the heavy spin to get his own purple buff. But because of what Pando was able to do, not only did he deny that Cyclone Eye, he also denied the purple buff contest coming out from Omega.
Still a low kill score game. Super Marco pokes down Chaknu. In terms of pacing, Wolf, do you think this is a good pace for AP Bren?
100%, especially because they're Edith. Andoryuuu is going to be trying to be captain here.
Oh, he's going to go for it again. Eternal Guard and the Wild Charge already being thrown out there. Few gets forced back. Still looking for the kill. Andoryuuu just goes for that, grabs that now, but on the backside, Pando going to be joining the fight. Appraiser's Wrath will find it too. And Smart Omega now still fighting it out. They lose their jungler, and this is going to be a turtle for AP Bren. Chaknu as well, trying to get out of there, but he won't escape as well.
Man, that's 2 kills going to the hands of AP Bren as their lead grows even further. In terms of the early game dominance, looks like AP Bren has secured the early to the mid game. And it's up to Omega to slow this down once again. How do they do that?
Whew, difficult. They need pickups for now. They have to settle for pickups and not go for those big ticket plays. Count easy. Not even needing the retribution for that steal. They can even contest the purple, which is now happening. Andoryuuu is level 9, Kaltizi level 11. If Andoryuuu is not fast enough, will lose his purple buff once again.
Still the onslaught mid lane. Eternal Guard going to be dropped. Chaknu under half health. All this for that tier 1 in the mid lane. AP Bren whittles it down further.
And as they wiggle down that turret, looks like Omega's going to commit a lot of resources as well to defend that. Or maybe will be deciding to give it away finally. They really, really want to keep their objectives their turrets safe. You could say that for game 1 as well.
With this, we'll see what they can pull off, but right now they're just at the pace of AP Bren. This might be a turnaround. They find the lockdown of Kyle Teasy. Ogun there to help him out. Kyle Teasy finally falls. Now they get the stun. A huge slash going to be used. Now still working for it.
What?
They go for another Ogun down. Andoryuuu now up in the front. Smart Omega at least finds some form of wins here on the map.
Unbelievable coming out from Omega. I mean, AP Bren still managed to get the important objectives, but they did lose Kyle Teasy. And Chaknu with a wonderful rock block that prompted the kill to Ogwin. And then Jom, obviously, we saw that was able to dodge the ultimate, the Eternal Guard coming out from Pew, without having to commit his Purify. So that's really good. He just nudged himself a little bit to the left and he was already able to keep himself alive.
And with that, then this upcoming Lord fight, almost all, if not all battle spells on the hands of Omega is available. Will be crucial in terms of contesting this Lord. But still, it is a 4K gold lead in the hands of AP Bren. It might just be tough to give away this Lord for free or mainly just take it for themselves.
Looks like it's somehow going to pick off here, but yeah, given the situation, given the fact that they're down this much, they have to be very careful on how they approach the dance for this first Lord here.
I mean, we saw a long-ass dance earlier. Let's see if we're going to see it again.
So before, it was always Andoryuuu missing the shot when it comes to his heavy spin, but if he lands this one, the big one on the first Lord, everything in the early game will be erased.
Yeah. Well, they're going to put the pressure on Andoryuuu. It's Pando in the front side. Conceal going to be used. Jom now part of the fight. Ukir holding on to the Eternal Guard. There's one guard, comes down. The final slash already two. Heavy spin's going to find Ogwin into the guard. Ogwin's going to fall, but they lose Chaknu as well. Both roamers down. Lord's going to go for the reset. Kyle Teasy up front. Ryota in trouble. Appraiser's Wrath will come down, and now he's in trouble as Ryota falls. AP Bren wins the fight.
3v4 scenario. Will Omega continue the contest? Pando just in front of Andoryuuu. Might just go for the full combo once again. Nice Terrify coming in from View. Look at that!
Whole lot of CC, and Andoryuuu can't withstand it. as he falls. And now this is a sign, AP Bren up for the Lord.
This is going to be the Lord secured by AP Bren. Omega's gonna surrender it, but it is a level 1 Lord. Can Omega clear this as fast as possible?
Do they have the tools? I'm thinking it's not as fast as the previous game, but they do have the Valentina and they do have the Claude. So this can be defended by Omega, and Ryota has the Final Slash and Flicker too, so that's also another option for them. I think that AP Bren will just settle for taking out the outer turrets. Gonna be very happy with that with the first Lord take. But we can see the real strength of AP Bren's composition. Overloading crowd control on the side of Omega means that they will always have chances for pickoffs.
Yeah, and Pando just zoning out the jungler again and again. Ogwin making sure that his presence is felt on the backside of that turret as the siege continues. There are minions in the top side, a Lord on the bottom lane as well. Jome quickly dodges the punch coming in from Pando as another turret goes down in the mid lane.
As Wolf said, most likely you're just going to lose these turrets. We'll be able to hold on to the base ones for now. This is the first Lord. Eternal Guard going to be used as well, keeping them at bay. Final Slash as well to clear some of that space. They take a little bit of damage, but still hold on to the best they can. They lose the turret here, so for now, Smart Omega finds himself nearly 10k behind.
Oh man, this is a really good scenario for AP Bren. They don't need to end the game just now, but the fact that they have taken away an inhibitor in the bottom lane, and they might even take the one in the top lane or the mid lane, looking real good.
Yeah, they want to force this. Eternal Guard going to be using it, the knockup. They just want this turret a couple of hits away. No minions, though, to help them get it. So Smart Omega backs against the wall once again. Can they buy the same amount of time as the previous games to turn things around here?
This mission successful already for AP Bren. They were able to take down one inhibitor turret and severely damage the others. One big Lord push, one more Luminous Lord could change all of that for AP Bren. And as we approach that potential Luminous Lord fight for Omega, even against this 9k gold lead, is it safe to say that they will contest? Or is it safer to say that they will defend?
Just defend, I think, at this point for Omega. Unless Andoryuuu finds a big opening. But the fact that they already did this twice, now AP Bren will always check that Y bush.
Oh.
He already showed that he tries to do that.
A little sidestep there, waiting for the rest of the team to make their way. Retry was used as well, but he will.
Oh no,
alive.
Super!
Super Mark goes all right.
It's okay.
Uses that Lycan form to get out of there.
Brother, that gave me that gave me so much feelings in my head.
Bush check.
Bush check, marksman. Please, bruh. That is something that I am so scared to see. And they're gonna start this
Not in the
Lord.
Philippines, though.
Not in the Philippines, you know. People are just way too good.
Yep.
And now they're gonna start this Lord. This is a Luminous Lord, which means it will bump on that turret. Ogwin.
Gonna use that conceal. This time around, there's no space for them to work with. Tossed over into the Eternal Guard. Andoryuuu can't get away from that. And now they force him back further. But AP Bren easily gonna get this Lord here.
A step too far with a 10k gold lead. Anyone is in danger. Even Pando is denying Jome out of the orange buff off Omega. This might just be a big push. This might just be a game 3 if AP Bren ends this right now.
Very clean so far from AP Bren. Working on it. Final Flash going to be used as well into the Eternal Guard. They want to battle it out already. Big Jome goes in to clear it out, but they can't get enough. Ukir goes in on the backside, but he gets caught out, thrown up, and deleted. And now AP Bren, even without the Lord, they don't have time for it. They'll work on the base. They try to keep it together, but Smart Omega can't handle the heat as AP Bren takes it to game 3.
Game 3 secured. M5 World Champs showing Smart Omega how versatile, how fast they could adapt from that composition that took game 1.
My personal MVP of that game is Pando. Even at that last moment, they were able to stop Andoryuuu from popping the heavy spin. Yeah, surely, that's difficult to do. And it is true. the heavy spin can be cancelled by knockups if you time it perfectly. And what are the CC immune knockup sources coming out from AP Bren? Maybe Pando's knockout strike. You also have Few with the knockup as well, so that can come from a long distance. And there's just a lot of stuns coming up from AP Bren. Look pretty simple because that's literally what all they needed to do. They just have to overload Omega, and overload they did.
Yeah, and they stick to their win conditions. They adapted from game number 1. Definitely the quality of a world champion. And now that Omega's win streak just officially ended, is it safe to say that they have to find a new strategy, or was it in terms of like execution? That's where we look at the game result of number 2.
It's tough. It's tough when you think about it, because this game right here, very stark contrast from game 1. And AP Bren it was a very clean game from them. And it started with chaos in the beginning on the macro level. And Few right here, MVP for the game, was a part of that puzzle.
A lot of pokes that came from Few, or this Vexana outplaying the Grok eventually. And then, obviously, winning the mid-lane matchup. Also picked up the Exhort Boots very early to this game, prior to 8 minutes. And also dealt a lot of damage. And we're going to see through the highlights for sure how good Few was, how on point he was on targeting, on choosing the right targets. And then also, keeping enough distance from himself away from the Valentina, which eventually Ukir had to really dive so that he's just able to pop the ultimate IMU onto himself. Kaltizi also played this game so well. Unfortunately for Omega, I kind of felt like even when the Akai was a really good pick, it seems like Andoryuuu is not a player that really have mastered this Akai. There's so many missed moments, and he got poked so much in this game that despite him having the ultimate that will change the tides for Omega, he's always either too early on showing himself or way too early on popping the ultimate, and the target selection wasn't there as well. And it wasn't just his fault. It's probably Omega not having enough time to practice this Akai, or maybe AP Bren have been forcing so many errors on this Akai. Case in point, what Pando is doing, always keeping Ogwen as well as Pando, making sure that Andoryuuu is in a bad spot. They pop the ultimate, and onto this defense coming out from Omega, there's just no damage. Jome didn't have enough time to really ramp up when it comes to his items, and the fact that there's so many knockups coming out from AP Bren meant that the Blazing Duet will never be safe for the side of Omega to pop. And now we can see AP Bren regaining their focus, regaining their composure. Very clean takes on all of the Lord fights that we've seen in this 15-minute game. We've seen only 2, but both of them looked perfect. The 3 turtles that AP Bren were able to take is also perfectly executed, as well as them stealing away the buffs coming out from Omega. So the very first kill onto Andoryuuu into the bottom lane, which was started by Kaltizi, just chain stunning Andoryuuu in combination with Pando. Andoryuuu had to pop the heavy spin, did not die, but had to recall back to base. What happened afterwards was Ogwen immediately went for the orange buff, stealing that away from Omega. So that's 11-3 when it comes to all of the orange buffs stolen away. And because Andoryuuu wasn't in the vicinity during that first turtle fight, we saw that Kaltizi didn't have to pop the retribution. After taking the turtle, he immediately went to the purple buff. And because Andoryuuu was taking so much damage around that orange buff, second orange buff in fact, where Ogwen was just invading, was way too low from a primal wrath that he didn't have enough HP to contest for the purple buff. Also had to pop the retribution and will lose his purple buff. Afterwards, it was a constant cycle of AP Bren getting the neutral objectives into the neutral creeps into the jungle of Omega, denying Andoryuuu of so much farm and EXP in this particular game. Let's look at the other stats. Damage taken, that's immediately just on the side of Omega. The kiting from AP Bren as well as the pokes that you saw from Few allowed AP Bren to be comfortable in their positioning. Omega, not even a chance for them to find the good formation for their squad to eventually contest AP Bren in important objectives. Damage dealt, that's totally on AP Bren's side. Total dominance eventually. This game lasted 15 minutes, but it was AP Bren who was in control all along. And now to answer your question, Womi, should it be what should be the adjustment? Should it be different from Omega? I think that they just have to resolve back to the typical composition that they have. They have a catch hero for Chaknu, and they have sustain for Ukir. I really lobbied for the Angela to be picked up in game number 2. They chose the Valentina, understandable because they needed some sort of damage. But imagine if they had the Angela and they have a different last pick for, they have a different choice for their mid lane. This will be totally different, you know?
Yep.
And at this point, it has already been tallied. We are going to game number 3, and just right in the script, this is really something that everybody wants to see. And again, let's talk about implications here as we wait on to the game number 3 draft. If Omega loses game number 3, they're still in for playoffs contention, right?
Yep. Which is still dependent on the match for later.
Exactly.
With
exactly.
Blacklist and ONIC.
So no matter what happens for Omega to stay in the competition,
the next match matters.
Blacklist has to mirror that result.
Yeah.
That's the simple way of looking at it.
And it's not easy for Blacklist as well because they're going up against ONIC, which is one of the hottest teams right now in the regular season. So let's just say that we've already talked about Omega losing this one. If Omega wins this against AP Bren, it's going to be a tougher battle for Blacklist.
Exactly.
Because they have to go 2-1 or 2-0 against ONIC. Wow.
Exactly.
And considering who Blacklist still has for the even next week, in comparison who Smart Omega has.
If I'm not mistaken, Blacklist will have to face Echo and Bren next week. While for Omega, it will be TNC.
And that's it.
And Minana Evo.
TNC and Minana Evo. So at least teams that are not within top 3. So AP Bren, definitely something that really hard to face. But we're gonna look in the story of Few. So Few, what's up there?
Something na na-achieve ko. Siguro wala eh. Kasi ayoko isipin na nagtagumpay na ako, baka dun tumigil yung karir ko eh. So kahit yung season, next season, iniisip ko na kahit mag-champion kami, tuloy-tuloy pa rin na may inihin pa rin kaming goal. Sa lahat ng champion ko, lalo na ngayong season 13, pinaka-inspirasyon ko talaga yung lahat ng tao naniniwala sa akin. Family ko man, partner ko, fans, management, coach, players, teammates ko, yun. Basta lahat na naniniwala sa akin doon kanina.
Spoken like a true GOAT.
Yep.
I love the answer, the maturity of that guy, and the longevity of his career. By the way, I think this is public information as well. There are articles about it. I think Icy, his partner, they just did a shoot with AP Bren merch and all. So congratulations, Few. Think life is going to be good for him regardless of what happens this season. Being a world champion and all, wow. He is the goal. Like, I know we're talking about the entire match, but I just got to say that if you're an MPL Philippine player, you have to emulate your inner Few.
I don't want kids.
What?
Isn't that what they say? I don't want your kids?
That's true. I don't know my kids. By the way, you can assemble your own community tournament and be part of eProject Esports for everyone and show the world your impeccable esports prowess.
Enjoy the tournament access mode, free in-game items, diamonds, and much more. All you guys have to do is go ahead and register using the QR code down below.
Who knows? You could be the next Few. Your kid might be the next Few. Nice-u.
My kid.
You don't have kids yet?
I don't.
My bad. How about your kid could be the next Few?
You'll have to wait for maybe 30 more years.
30?
Because he's only 21.
21.
Oh, I see. Damn, I never thought that we were like in the same age bracket, you know? How about you? How old are you?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm in my 40s.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so it's,
very honest, you know? Well, that's what we love about you, Nice-u. And you achieved the top 1 global gold when? You were around 35?
I was about 36.
36, I say. And what were you doing in your 20s?
Well, you're asking
I was eating tuna, man.
Oh, you're eating tuna. You know,
yeah.
Never Google Nice-u tuna.
Yeah. Never Google.
Never
Don't
Google.
try. Don't try.
Don't try it. Don't search it on the
Hey,
internet.
you know what? Let me just, since you brought it out here, let me just throw it out. on the next episode of the podcast,
Okay.
I am taking a trip down memory lane.
Okay.
Talking about my experience
Okay.
as Tuna Nice.
All right.
Tuna
You
Nice.
know, stay tuned in that podcast
Built Diff.
episode for Tuna
Built
Nice's
Diff.
Built Diff. And you guys could also get rewards that are Built Diff from our live stream of viewer rewards available in our TikTok, a goodie bag lottery event. You could be one of the lucky winners.
Here's the steps you guys have to follow. All you have to do is head on over to TikTok if you're not there already. Go to the official TikTok page at MPLPH_official. Click the official live stream, and then it's going to be at your top left.
Yeah, over here.
I think that's right. Top left to grab that goodie bag.
And with that, the draft is about to enter once more. I think looking back at game number 2, there were bans against the working lineup of Omega, taking away the Faramis, taking away the Nathan and the Baksha. How do you even emulate? Are there like alternatives for Okir here?
Yeah, like I said, Angela would have been perfect. Like Angela Claude, Arlet, Angela, it's a really good combo. But then they can finish it up with a different pickup, not the Akai, right? Maybe somewhere along the lines of Joy Jungle or even Nolan. Nolan is open in this case.
Like you
know?
called the Akai, you
Yeah.
know, and it unfortunately didn't work out.
Yeah, but the thing is, it kind of felt like Andoryuuu, and I'm not saying this to kind of downplay what Andoryuuu was able to do, but it kind of felt like Omega as a team is not used to Andoryuuu playing Akai, and Andoryuuu himself doesn't look like he's that adept with the Akai.
That's true.
If you look at the Akai performances, like I don't know, Taz or maybe Sensui,
Even
right?
Kaizen,
right? They're more on point with their positioning. They don't get poked. They take care of their jungle, and that's the reason why they lost that game as well.
Yeah, I think he was a good Akai. Like Andoryuuu is a good Akai, but he's not one of those Akais that has this second nature positioning.
Yes, exactly.
Where people just be surprised that, hey, that's a heavy spin angle.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how did he get the heavy spin? Like sometimes when you watch those type of Akai players, that's what they pull off. Unfortunately for Andoryuuu, it didn't work that time.
And I think at this point as well, the Grok has stayed open for Chaknu. Do you think that this might be the case as well for game number 3? Give away the Grok and eventually target the others.
I think that's I don't know. If Chaknu gets his hands on the Grok again, he can still do the big plays, but I'd love to see him play a different hero this time around.
Yeah, maybe the Mathilda. Hopefully it's open.
Yeah.
You know, did get a few nerfs, but right now we are entering the draft of game number 3. A lot of bans already locked in. Looking at the bans from AP Bren, looks like they're baiting out the Fredrin. It's like they're begging for Fredrin to be picked.
But the Matilda is also open. I think that AP Bren are also planning that. Maybe what they are planning to do is to give the Matilda, force that one out, and then they pick up Nolan. Because that's the thing, like Nolan, you know, among all of the hard lockdowns, Matilda is a hero that doesn't really counter the assassins that much because of the lockdown. So that might be the idea here for AP Bren. A shift in pace.
Let's see if they're going to take the bait or maybe even swerve a bit. The Arlet is banned here in this game, but looks like they're going to go for the Fredrin instead. But that does open up the Mathilda for the side of AP Bren.
Yep.
Why are they laughing? Oh my god.
They're
the mental, dude.
Yep. They're like I said, the morale's still obviously high even after game 2, man.
Yeah. So number 1, don't give the Faramis for AP Bren. So maybe they pick it up. I think that they might go Faramis Matilda. Faramis Harith.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
So the Mathilda is open still for Omega.
Oh man,
you can't pass that up. If you give Mathilda for Ramis to a teammate, you're just saying thanks for the free win, bro.
Matilda Nathan.
Yeah,
could be the choice here for Omega.
Let's see if it's going to be that case. The Fredrin already locked in. They have crowd control and a beefy frontliner. They could have sustained or additional crowd control, but the Minotaur is banned, so they can't have both.
Yeah. Well, the benefit of getting the Nathan is that it counters the Harith in many ways. It's a good 1v1 as well. So they go Valentina instead.
Always on the way.
And the Mathilda.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, if you want the Netherrealm plus the sustain coming in from Mathilda, perfect Valentina.
That's right. And Fredrin Faramis is always a valid combo. The Valentina Valentina, Fredrin can work if they're facing against the families because they can just copy the NetherRealm anyway. So yeah, I think the idea was there for sure.
Yeah, definitely there.
And as you can see, we're getting a bit handsy over here. Last pick on the side of AP Bren. They do have the Faramis already, which means they will have sustain. But the question remains, do they get crowd control paired with that one? Look at the KDA. This guy is insane.
Insane. I think the choice here is Akai or Benedetta, I believe.
Hey man, I love me a good Benedetta.
Edith
the
is
hunter
also
of
good.
all the evil gods.
Edith once more, but gotta say this is a flex pick. I
Yeah.
know Ogwen has been using this, but it's impossible. Pandor doesn't know how to play this. Not gonna lie, Edith is one of the easiest heroes that you could pick up.
It's a little, yeah.
For you.
Nah,
Yeah.
dude. Not me.
1-2.
It's a 2-1, bro.
Oh,
if you
sorry,
do
the
if you do
2-1.
1-2, it's not guaranteed.
The 2-1.
Nothing trumps Uranus, man. That's why I love that hero.
Sorry, I call everything the 1-2. You know why? Because that's scored like 1-2.
1-2, I see.
So literally everything is just a 1-2.
Somebody's trying to get a cough skin.
He's drawing.
He's drawing. All right, that's one. That's a Lightborn Fanny. If I'm. All right, Lightborn Fanny. That's
Got the
good.
Lightborn.
All right, show me the bingo, brother. Come on, game.
Bing it.
Give it. Oh, dude just lost the lottery. Good thing you guys could still get
gonna
the
do it again.
TikTok
He's gonna do it
lottery,
again.
and he's gonna do it again. This guy is getting impossible that he doesn't get it this time around.
Come on.
Impossible that he doesn't.
Oh!
No!
He got
Okay,
it, he got it, he got it, he got it.
He got
Got
it.
it.
Oh! He get the hot one too. I want one.
Congratulations.
Ray Ash. Shout out to Ray Ash.
That's right.
Congratulations.
Brother, look at that. Mm.
Okay.
So I
think,
know what favorite
I
skin
hope that
you've got.
I hope that will be the start of him not playing Guinevere anymore.
It is what it is, you
It is
know.
what it is.
Going back to the draft, and Nolan does get banned
Yep.
on the side of Omega. No assassin apart from the Joy. Hopefully, we do get to see the Ling. I miss that dude.
Oh, that would be a game to bring it out.
Exactly. The Fanny as well.
Oh, yeah, Fanny. And Kyle TZ
Oh.
is a known Fanny
That's
player.
right.
He was a Fanny god
Exactly.
in amateur.
So that is going to
Still
be.
so
Okay.
Oh,
Right.
speaking of, part of, dude.
Hey,
Let me
man.
see your script.
Hey,
Let me see
wait,
your script over here.
wait. It says that it should have been a Fanny ban.
Okay, I think
He's going off script.
Lapu Lapu is also a choice here for AP Bren, but if they do want to lobby for the Fanny in the end, I think they're going to go sustain for Pandora. So Xborg is really good. Xborg as well as Terizla is good for AP Bren, I believe.
Yeah. The Xborg, one of the menaces against utility jungle.
Yeah.
The moment that you find yourself in front of an Xborg is a moment that you would click the guiding wind back to wherever Chakna wants you to go. You know? And here we go.
What else, Wolf? What else?
What else?
What else?
This is crazy.
Wolf, what else?
I don't know. You know, it's gonna be difficult for Omega to pick up a typical gold laner like Roger and Carry. So that's pretty standard. I really feel that this is Beatrix.
Oh, Beatrix.
Beatrix.
I haven't seen that girl for a long
Exactly.
time. I
feeling
haven't
this
seen
Beatrix.
girls for a long time.
Beatrix Lapu Lapu. Come on, Ryota. Show us what you got with that Lapu Lapu.
The Lapu Lapu would be
Yeah,
intense.
that would be intense.
Yeah, especially if you're building damage build.
Yeah.
That's one of those XP laners. The moment you give him an early
Body
hunter strike.
suffers.
Hey!
Benedetta.
Benedetta?
Of course he's going to do Benedetta.
Of course. How can I forget that? Okay, they go standard with Claude. Understandable
Still
because
a good
there's
answer.
fairness. Yep.
If
You know, sometimes Wolf just
Yeah.
throws stuff out there so that he's not right all the time.
That's
It's
true.
a strategy.
It's a
you know?
strategy, you know?
When you want to stay humble, that's a strategy.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe that's what you do when you try to hide your riches, nice.
Yeah.
Last pick on the side of AP Bren.
Fanny.
What are we looking at here? Fanny?
Yep. Fanny looks good, but I guess the easiest one should be Martis or Akai. But do you really want to see a Martis and Akai this lovely Sunday evening, right? We want to see a Fanny.
I want to see a Fanny.
I would love to see a little,
Or maybe
finesse, some spice here.
Or maybe some Hayabusa.
Come on,
Yes!
Got him.
Got him!
We're high-fiving.
We're
I don't
high-fiving.
know
Got
why.
him!
There's no reason why we're high-fiving, but we are.
Visual
Of course.
representation, high
It's
fives.
been a while. Kyle TZ has
Yes,
a
sir.
reputation for being one of the best fannies in the Philippines during his amateur days, and that's entirely why it was almost always banned against Bren when they were introduced in Season 10.
Yep. And this is Omega with the really good heroes, actually. Joe with the Claude, it's pretty standard. Actually, a very,
Look at that lineup rating.
I would say a very normal lineup for Omega. That's why the lineup rating is 6.06 because they pick up the meta heroes, right? But then for AP Bren, we have the Fanny. No catch. Apart from the Fredrin, no hard lockdown coming out from Omega. It means that the Fanny will have a great time. And he has got a lot of supplements to go with this Fanny as well. So
Hey,
this
man.
is Sunday evening Mobile Legends.
This is the final game as well of this best of 3 series. The fate of the barangay falls in this game 3 result. Whatever happens here, Blacklist must do as well against ONIC. It's going to be hard if Omega does get this win against a Kyle TZ Fanny in game 3.
I love when, people are so used around the world to seeing Fredrin, Moksha, so anytime something else pops up, and it has the assassin tag on it, everybody's just like, yes!
Yeah.
Finally!
Virtually high-fiving with us.
Yes, sir.
It's been a while, and I guess the Renaissance era of Assassins is well on its way, especially with the changes around the tanks, the changes with the defensive stats as well. So AP Bren bringing out the Fanny this week for their final game of week number 6. It's very exciting, but still fast-paced. Hopefully we do see a lot of fast-paced gameplay.
Yep. Especially because AP Bren can play the Harriet as well as the Fanny. So super duper strong in the mid game. And like I said, no catch from Omega means that his Fanny is gonna be flying.
Already has that level 4 working up here on the top side, but in the mid, Ogwin could be in a little bit of trouble, takes quite a bit of damage, flickers out, and survives with 1 HP! And here comes Kyle TZ, returning the damage with the finesse AP Bren!
Wow. Look at that. That's like 3 cables, 10 fingers. I don't know, dude. How do you even pull that off?
He knows that there are no more spells for Omega, and he knows also that Chakra is just level 2 at that point. Does have the one-shot potential. Kyle TZ showing us his mastery with the Fanny.
Now the turtle being started by Omega. Few does have the Faramis ultimate here, but looks like they're going to give it away.
Now they know they have to trade this. Resources going to be taken, though. Kyle TZ working on that purple. This is Andoryuuu getting that turtle. So for Smart Omega, they at least get that objective here.
And that's really good for Omega. Jome right in front of Kyle TZ. It looks like Kyle just flies away, gives him a message that you will survive for now.
This is a warning shot.
Oh, did he actually steal that?
He gets it.
He did. The drive-by from Kyle TZ, and now still, they want to battle it out. Ogwin again could be in trouble. NetherRealm there to help them out. That's insanity, though. Ogwin will fall this time, does not get away. Ryota cleans up the kill. So Smart Omega fighting back. Kyle TZ, full health. Does he want to jump into this? There's 4 members there.
Pando might go down.
Goes in, gets taunted, can't get away. Smart Omega comes punching back.
I am glad this is how Game 3 is panning. I am glad that to be an MPL fan, this is insane. I love it.
Oh, it comes Chakno. Will not actually land that one, but Andoryuuu was able to at least get the orange buff for AP Bren. There was the drive-by steal coming up from Kyle TZ on his own purple buff, so at least when it comes to the actual number of buffs, it's quite even across the board. It's Kyle TZ getting double purple, and then Andoryuuu getting double orange.
I just realized that all of the action has been going on in mid and XP, and our gold laners was like farming. I'm spinning around the arena, chilling.
They're having the gold lane experience. That's
the gold lane experience.
The gold lane experience.
That's what they do, man. They chill.
The Gex.
It's like, when behind you, everything's on fire, and you're just sitting in that seat. That's what's going on.
The gold lane experience. The Gex.
Glex.
The Glex. Sorry, the Glex.
All right.
And now the turtle spawning already. That's the second turtle of the game. AP Bren might just start it for themselves. And Andoryuuu will still try to get his purple unless... Okay, assume too much. Unless...
It looks like he's going to get that one. So he's got it for now. Turtle's going to be up. Few could be in trouble. They get the knock up here. Now Ogwin there. Trying to keep them at bay. Ukir still holding on to the Nether Realm. A flicker comes down. Last is in, but here comes Kyle TZ swooping on in. Just driving by. Ukir gonna get pulled again. Kyle TZ on the hunt. Under the turret he goes. Can't get the kill he's looking for. So they reset for now.
Whew. A lot of a very sweaty fight coming up from both Omegas. Was AP Bren in the mid lane, but no one dying. And Andoryuuu just popping the taunt when the Primal Wrath was activated coming out from Ogwin. Good decision from himself, but now in comes the turtle fight.
Fighting for it, they go. He's going to be able to get there in time. Andoryuuu will secure it again. Another objective for Smart Omega.
Definitely a sweaty game. They're going to go for Ogwin, and looks like he's going to survive that burst down. But as Fanny flies once again, it looks like he's not going to find anyone. They're going to go for the Lethal Wanderer. Looks like Omega is starting to find the pace that they want.
Okay, doesn't have mana, but he's staying here in the mid lane. I think they have to get out from here.
Oh, Super Marco getting caught out, gets that energy eruption. The taunt's there, but they just disengage once again. What's important here, Kyle TZ to get these purple buffs and then get ready for a fight. Ryota on the top side, though.
Ryota just split push in as a Benedetta should.
Again, they're going to jump in. They're crashing down on him. Can't get the kill, though, just yet. They're going to flicker around from Pando. Andoryuuu very far up front, but he will be fine. Whew, both teams.
Still, breathing room here for both teams. 1 minute before the last turtle of the game. Ryota on this Benedetta. Gotta say, I'm surprised. I'm not used to seeing Ryota using this Benedetta, but he's doing well.
Yep. Already up with the hip to seize. Casual Dreadnought armor, that's quite a requirement for almost all of the members of Omega. It means that they will survive from the flurry coming out from Kyle TZ. I think Ukir should also consider that despite him being a mage.
How about a Dominance Ice for this mage? There are some mages right now that picks up the Dominance Ice for some reason.
Yeah. I wish I don't meet that in my ranking.
Nah, it's just the Vixana because it also shares that passive with the EG Boy or Eternal Guard.
Still, I wish I don't meet that.
Why? It works, bro.
I'm all about the big tam.
I see.
Oh, are you?
I am.
Oh, that big dam?
And now Kyle TZ trying to find the new
opportunity. Ogwin gonna jump in now, waiting for the rest here. Kyle TZ calls back. They retreat for now, but they wanted to do so. Ogwin still going in, and now they're gonna have to feel with this. But look at Ryota fighting for the purple. Meanwhile, in the mid lane now, Super Marco on the run, already using that Zaman Force.
Oh no.
Forced out of the purple buff. Now Ryota. There's chaos everywhere here.
2 fights in one big place. As the turtle is started by Omega, Pando does have a good position here to burn down the turtle, wiggle him down, but looks like they're going to give it away to Omega. That's 3 turtles secured for the barangay.
Exactly. Ryota just doing the right moves, keeping his stabs onto Kyle TZ. Kyle TZ had to go down to the bottom lane for because he had to fight Ryota, but that bought a lot of time for Andoryuuu and the gang to establish themselves, to plant themselves into that turtle. They were able to get that. Jome is also untouched at this point. Everything looking good for the Omega squad.
And so far, so good for Omega. They're going to look for Kyle TZ once again. The burst damage coming in from Ryota. Oh, look at that, Ogwin!
Ogwin could be in trouble, has to use a Primal Wrath. Few gets the drag with the Stampede.
Oh!
Appraiser's Wrath will not be enough to cap off Ogwin. And Smart Omega looking pretty good right now. They want to get this tier 1 down in mid lane before that Lord comes up.
That is the second time Ogwin survived on Appraiser's Wrath with a sliver of health. Zaman Force used as well.
Gonna be used to clear this wave out for now. Jome working on it. But will they be able to get it? That Dexter is working on the turret, but a couple hits away.
Yeah.
Can't hit Dexter, but also Dexter doesn't deal that much damage without the minions.
This is a purple buff dance, ladies and gentlemen.
Smart Omega gonna put the pressure here on Kyle TNC, make him work for it. The toss up
no.
comes through. Andoryuuu has to rely on the Nether Realm. Still gonna be fighting for it. Jom looking on the backside, goes in with the Blazing Duet, forcing them back into the Zombie Force. And it's AP Bren trying to run. Still gonna be alive though. Flicker comes down. Ryota gets stopped in his tracks. No one goes down. All that for the purple.
All that for the purple. Omega gets it. Actually, clutch NetherRealm usage coming out from Mook here. And clutch jump coming out from Joe with the Purified. He went in advance. And at this point, like, they're just leaving one of the small serpent, or what's it called? The baby buff. I call it the baby buff. So they're just leaving that so that there will not be any exchange from Kyle TZ and this purple buff.
That was such an important buff for AP Bren.
That's right.
Omega knows that this Fanny feeds and needs on that purple buff. And that's something that you should be doing. But
Ryota with the Electro final blow. All he's going to be able to do is buy some time. He's going to get cut off here. The team knows.
Eye for an eye.
He buys time for Smart Omega to secure themselves the Lord. Worth it.
Worth it. For sure. But that means another purple buff dance. Wait for that in 15 seconds. It's gonna be another tussle in the jungle of AP Bren.
But looks like they're not gonna wait for that. Andoryuuu goes in. Jaknu with the guiding wind as well. Might go for the ultimate. What?
They're gonna crash down. Energy eruption to top them up. They get the Nether Realm themselves. Kyle TZ has to get out of there. He's gonna lose his purple this time. Razor's Wrath will force them back further, and the flickers all come out as Jom keeps them at bay. AP Bren again, this time with their backs against the wall.
Omega with a 3,000 gold lead, 11 minutes in. This is the 7th seed team up against the current world champions of 3rd seed Bren. What is happening?
Confidence of Omega, that is what's happening. And the fact that they're punishing AP Bren from picking up this Fanny. Valentina from Ukir also paying so much dividends for Omega.
And they're going up against a Fanny that is of legends. AP Bren behind of Omega as the siege continues. They're looking for turrets, they're looking for fights. They have the confidence, they have the damage, and they have the Lord marching down bottom lane.
Working on the turret. Shield's going to be popped here. Still working for it. Last Insanity going to be used to clear out the best they can. AP Bren will hold on to the turret for now. They lose a little bit of health. Kyle TZ, though, jumping on Jom. Won't be able to get him. It's crazy to see Jom 0-0-0 at this time, but he is online.
And it's crazy that he had 0 reaction, too. Like, imagine a Fanny flying by with full intent to kill, but look at that!
Get the knock up with the circling heal. Now the Zombie Force. Jaknu has to get out of there. Gets the Nether Realm exhausted as well. Kyle TZ knows these resources are down.
Oh no!
To cut them off here. Here's the stun. Ukir could be in trouble. Still going to be fighting for it. Kyle TZ, though, will get this purple. He gets forced out. AP Bren wants to help him out, but they're going to have to give this up as well.
Yeah. Wow. No space given. No purple buff. Kyle TZ, total purple drought in this game. Fortunately for AP Bren, he hasn't died yet. And he does have 100% kill participation in this game.
Oh wow. The shot calling coming in from Omega definitely improved. They knew for a fact that Fanny will be looking for the purple, and they waited. They turned immediately. They made sure that Kyle TZ will not touch his buff again for 3 times already. As the Lord, 10 seconds from now, the Luminous Lord will be spawning in the Land of Dawn.
Gonna be scouting out the area. All AP Bren can do is to go for the long lane play. That is what Kyle TZ is doing. May be able to push the bottom lane if they're fast enough. And it's gonna be up to Pando to slow down this Lord take, but come on, man.
Oh, he could be in trouble. Pando has to flicker out.
Jaknu!
Chase down. Jaknu forces them back even further. Electro final blow to stun him up, and Pando's gonna be down. Still with another row. They surge on through. Kyle TZ on the bottom side pushing on, but Smart Omega continues the battle. Here comes Kyle TZ. Caps the kill. 2 down, but it's a trade the 2 for 3.
2 for 3 plus 2 turrets downside, and Omega fails to secure the Lord, but looks like they're going to contest it with a purple again.
Oh, this might be the... Oh, look at how fast they take it. Wow, Jome. As well as Ukir, they're on point. However, Omega, I think that generally they have lost that fight because they did take... AP Bren were able to get 2 turrets down the bottom lane because of what KLTC did. And Omega overheats. After taking out Pando or forcing that flicker, they should have just focused on getting the objective. And had it been that case, it will be clearer. KLTC, fortunately for Omega, didn't manage to get his own purple buff. So there's some small wins for Omega, but generally a big win for AP Bren.
2k gold lead still in the hands of Omega as they start this Lord. They might just immediately turn here. BMI still available for Jome, but look at the burst damage. Super Marco severely wounded as well.
Yeah, they're going to have to go ahead and readjust from here. Shaq with the circling eagle, forcing them back further. Lord, a fourth of the health here. KLTC on the top side. Might look for his own miracle play. Can't get it though. Andoryuuu and Smart Omega will secure the Lord.
Luminous Lord secured for the Barangay. They might just push topside immediately. Ogren forced to dash. Almost all ultimates are available here for the side of Omega. And look at the damage dealt by Jome and Super Marco.
Yep. The battle of gold laners, EXP laners showing us a different style of duel between the junglers. What a good Sunday evening we're gonna have.
Petrify used up here for Ryota. Big battle spell there, burned in front of KLTC. It looks like he's gonna cut the wave.
Yeah.
4v5 scenario.
His goal was to usher the Lord down the bottom lane, so I think he already achieved it.
Did that, bought time again. Even brought it to the half health. AP Bren doesn't have KLTC just yet. He is going to make his way back to base here, though.
Going to be able to recall, too.
Yeah, there's a jump from the Lord. First dash.
Battle spells available here for the side of Omega. Chakdu flies in, finds no one.
They have to defend this. They're going to lose that mid turret as well. Still pressure in here. Super Marco with the dominant force. KLTC is going to jump in, but they have their own Nether Realm. And now AP Bren dealing with the tossed up from Andoryuuu. Still keeping it together. Electro final blow going to be used as well. They keep the mortality down. KLTC on the chase, but he goes back. AP Bren, they lose 2 base turrets.
Clutch Electo final blow coming in from Ryota, burning down the HP of Ogren. Had to dash out immediately before he even landed hits.
Oh, Pando.
Oh, Pando still has quite a bit of armor. Zaman
no
Force also
immortality.
going to be used. Has to flicker out. Jome though can't get the last hits he's looking for. Dude was there as well. KLTC once again. Oh
no!
We got to take a breather.
Gotta breathe, man.
Oh no.
Things are getting too heated in the land of Dawn. You could feel it in the venue as well. Whew. Fans are just waiting for things to happen, and people are just flexing their boyfriends and girlfriends. Whew. Oh, I wonder if that's the Philippine crowd meta. Like, you gotta flex your partner, you know?
It seems so. And, oh man, I think Ukir is undoubtedly the game changer in this game number 3. His timing of the Valentino, timing of the NetherRealm usage, always on point. KLTC cannot find the opening. And the fact that they have taken away the purple buff for what? About
4 times.
4 times, right? So that's 8 minutes of drought for KLTC. Maybe even more, actually. So more than 8 minutes. I would guess 10 minutes of not having the purple buff. So you saw some glimpses of that, the effect of that, right? So when KLTC tried to run from the base to the middle, right after the turret, the inhibitor turret, they already backed out because he knows that he will not have enough energy to kind of go from left to right wall of that mid lane.
Oh wow, that's a huge part of Fanny's mobility. And it's like sticking to an intermittent diet, except they wouldn't really give you food until you're almost starving.
Yeah.
So that's not intermittent, that's torture.
Yeah, it's 1 meal a day so far.
Yeah, you know, OMAD.
Yeah, that's right, OMAD.
OMAD.
Only
one meal a day.
One meal a day.
You like,
one purple buff.
You like OMAD, Womi?
Yes, I love OMAD. All kinds of it, you know.
Why?
Yeah,
it's healthy.
It's healthy, man. It's healthy.
Ducky is under. Ducky likes OMAD.
Yeah, Ducky likes OMAD.
Ducky is on OMAD, right?
Yes, Ducky is on OMAD, and he also does water fasting.
Yeah.
Tells me, I'm not sure if it's true or not. I do not know how to fact check this. Naisu, you're a good health person. Is a 14-day water fast possible? You're laughing.
I know
but-
the answer to that. Yes, it's possible, but not while you're working.
Okay,
the 14-day fasting is literally just you staying in bed because you need nutrients to move basically.
Okay, so
that's what I was gonna say. I think you can do it, but I wouldn't advise it.
Yeah.
Ducky has done it once. Told me that it was a 14-day fast.
Yeah, I think that I think it was also that they were also on a break during that time.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is indeed possible.
Just drink water, bro.
Yeah, it's. But the thing is, you reset really everything in your body.
It's like, oh, you're hungry? Here, just drink some water.
Exactly.
Oh wow!
I've seen a video of a 30-day fast, and what happened was that guy needed to kind of acclimate again to eating because his body doesn't know how to digest anymore.
Oh wow, that is scary. I don't
Yeah.
want to be in that part. I want my sinigang, I want my bagnet, I want my tapsi. This is why I'm kind of chubby, but I'm okay with that, But now, we're going to praise his wrath back to the land of Dawn. Back to this crucial game number 3 between AP Bren and Smart Omega. With Omega, 5K gold lead. Wow.
Another purple.
And another purple gone.
Like, this is how bad they want to help secure those buffs. So this could be in trouble now.
Oh!
Eagle coming out from Jack. Get 3 members. Last Insanity going to be used as well. Carlton's going to be jumping in.
Open.
Everybody go there, but he's taken out. Ryota with a master play. And they get taken out. It's a triple. It's a maniac for Ryota.
I can't believe this. My eyes. The
Give him the
return of
savage.
Jack
Come on, give him the savage.
He's taken down. He gets it. And Smart Omega rallies with the Mamba, and they topple the Goliath AP Bren.
The venom of Jack Mamba is enough. Enough to secure a win against the M5 World Champions.
Story hasn't ended yet. Omega slowly taking those check boxes of the road back to the playoffs.
And
in this time, look at how much they did against AP Bren. They rid Count Easy of a purple buff for what, 16 minutes?
Wow.
Not really, actually, just 12.
Around that area, but still an impressive win for the Barangay. And now the ball is in Blacklist's court. Blacklist cannot lose against ONIC, or it will be even harder for them.
Wow. What a series. What a Sunday. Man. And just when you think, too, what a game for Ryota. For this one to just show
savage.
up. A savage.
A savage on his Benedetta, but still, round of applause for AP Bren. The M5 World Champions still in contention for top 3 of the playoffs. They know for a fact that they gave it them their all, but at this point, you just gotta be impressed with how Omega turned a 180 inside this regular season, inside this week 6.
When it all mattered.
When it all mattered.
When it all mattered.
Insane.
The script, man, you wrote it so well, Wami.
Thank you. You know, I'm a literature major. I had to write it well. But this time, of course, we're gonna have to talk to Smart Omega. It's just a lot of joy, a lot of happiness for this team, and we're gonna share that with our host, with Mara Aquino and Hans Galleria. Please take to the stage.
All right, everybody, let me hear it from you. One shot. Ang galing. Wait, nasan si Chaknu? Nasan si Chaknu? Ang galing nyo! Congratulations! Chaknu, never say die talaga yung sigaw ng bagong barangay. Gaano ka-importante, gaano kahalaga sa'yo na defeat nyo yung world champion? Pagkabalik mo, Dalawa kagad yung napanalo mo?
Wagit mo. Sobrang halaga na ito kasi dagdag confident din sa amin to sa mga kampi ko eh. Ayun lang.
Sa mataas na confidence mo.
Oo, sa laro.
Ano ba yung nagpapadagdag ng confidence ng Barangay Omega and Chakno?
Siguro pag lagi nananalo.
Siyempre, pag nananalo. Now, okay, comeback win na naman yung ginawa nyo. Anong pinag-usapan nyo pagkatapos ng Game 2? Nung nandun kayo, nag-usap kayo, nung natalo kayo, then you came back, you won again. Ano mga pinag-usapan nyo doon?
Pinag-usapan namin yung drop kung anong gagawin pa. Tapos yung mga gagawing play. Kakounterin na namin ng Game 3.
Okay. Bakit nga ba nung dumating ka, parang nabuhayan lahat? Gumaling kayo? Lason talaga kayo, no? Lagi kayo nagkukunya rin na nagsastruggle sa umpisa. And then, boom! Nilason nyo lahat, pinatumba nyo yung world champion. Bakit palaging ganon?
Siguro nagbibigay ako ng confidence sa kanila, yun lang. Tas, paano ba? Hindi ko alam. Baka masaya lang ako kakampi.
Masaya! Tama. Masaya siya kakampi. Tama.
And another person that I would like to give props to, very underrated, Ukir. Asan si Ukir?
Si Ukir, nandito si Ukir.
Ibang klase yung naging performance mo all throughout. Rinig mo yung suporta ng iyong mga former teammates. Galing ka na MDL, pinasok ka ng MPL. It's been seasons since nung muli mong pagbabalik. What changed? Ano bang nag-iba sa'yo ngayon? Kasi hindi mo lang nadadala yung team mo, you're also making them better players as well. Kamusta yung run nyo all throughout? And kamusta maging being in this situation na yung thrill, yung momentum, nasa inyo pa rin?
Siguro masarap sa feeling yung momentum, pero hindi pa rin kami makakampante. Tapos yung mga shot call di naman dahil sa akin lang yun eh. Dahil din sa mga kampi ko yun. Na-develop din ako nung nasa MDL ako. Kumbaga, sinanay ko rin yung sarili ko na nagko-call. Tapos hanggang sa MPL ako yun. Parang dinala ko yung kung ano yung natutunan ko sa baba, tapos inano ko sa taas. Tapos yun, nag-connect naman.
You know, okay, just basically said, Omega Neos, para sa inyo daw to. Okay, para sa inyo tong panalo na to. And at the same time, Mara, I'd just like to add, kasi isa sa mga huddles na napakinggan ko sa kanila ay galing kay Coach Stronger. And I just want to hear kung ano ba yung nababanggit ni Coach Stronger dati-dati pa dun sa mga huddles na meron sila.
Sa mga huddles kasi gusto ko ipaalam sa mga players namin na hindi pa sila laos. Kumbaga, kailangan lang ng time, ng moment. And siguro, yung sa time ngayon, yung history, yun yung hinahabol namin ngayon. Kaya thankful ako sa team.
Hindi pa sila laos. Yan ang big cast ng Smart Omega. And I'm sure with this performance, they're far from that. This time around, Mara, I feel like it's time to announce the MVP of game number 3, none other than Ryota. Congratulations! Ibang klase yung naging performance mo, Mare. Suportado ka na inyong team. Anong message mo sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Smart Omega?
Sa mga fans ng Omega, sa Neos, maraming salamat kasi kahit na natatalo kami, andyan pa rin sila.
There we have it. What an incredible victory. Galing sa Smart Omega. Please, make your way.
And now, congratulations once again para sa ating bagong barangay. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Congrats! Congratulations! Sabi ni Coach Stronger, buhay pa! Buhay pa! It's not over until it's over. May pag-asa pa rin ang bagong barangay. They're climbing up the standings slowly with their points.
Hindi lang basta-basta yung kanilang tinalo. 2 straight, 6 points this week. That is gonna be crucial para makarating sila for another hope at a playoff run.
And the bottom teams, they could actually ruin the positioning of the top teams. Kaya every game, every series matters. Now let's see what our casters have to say about that. Casters, paso.
Thanks, Mara and Naz. Every time I have idle thoughts, I'm just like, week 6 is goated.
Yes, sir.
Week 6 is goated. Right in the script, baby.
Well done.
Right in the script.
Well written.
Ryota ending it with a savage. Fanny comeback coming in from Holy. This series, our MVP, of course, is Ryota with the savage Benedetta.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about this one.
You saw in that last clash, big damn coming out from Ryota. And interestingly, there was a little bit of a mix-up that Omega did. Instead of copying Ukir's, Fuse ultimate, Ukir actually opted to go for the X-Borg ultimate in that case. And that actually prompted the entirety of AP Bren to commit. Like, they were trying to run, but then after seeing the last Insanity pop by Ukir, you can see that AP Bren fought against Omega. And that was the nail in the coffin. But let's look at the highlights once again. The aggression coming out from Omega. Well-timed. Ryota starting the game with a wonderful 2K. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that was a 2K. 2-0-1. Then they eventually just continued controlling the orange buff. Ukir was always on point with the pop, with the Netherrealm pop. And even after losing some of their members, they still managed to take this. And this was the last clash. Look at that 3-man ultimate from Chaknu, followed up by the last Insanity. Here's the setup. AP Bren fought afterwards, but then Ryota just literally bursted everyone down from the backlines. And then Few with the gentleman death, I would say, really gave it to Ryota. I think that was a pro move, I would say, coming up from Mr. Few himself. But everybody else from Omega and AP Bren played this well. I gotta say, dude, if you're playing Calteezy and you're suffering from that invasion of on your own purple buff for 12 minutes, you would be tilted. But Calteezy still managed to play this well, only dying at the last exchange from Omega, and still managed to force out some of the big ultimates and big mispositions coming out from Omega. But that wasn't enough, unfortunately. They needed more. Super Marco and this Harith will not thrive in the late game if the Fanny is also not thriving. And with all due fairness, for AP Bren, Few was the only player in this game that died so much. Everyone else didn't. Like, Pando only died 3 times in this game. Ogwen naturally will go 0-3 as the Edith. But Omega, you can see that that their chemistry and their synergy and the way that their morale is boosted from that massive comeback in this game allowed them to just run through AP Bren, their rivals. Andoryuuu was so perfect playing this Frederick in this game. So is Ryota. And then Jom showing us how it's done with the Claude. Claude as well as Nathan. Really good plays coming up from Big J. Very confident, and also utilizes his displacement with the ultimate, as well as the Claude, as well as Dexter, as well as the BMI to be aggressive in this game. Apart from that, Omega, just the entirety of the way that they're playing this in an aggressive manner did not allow AP Bren to breathe. And it's understandable that AP Bren went for this play because of the fact that they are playing and rocking the Fanny. There was an exchange that really was the best for Omega when Calteezy opted to get their orange buff. What Omega did was to secure the opposing orange buff, so that opposing purple buff, I mean, and that Andoryuuu managed to equalize what Calteezy was doing. Eventually, because they left the small buff during the purple buff, and then they invaded the opposing purple buff, what Omega achieved was Calteezy's drought on this energy cost. And you can see that the overall effect of it is that he wasn't able to get through the river. So that's the idea, right? For the Fanny, you want to be aggressive if you have your own purple buff, if you have enough energy to go and cross your own side of the river. But that wasn't available. And now Chaknu, obviously a lot of impact with this Matilda. I think at this point, and I'm going to say this in advance, I think his strongest hero so far between the Minotaur Matilda as well as the Grok is this Matilda. The way that he activates his teammates, utilizing this hero, stellar performance from the Chak Mamba, the entirety of Omega just in the zone. Ukir himself, making a name for himself. And I think it was the best storyline. Thank you so much, writer Womi.
No problem. The story continues though as we enter the next matchup for Blacklist and ONIC, because this is very much connected to the result of our former series here, Omega versus
AP Bren.
and AP Bren. Sorry, I'm still lost for words here. Blacklist, they have to win. They have to mirror the result of Omega. And holy, what a series that was.
We're going to hydrate. We're going to get a little sustenance.
That's
we're
right.
going to get ready for the next matchup.
Well, hopefully we do get a great series as well in our third series. Once again, we have been your casters. His name is Umi. With me is Naisu and Wolf. MPL Philippines Season 13 will be back after a very, very short break.
13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
If you were a talent in MPL Philippines, what would you be? Would you be one of our hosts like Mara and Hans, warmly welcoming the audience when you open the show, doing the pre-show and pre-game segments during breaks and the lead-up to...
Kumusta naman ang pakiramdam ng win streak?
Yung paramdam ko ngayon, parang mas kinakabahan ako ngayon kasi win streak kami. Kasi parang ang mangyayari para sa akin, parang magiging complacent yung pakiramdam ng team. Kaya mas kinakabahan pa ako ngayon kasi ayun yung kinakatakutan ko na mangyari. Kaya ay lagi yung pinapaalala namin ng mga coach sa mga player.
Ganda. Tsaka di ba? Siyempre, titignan kayo ng mga teams. Parang gano'n, naaralin kayo eh.
Tapos yun nga, parang bawal kami mag-off card. Lalo na yung laban namin sa TNC. Parang lagi namin pinapaalala yun.
Okay. Nung pagtapos nyo dun sa Blacklist, dun sa TNC naman katapat, you mean?
Mas kinabahan pa ako sa TNC kasi bago ako matulog, parang ay talaga yung iniisip ko eh. Parang nakikita ko sa mga kampi ko, parang kampante na parang ay kaya to TNC lang, parang ganun, ay nakikita ko na parang ganun na yung tumatakbo sa utak nila. Kaya mas kinakabahan pa ako dun sa mga sarili namin kaysa dun sa mga kalaban namin.
Okay. Buti na ayos nyo. Dahil sa mga coach ba to o dahil sa... Sino bang may leader ba kayo? May captain ball na ba kayo dyan?
Tayo ito. Ayun, pinaalala ko yun kasi ako yung nakakita eh. Pero kung makita rin naman ng coach yun, malamang sabihin din talaga nila yun. Kasi parang tulungan lang din kami talaga dito eh.
Ganda.
Kung ano yung makita namin na ikakalubog ng team, sinasabi agad namin. Parang hindi na namin pinapalakas pa yung kapag para umaba pa yung mga ganong pangyayari.
Ganda. Thank you for that answer. So, yung unang-unang laban nyo, yun yung talo. 'Di ba? Yun yung naolats. Pero ang nangyari, sobrang layo naman ng performance yung afterwards. So para talaga kayong sinampal tas nagising talaga kayo. Yun yung naramdaman ko nung pinapanood kayo. Pwede mo bang ikwento sa akin paano kayo nagising bigla? Paano biglang sobrang layo nung performance nyo?
Kasi yung laban namin sa Eko, hindi rin namin alam eh. Parang para kaming colleague na para sinasapak-sapak kami tapos parang ayaw namin sumapak. Parang ganun yung nangyari. Para kami takot lahat dun sa unang namin. Siguro parang hindi ko alam sa pressure siguro na nararamdaman ng bawat isa tas hindi na-open. Pero yung after ng laban din, wala naman parang nireveal lang namin kung ba't hindi kami gumagana kasi okay naman kami. Tinignan namin kung ano yung pinaka naging error and ayun nga, parang nakita namin na, parang sobrang passive ng galaw natin parang hindi tayo to. Kaya yung nakita namin na ayun yung parang nagiging mali namin. in-adjust agad namin yung kinabukasan. Sabay yan, nag-ano kami, parang wala na kaming pake kung magkamali kami o hindi. Basta gagawin namin. O kaya kahit sino pa kalaban namin, gagawin namin kung ano ginagawa namin.
Nice. Lupit. Ang ganda ng sagot mo. Dire-diretso. Wala, di ko na kailangan mag-follow up. Kompleto na. Salamat. Salamat. Ito, usapang tungkol sa super team. So, balik tayo nung mga dati pa. Nung pagkakasimula pa lang. Nung nalaman mong papunta si King Kong, si Kelra, naramdam mo ba na parang, ay, super team kami?
Hindi ko naramdaman yun na gano'n Kasi siguro super walang achievement kami yun. Kasi si Keller lang yung walang achievement Ay, si Keller lang yung meron Kami, kaming lahat wala kaming achievement Kaya di ko alam ba't kami tinatawag na super team. Para sa akin yung super team yung yung AP Bren. Ay sobrang daming na champion na international yun. Ay yung super team. Kami na na King Kong na walang achievement, Keller na walang champion. Parang matatawag na super team yun para sa akin. Para siguro super Keller at super King Kong pwede ba? Kami parang wala naman. Parang hindi ko naramdaman na super team kami. Mas na-pressure pa ako kung paano pagsisingkin yung buong chemistry namin 5 kaysa dun sa sinasabi na super team kami.
Yun na-open up mo na rin about dun sa pressure yun kasi yung next question ko nung pagdating sa inyo, syempre, sabi mo nga mismo kayo, wala kayong achievement. Tapos ikaw, matagal ka na sa scene. Parang on and off, di ba? Yung mga performances nyo as a team. Kahit yung mga dati mo mga pinanggalingan, parang ganun, on and off. Ngayon, pagdating nila King Kong at Kelra, hindi ka ba na-pressure na ewan ko, na sumabay or yun nga, sabi mo yung chemistry, paano kayo magkakaroon ng magandang resulta, kumbaga. At syempre, ganito kasi yan, kapag yung organization yon kumuha na ng mga ganito mga superstar, di ba? Syempre, gumasto sila. Hindi parang kakapag yun ako, kailangan ko rin mag-perform kasi syempre, mataas na expectation. So, yun, nakaramdam ka ba ng pressure sa ganong way?
Sa sarili ko parang ito, yung si King nung una hindi ko pa naramdaman Pero yung una kasi parang nanalo-nalo pa kami sa scrimmage Pero yung nakita na namin yung mga nagiging butas ng team namin, parang dun ko naramdaman na kasi nung una parang nagpetiks-petiks pa ako nun Pero nung nakita na yung butas kung saan kami nahirapan, parang dun ako nakaramdam ng pressure na hindi dapat ako sumabay sa dalawa. Dapat kung may dalawa akong star player na kakampi, dapat mag-extra effort ako para ayun nga, kasi medyo rin yung dalawang yun medyo tulonggis din talaga yun dito sa bootcamp Kung sasabayan ko yung pagiging tulonggis nila, parang parang ako yung mabibigyan lalo ng pressure. Kasi sila, na yan parang superstar na yan sa iba Parang dalawa na yan. Kilala na kahit saan pa lumipat na yan, superstar na yung dalawa yan. Kaya, mas ginawa ko na lang na mas nag-effort ako sa mga review, sa mga yung pagiging captain ko na lang, mas ginawa ko na lang. Tapos yan, sa tulong din ni Coach Etomac, para na rin kami dito dalawa, parang balaw na kami sa ML Kasi umaga, tanghali, day off, pero usapan namin, puro ML lang. Buti ka wala. Nakatawa na lang kami kahit matutulog kami. ML pa rin yung pinag-uusapan. Nagtatawanan na nga lang kami ni King Kong Balaw na ba daw kami sa ML Sabi ko, swerte ka, may kakampi kang balaw na balaw sa ML. Kasi kung hindi, top 8 yung red. Sabi ko
Tama. Ay, maganda na yung pressure na naramdaman mo, tinranslate mo sa pagiging baliw nga si ML, sabi mo nga. Yun ba yung dahilan? Ba't ang bilis nyo mag-draft? Sobrang bilis nyo mag-draft
Kasi wala pa yung laban.
Alam
Talaga namin. Hinahanapan na agad namin ni Coach Etomac na lahat ng angulo na magiging butas ng drop namin, hinahanap na namin. Sabay, pag nakita namin yung butas nun, sabay, kahit anong maging resulta ng drop, parang idadala lang namin sa execution kahit ma-drop kami. Kasi may mga game din talaga na-drop kami sa TNC, sa Game 2, tsaka sa Blacklist, sa Game 2 din. Parang ginagawa na lang namin yung execution na lang. Para, ayun din. Siguro sa tulong din ng mga review na ginagawa namin. Kaya mas nakaka-adjust kami in game.
Okay. That's good. Ngayon, itong week number 3 specifically, hindi ko alam kung anong mararamdaman mo dito, pare. Kasi, ang opinion ko, sobrang layo ng performance mo sa ibang week. Itong week 3. Hindi ko ba sinasabing mahina nung ibang linggo, pero parang ang lala mo nitong week 3. Parang ikaw talaga yung nangunguna. Nakita ko talaga sobrang husay mo talaga nitong week number 3. Sabi ko nga meron bang parang alam mo yung sa Dragon Ball, yung hyperbolic time chamber. Parang ikaw mismo yung nagganon. Tapos may nangyari ng 2 weeks kasi 'di ba may break na mahaba o Holy Week. Pagbalik mo sobrang ang lupit, sobrang halimaw eh. Ano ba nangyari? Bakit ganun ka bigla maglaro nitong week 3?
Siguro kasi yung parang yung gigil na na gigil kong manalo talaga sa MPL kasi parang nga, nag-win streak kami sabay alam ko na yung kasunod nun eh. Wala naman parang kampante na talaga yung magiging kasunod nun eh. Kaya bago pa lang mag-start yung victory. Kinakalaban ko talaga yung utak ko kasi parang gusto rin ng utak ko na maging kampante kasi parang sunod-sunod naman yung panalo. Kaya parang kinakalaban ko ng utak ko na wag maging petics, wag maging kampante, parang ayun talaga parang ayun talaga yung pinaka naging kalaban ko. Pero nung papalapit na, ayan, nakikita ko naman na nakikita ko na hindi naman naging kampante yung team. Pero ayun lang yung naging katakot ko. Kaya yung nagaling mo ako nung victory nung nakita mo. Pero parang kaming 5 yun eh. Hindi ko magagawa yun kundi dahil sa mga kampi ko. Sa binibigay din na tiwala nila. Kasi sobrang tiwala din nila eh. Pag sinabi kong go ko, andun agad sila kahit anong mangyayari. Kaya sobrang gaang maglaro kasi alam mo na pag nag-initiate ka, may kakampi ka lagi na sa likod.
So, dahil siya dun sa gaan, mas dun siya dun sa pagiging magaan yung paglalaro. Kaya naging halimo ka nga nun. Yun.
Parang alam mong laging meron sa likod mo eh. Kahit mapalalim ka, hindi ka iiwan. Parang gano'n. Ayun yung nararamdaman mo kasi.
Ganda. Beautiful. Beautiful answer. Ano yung nagbago naman sa'yo sa season 13? Kasi, syempre medyo matagal ka na rin sa eksena. Hindi lang sa MPL kasi before MPL, ang tagal nyo na rin, di ba? Ikaw mismo, tagal mo nang nagtatry na makapasok sa MPL. Tapos since nakapasok ka nga, season 6, no? 6 ba? Season 6.
9 ako nakapasok.
9 ka na ba nakapasok? 9 pala.
9 na. Pero 6 nag-quali na ako. Parang 3 beses kami na ba?
Oo, tama.
Natalo.
Oo. So, 9 ka. So, pang-4 na season mo na to. 9, 10, 11. Pang-5 pala. Tapos, bago nun, sabi mo nga, 3 times ka nag-try. So, technically, mga 4 na taon ka na rin nag-ML, no? Na pro, kung isipin. So, anong nagbago nitong season 13 at parang kahit matagal ka na, may nakikita pa rin kami sa'yo na improvements?
Siguro yung nagtulong na sa improvement ko yung yung environment dito ngayon sa ONIC. Pati yun sa mga management, lalo na kay Madam Lacy na nag-set ng mga mindset namin. Hindi lang sa akin kundi sa buong team kung paano talaga tumatakbo yung isang buong team. Parang ayun yung nakatulong sa pagiging improvement ko. And yung katulad na yung kay Coach Etamak, parang may kasabay ako sa gigil kong manalo. Kasi minsan pag nararamdaman ko na ako lang yung gigil na manalo, parang nawawala yung apoy. Pero dito ngayon, halos lahat kami gigil manalo. Kaya tuloy-tuloy yung apoy na nananatili sa akin. Parang
Ganda. Thank you. Okay, sige. Ito na yung pinakahuling question, men. Sino yung gusto nyo makalaban at excited kayong talunin at bakit? At okay lang kahit syempre magra-round 2 na naman ng group stage eh. So, okay lang kahit yung nakalaban nyo na ulit. So, sino yung gusto mong kaharapin ulit?
Siguro para sa akin itong week 4. Kasi sobrang excited talaga ako Parang yung Bren yung yung basehan kung nasa na talaga kami. Kasi para sa akin ayun talaga yung super team, yung Bren. And pati sunod na yung Echo na gusto namin bawian kasi nga una namin sila nakaharap parang tulog kami. Parang gusto rin namin makita kung nasa kami. Parang sila kasi yung basehan namin yung dalawang team na yun. Kaya itong week 4, AP Bren tsaka yung Echo.
Okay.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matikin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset up. Built na kitang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. So matawag-tawag loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and weapon for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
It's the last series of the day here in MPL Philippines. Kasama natin, Sensui Oheb. How are you guys?
Okay lang po.
Okay naman? Nanonervous ba kayo? Napaka-serious nyo. Pagpasok ko dito sa room nila, medyo seryoso ang lahat. Ano ba nararamdaman natin?
Wala pa, naka-focus lang.
Very focused. Ikaw, Oheb.
Ganun din, naka-focus lang sa game mamaya.
Target locked. Okay, meron tayong question of the day. At ang ating mga manonood, pwede nyo rin ito sagutin. Ano ang summer dream vacation destination nyo? Anywhere in the world. Saan kayo pupunta?
Ako po sa Riyadh.
Sa Riyadh. I think I know why. Para sige.
Para makapaglaro sa MSC.
Para makapaglaro sa MSC. Now, kung hindi sa Riyadh yung MSC, tapos ikaw pipili ng bakasyon kahit saan, what else? Where else?
Sa na lang, Las Vegas.
Las Vegas dahil
Walang...
party?
Wala lang.
Kasi it's a city that never sleeps. Palaging may party. Nanood ka kasi ng movie na Hangover, no? Kaya yun, no? Ano naman, si Oheb naman, ikaw?
Ako sa Switzerland na lang.
Sa Switzerland? Wow,
Kasi
bongga!
nakikita ko rin sa TikTok yun parang sobrang ganda, parang hindi makatotohanan yung mga lugar doon.
Parang painting.
Parang sobrang saya puntahan, parang nakaka-relax.
Stress-free. Mahilig ka pala sa malamig. Kasi malamig doon.
Sobrang init dito eh.
Have you tried snowboarding, skateboarding?
Hindi namin na-try sa Russia eh.
Skiing pala yun. Snowboarding and skiing. Hindi pa na-try sa Russia. Pero nagustuhan mo yung Russia.
Masarap yung lamig sa Russia.
So magugustuhan mo sa Switzerland. So Switzerland for you, Riyadh, and next, Las Vegas. Great places. How about you guys? Saan nyo gusto pumunta? Your favorite destination, your dream destination. Type it down in the comment section below. At ngayon, punta naman tayo sa panig ng ONIC. Hans, pasok.
Maraming salamat, Mara. This time around, nandito tayo ngayon. Kasama natin si Boss A. Boss A, hello. At si King Kong, tsaka si Kelra. Dahil tatanungin din natin sila kung ano ba ang dream summer destination ng ONIC PH. Tama ba, Boss A? Okay, tama. Ikaw muna. Kailangan required na meron kang isasama na isa sa mga teammates mo kaya sa coaching staff ha. Sige, Kelra, bitawan mo.
Sa akin, pinakaunang gusto ko mapuntahan, Korea. Tapos isasama ko si Boss A.
Korea, tapos si Boss A.
Para siya yung magtutur sa akin doon sa Korea.
Siya yung magtutur sa'yo. Okay, ikaw, sama ka ba? Hindi ko alam kung anong nangyayari doon. Pero sige, ikaw, King Kong. Saan ka pupunta at sinong isasama mo?
Gusto ko pumunta sa Australia.
Sa Australia. Sino isasama mo sa team?
So kasama doon si Eto Max.
Si Eto Max. Bakit si Eto Max?
Pareho namin gusto makakita ng ng mga giant spider tsaka mga kangaroo.
Na mga kangaroo, yan. Tama. Knowing the tourist attraction is the most important part. Ikaw, hindi na ito tatanungin. Sabihin mo lang, casters, pasok. Go.
Casters, pasok.
Thank you, Hans and Mara. And welcome back to the English broadcast of our last series of the night. Our star match. It's Blacklist International versus ONIC Philippines. I'm Mumi. With me here is Naisu and Wolf. What is your dream vacation?
I feel like we already answered this, man. But let's ask the audience out there, what's their dream vacation?
Because guess what? We're picking one winner. No. Of course. Because jokes aside, this is Kelra's most important match against OHEB. This is practically one of the final duel. You know that one scene in John Wick 4 or 5, I'm not sure, where they just look at each other and then just start shooting? That's it. Because Blacklist may have been affected by Omega's lesson last night and the match earlier, but their chances to qualify for the playoffs remain. However, with very different conditions.
And let's take a look at these conditions for Blacklist, their playoffs hope. Scenario A, Blacklist has to secure 4 points in their 3 remaining matches. Scenario B, if Omega loses a match, Black needs to secure 2 points from their 3 remaining matches. And look at their remaining matches, by the way. It's ONIC, of course, ahead of them. And then you have, next week, Echo and RSG.
That is hard.
Difficult situation to be in. But at the same time, the mentality still remains. You need to win no matter what. Win your remaining matches. Especially because their competitor, their main contender, which was Omega, already won their game. What Blacklist needs to do, and unfortunately, no matter how we turn things around, they have to win.
Yeah.
They have to win matches.
And speaking of turning things around, this is the very reason why this is OHEB's most important match against Kelra. These two gold laners seem to have swapped their fates.
Ooh, there was a time. But you know, I actually have an interview with Kelra, and he said like, it's very nice to eventually be in that spot where they're safe in the playoffs, because ever since his time in Execration, his time in Omega, he's always on the verge of getting eliminated. And now the turn have tables.
Of course.
Yeah, the turn of tables. It's now OHEB that's in a bad spot.
The complete 180.
Yes,
It
sir.
was against Blacklist when ONIC first showed their Louis and Arlott combo. Now that we have a new patch and both teams are coming from a loss. How could this rematch fare? But again, looking at these stats, it's insane to think that in the span of 3 years, OHEB is experiencing what Kelra has already gone through throughout the years.
Exactly. Well, so many times that Kelra was put in this position, but then again, one thing is pretty much constant. When it comes to like explosive stats, you can expect that from Kelra. However, in this case, it was ONIC having stellar performance, stellar, I guess, numbers. You know, going in, if we look back at their previous match, if you remember that game, it was a series that went heavily in favor of ONIC.
Yeah, when you look at the breakdown here, just of the stats when they first met, again, we saw amazing things behind the brains of ONIC, what made it work. The Louis, like you guys mentioned, Arlott there. But even so, I'm kind of wondering now for Kelra, we're talking about him a lot of times here. And in that lane, we know how aggressive he can be, and that's why he's made waves in terms of gold laners. So I think that's where OHEB obviously has to really step up in this matchup.
Man, the average gold difference in the wins that you saw from that previous series, 12K. 12K gold difference between the two teams in the wins that we saw from ONIC. That's how one-sided that affair was.
Wow. And this time around, of course, this will be their last meetup in the regular season. So the fans are left to ask, who is the real Filipino? Who will win this game?
Well, let us know in the comments. If you're watching on the official YouTube stream, don't forget to subscribe. And then let us know. This is the star match of the day. You guys can let us know. Is it hashtag Blacklist or BLCK, or is it hashtag ONIC with your game and server ID? We're picking 4 winners for 1,000 diamonds for this one.
Wow.
It's going to be a heck of a way to end week 6.
And it's 1,000 diamonds, all of which you could use to get your KOF skins. And of course, you could also win by watching the star matches to win MPL S13 playoffs tickets for 3. So you could get your girlfriend and your girlfriend's boy best friend. Just comment your winning team in the live stream, post and tag 2 of your friends.
1 winner per match will be randomly selected and will be announced on the official pages of the MPL Philippines social media channels.
Mr. Analyst, would you bring your girlfriend's boy best friend in an MPL match?
Number 1, I don't have a girlfriend.
Oh,
but I do have several boy best friends, so I'll bring them here.
I want to be with you, bro. I want to be with you. And here are the best friends of our players. Let's welcome the marshals who will officiate the match. They ensure the fairness and integrity of our games. It's already the last series of the night. Things has been very spicy so far. Let's hope for a good one this time around. It's Blacklist International and ONIC Philippines. Players, let's get it on.
The agents brace themselves for one of their most crucial matches yet. With their sights firmly set on the playoffs, the code must prove its reliability and efficacy in this pivotal encounter. MPL Arena, give it up for Blacklist International! Despite encountering bumps along their journey to success after a lengthy streak, the Super Family persists in fortifying their strength to secure a spot in the top 3 for the playoffs. Let's welcome ONIC Philippines! And their coaches, Coach Bonchan and Coach Etu Max. MPL Arena, it's the star match of the day to end Week 6. Will it be Blacklist International or ONIC Philippines?
The third series of this Looks Max Week 6 is looking great. We have Oheb, Sensui, Yue, Edward, and Hachi.
And once again, this lineup is expected to step up. We know what's at stake for them. We know the contention for playoffs, especially what we just saw from the last series. Every single player here has to step up against them.
Because they're up against ONIC Philippines that has Kelra, King Kong, Super Prince Gem, and Escalera.
They have been showing some signs of I get renewed strength, I would say, coming out from ONIC Philippines after their loss against RSG. They look to be unstoppable once again. It's kind of felt like they renewed their momentum. And if you watch the previous games of ONIC Philippines, you're going to be wondering, like, what else do they have in their bag of tricks?
And speaking of bag of tricks, we're going to look at the team head-to-head. What kind of tricks have we seen so far for ONIC Philippines that we might see again this time around?
Yep. We could say that they might want to go for more damage dealers because that's what I noticed from them. But for Blacklist International, average heal to allies, that's super duper natural in this franchise. However, look at that first blood ratio as well as kill participation and the turret secured ratio, just overwhelmingly positive for the side of ONIC Philippines. This is how dominant they were. But if you're going to be looking at Blacklist International, we already saw their really, I would say their sunrise a week ago.
Yeah.
But then for this particular week, especially after that loss against Omega, you're going to be left wondering, what else has Blacklist prepared for? There it is.
These two, a tale as old as time. Who is their, player head-to-head? We have a Kelra versus Oheb. Cannot say the forbidden sentence, Naisu.
The forbidden sentence.
You know what? We've said a lot of forbidden sentences today, and as we look at the player head-to-head here, this is what I'm saying, especially for Blacklist International with this pressure. What better person to do it than Oheb? I mean, he has under pressure before. He's dealt with it before. And against you is Kelra, who we saw the flip-flop from then and now.
Oh, yeah.
And so this is really what it comes down to. How's that gold lane matchup going to be? And how does that change the course of the composition?
Yeah, and we're going to see, with the Infinix keys to victory, how do these teams chase that victory that they want the most?
For Blacklist International, they have to start by bouncing back with a clear late-game decision-making. They already won game number 1 against Omega yesterday. We already know that they have a good draft. They have their own set of rotations. They can finish the games. They just have to have better late-game decision-making, and maybe they can take this series. For ONIC Philippines, revisit your mid-game rotation. For some reason, if this was lost from their losses, but then we know for sure that they are a very systematic team when it comes to those mid-game rotation, which revolves around their own aggression into killing constantly the heroes of their opponents.
Yeah.
For the two teams that we have prepared for and expect unorthodox draft picks. Carmilla Vixana, okay, maybe we'll see that. I will not be surprised if there will be a Ling Angela in this particular series. Maybe King Kong kind of shows us his might with the assassins, you know?
Yeah, hopefully we do see that, because I think his counterpart from another region did show up with the Ling. And it's going to be very interesting to see how ONIC would be able to play this around Blacklist, because historically speaking, I think Blacklist International had a lot of success going up against assassins. Even back then, before the tank meta wasn't the meta, they were already playing these tanks inside the jungle. They shaped the meta, but right now they are in the brink of possible elimination if they don't do well against ONIC Philippines. It's going to be a heavy series for sure.
Definitely will. just this last series alone was pretty crazy. It was exciting, and I think this is going to be the same because we know that, again, for Blacklist International, all the agents out there watching,
oh yeah,
their eyes are going to be glued to the screen here to see exactly what they do, and I think that's part of it as well. Like, we saw that Carmilla jungle pop up yesterday, and I think this is, again, against a team like ONIC, you want to have, in a way, like something prepared.
Yes.
Whether that's unorthodox or not, you want to have something to bring to the table here.
Yeah, because you know that pound for pound, you will not win easily against
Yeah.
ONIC Philippines. They have already established their might with the standard kind of gameplay. They also show their prowess when it comes to like their very fast and very aggressive kind of gameplay.
That's true.
So there has to be something different. And we know for sure that we can trust the Blacklist International as a franchise to go for those unorthodox picks.
Yeah, and hopefully they do have the courage to pick that. The Carmilla Vexana combo was very interesting yesterday, and it gave us really a good early to the mid game if you're Blacklist International, but sadly, late game was Omega's timer to come in and just swoop that game away from Blacklist. Now in this new best of 3 against ONIC Philippines, we're going to look at the bans. Looks like they're going to take away the chip. The Luoyi is out of this match as well, so no crazy teleports in this entire game.
At the same time, do you want to take the fairness here if you're Blacklist International, knowing that Super Prince is a player that plays that hero so well?
That's
but
true.
then there's also that Arlet, which
Always
ONIC
on the way.
loves to play with. So it's either Arlet or Faramis.
I will choose my own
So it's
path.
Arlet as they pick up. I think ONIC will be considering getting the Faramis and maybe Baksha, perhaps?
Wow.
Baksha Faramis?
Yeah.
Very potent combo.
Yeah.
We did see Omega play that as well in game 1 earlier.
Barrett's
So it's going to be
Faramis.
very interesting if it's going to be a Barrett's. Was it the Baksha or the Barrett's?
Barrett's, I believe, is better.
Despair that I
And
see the
immediate
fondest
Nathan.
hopes.
Okay.
Wow. The Nathan definitely is starting to become the choice if the Harith is banned.
That's right.
Why is that?
Because there's not a lot of lane matchups. For some reason, it was also buffed. Nathan was also buffed, and then the fact that they kind of adjusted they adjusted the mana requirements for some mages.
I see lots of prey.
That's purple buff dependent. When Nathan is not literally purple buff dependent, that's also a buff. You get my meaning?
I see. And I think one of the changes as well for the mage items, the ones that is also used for Nathan, the Holy Crystals, sometimes even the Blood Wings.
Right.
But looking at the average kills, Kelra looks to be on top. Ooh. And the Akai locked in. We talked about this earlier. Akai on Sensui, one of the experts when using this Akai.
Cool. There's the Angela locked in as well.
Instantly an Angela here for ONIC.
Time.
Yes, that's what I feel too.
Do you feel like,
I
are they
know.
holding on to the flex of the Barretts just in case?
Yes.
Yes.
Because that actually is under that category where if you put they ban even the Faramis. There's a lot of signs pointing towards that link.
Oh, he's
Should
banned
be
out.
banned. All right.
And in terms of kill participation, looks like Oheb will be top 1. So if in terms of kills, it's Kelra. If it's kill participation, it's Oheb. It looks like we're not going to see the Ling because it's going to be taken away by Blacklist. Oh.
And I think looking at those two statistics paints the picture so well of their playstyles individually as gold laners. And that's why I always think it's really exciting watching Kelra play, because a lot of the times when, I have the whole term of gold lane experience, Kelra sometimes gets kills one-on-one in that nature, whereas again, Oheb is kind of built as he's had amazing plays himself, but he does participate in a lot of those fights. He gets that team fight capability on these gold laners that he picks up. So I think that's where you have that contrasting difference between the gold laners here and their playstyles.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, Naisu, because we've been comparing these two gold laners for the longest time. They've had this rivalry of some sorts, and at this point, it's very clear what the difference is between these two gold laners. One, both of them very good. We cannot take that away from them. Both of them world champions. But the main difference here is that one of them focuses on laning and the other focuses on fights.
Yeah. Oh, gonna be ONIC. I think the Escalera hero is gonna be upcoming. So they are looking for CC. CC Angela, very strong combo, confirms the Barretts. Blacklist International might go myself for X-Borg, but that isn't like the best Edward hero, you know? Like, if you want to pick up Edward, I mean, you look for like Paquito or Yuzong.
That's
I believe
true.
Yuzong is a good pick here for Blacklist International.
I agree.
But then they close it out with a mage.
Everything you say is true.
Thank you. Okay. What? Maybe Gord for Blacklist?
Yeah.
Or oh, okay, wait. What if so Paquito Farsa? What if
Shadows loom, but my faith will
It's
always
still gonna be
Vexana.
Vexana.
All right.
I do think Yuzong would be. Wait, the CC is already there, so
Yeah.
they're looking for their potential roamer.
Roamer. They do they put Angelo Super Friends? That means they need a little bit of dive onto this Vexana.
Or maybe a mid laner.
That's right.
What if though?
How about
Farsa.
the Rafaela actually for
Ooh.
ONIC for Escalera?
Double sustain?
That's right. Or Diggy. How about the Diggy for ONIC?
The Diggy does sound tempting. A lot of crowd control here on the side of Blacklist International. If they secure the Diggy, it's going to be really hard for Blacklist to find opportunities. But the Paquito will be there to always try and burn that shield away from the Diggy. Final pick here. What will it be?
Well, we're either going to hear the hoot or not. It's not. So there it is. The Grok.
Online.
I see.
Locked in.
The Grok locked in on the hands of ONIC means it will be an Angela mid lane. We've seen a lot of Groks today, mainly from Chaknu, but this time around Escalera will be playing it as well. Going back in his first stint as a roamer, I think Escalera's judgment from the pro players around him was that he could only play the Grok. But this time around, we know him with his undefeated Arlet.
Yeah.
And now, re-debuting his Grok in Season 13.
Whew, as we take a look at the lineup here, the ratings, you can see it. I mean, it's pretty still close, but a lot of support, utility, obviously, and that's something they have to deal with. Again, let us know in the comments what you guys think is going to win. Who is going to win this matchup? Is it going to be hashtag Black or hashtag ONIC for a chance at 1,000 diamonds?
Yep.
1,000 diamonds is no joke. It allows you to draw 10 times more. 5 times more. In the KOF event, and might just get that hot my skin, you know? We all want that. Entering game number 1 of this best of 3 series is ONIC versus Blacklist, who is still desperate for that win. They need to mirror what Omega has done.
OHEB already, so there's an information that OHEB already utilizes like and bounce, and then, you know that trick where you sell your boots afterwards to kind of get into a position where he can at least bully Kelra into the situation. I think the main win condition of Roger versus Nathan in that laning stage is for Roger to have more farm against the Nathan, and also put Nathan very low prior to level 4.
Yeah, and maybe get bothered with, oh my!
Oh, wow.
They don't want him in the jungle, that's for sure. Escalera will be fine, of course, but great response and support from Blacklist International here.
Yep, and still a lot of vision, a lot of crowd control in the mid lane. Super Prince healing back a lot of the damage.
Oh, he's going to get the stun, gets it off, but of course just poking it down here. And that's the thing, Escalera, he's got his work cut out for him on this Grok, but King Kong also near that level 4.
He steals away to orange.
Yeah, he got it from him. Sensui not going to have that for now, so there's a minor lead being built here between the junglers.
And with that lead, ONIC does have a bit of power to go here in the XP lane. Will not go for the Paquito. Might just have a big edge in the next turtle fight. Look at this Angela.
Oh. And this is the thing. I guess, again, when we talked about Angela being in the mid lane, there's not a lot of players that'll do it, but with Super Prince as well, he's done this time before, and it works out. So, but that's the thing. The main point of having the Angela is, of course, you can put pressure on the side lanes. You don't have to be there for the fight because you can just hard guard in, and it works really well with the lineup they have.
Yep.
And with this, ONIC will be starting the first turtle of the game. Haji about to hit level 4. This might just be a big team fight.
Gonna go for it once again. There's the hard guard we're speaking about. They get the flicker out from Yue, and that is going to be the turtle going in the hands of ONIC here. Haji and running as well. Sensui on the top side. Just going to be forced back, so ONIC finding the objective.
So I like the idea coming out from ONIC where They know that eventually there's a play that Blacklist International always does with this Akai, where they kind of forgo the first turtle so that they can invade and then eventually win the EXP battle, right? So they're taking away jungle creeps when their opposing jungler is busy taking the turtle. But this time, Escalera as well as Oheb kind of knew, Escalera as well as Kelra knew that that will happen. That's why Escalera already positioned himself into that bush near the Rock Ursa.
Oh, wild charge. It's going to be on Haji. He has to flicker around. Rest of ONIC was there, though, as well. He's going to final slash into the turret, but he'll get out of there with the Daytona's welcome.
Wow. The dash coming in from that Daytona's welcome. Definitely the biggest buff for the biggest dinosaur in the land of Dawn.
Let's be real. He needed it, though.
Yeah, I mean, he needed it, but...
I mean,
I'm on the fair.
Before that, before you have the dash, you just kind of sit there. Yeah. So it feels a little slow.
That's true.
That's true.
That's true.
Well, if it meant that Fredrin as well as Martis and Baksha are not just the top 3 heroes, I think I'll take it.
That's
the jungle,
true.
I mean.
At least there's a new contender. There's like the big 4, except Martis is about to fall off.
Yeah. He's kind of already there.
Big 3+1.
Yeah, big 3+1.
It's like the extra flavor that you get.
3 in 1.
It's like 3 in 1.
Yeah.
20 seconds before the second turtle spawns. Blacklist International with a very small lead here. Still anybody's game as we enter that part of the game. Hunter Strike already secured here for Edward. Might just be a big item if they go 1v1.
No.
Oh, that's a new skin! That's Terry Bodard.
Did
I say that right?
I think so. That's the one I have. I got lucky enough to grab that. And it's a great skin.
I want to trade. You want to trade?
No.
Is that even possible?
Any
not.
My enjoyers? No? Alright. Turtle then. Right.
That's about it.
Oh, wow. The damage coming in, but the healing from Super Prince as well. Looks like it's going to be a turtle fight between these two teams. Still no big gold lead. And no big ultimates just yet.
See how they play around it again. Turtle dance gonna happen. There's the flicker, wild charge along with the hard guard. They're gonna force them back a little bit longer. Still they ignore the turtle. They want the bodies. UA's gonna be the one to fall, and now the response. Gem goes next. Haji on the backside, pushing them back further. They're so tanky though. Edward gets away with 1 HP, but Haji won't do the same. ONIC able to win the skirmish.
And get the turtle as well, unless of course they try to contest, but looks like Sensui is gonna try to find things elsewhere. Doesn't really find apart the Lethal Wanderer. ONIC gets a big win in that trade.
Wonderful heads-up play coming out from ONIC, utilizing the flicker while Church on Escalera. Then afterwards, activating Kelra in that skirmish. Knowing full well that the turtle spawned near the gold lane where Kelra was, they took advantage of the early spike of this Feather of Heaven coming out from Kelra and the Purify being used as well. It's like ONIC managed to utilize all of their utilities. It's a redundancy, but yeah. But essentially, that's what they did in that clash. Allowed them to run over Blacklist International even after Gem died.
Yeah, and I love the usage of the Heart Guard, the early usage in Gem, just making sure that this CC is unstoppable the moment that he enters that 3v1. But oh no, Kelra.
Edward, he's gonna be in trouble here. Kelra gets a little bit of the shield, gonna get blocked out by a Guardian's Barrier from Escalera, and Kelra will cap off the kill.
Painful to see.
You can't
the
punch
Grok
through that.
block, you can't punch it out.
Even with that skin, and now on the top side, once again, a huge final slash gonna come through, but they can't do the damage just yet. They're trying to get through the aggro here.
King Kong.
Oheb quite low. King Kong, is he going to be able to catch him over the wall? He goes.
Ape
There's
mode.
The missiles. Gets him right to him, and Oheb will fall there.
Nice missile expert coming in from King Kong. Looks like ONIC is ramping up the pace. It's kill after objective, objective after kill. Let's look at the goal difference.
Of course, a little bit for the side of Kelra, but what's significant here is the overall goal for ONIC.
Escalera trying to make a play under the turret. Kelra has to go back. Half health here for now. All this for that tier 1 turret. Blacklist International going to have to gather themselves here. ONIC just playing around with this momentum.
Yep. Almost a push coming out from ONIC, and I like the fact that they're utilizing their Nathan very earlier on. It's a great idea coming out from ONIC, which means that it will mean that they will have map control, which is what absolutely they need in this game. so that they can stop the progression of this Akai plus the Roger.
Oh, look at this. Sensui going to be forced back, use the heavy spin as well, just completely bullied out of the area for this turtle as ONIC will grab this third one.
Another turtle secured here for the side of ONIC. And that is all of the turtles inside this game.
Oh, Escalera again under the turret will find a UA. They have nowhere to breathe for Blacklist International. ONIC continuing down in the mid lane. Even going to force Sensui out of the purple buff. What can Blacklist do?
Oh man, it's gonna be difficult, but they have to group up as 5. Haji has to have the flicker final slash for the outplay, and then they will definitely need OHEB's damage output. Because the thing is, as the Akai, you don't deal as much damage as a Bats would or a Baksha would. You deal so much crowd control, but damage department not gonna come from the Akai. It has to come from somewhere else, and that should be Vexana or OHEB.
And we've been waiting for that moment to happen, but sadly, every time a team fight breaks out, it has always been OHEB being left out, mainly because of reasons like this. He can't go wolf form.
Yeah, he's having a hard time. Again, Escalera here in the front of it. King Kong there as well. They get the flicker out from Haji as he's stuck there, and now they're under the tier 2 once again. They're just being outmaneuvered, out-firepowered. Heavy spin gonna come down. Can't get him locked down, but he goes under the turret. Whoa! Again, another set. Gem also making his way there. The heart guard on top of Kaura, but look at the damage come through from ONIC. Haji down, King Kong the trade, but they want the tier 2. Meanwhile, there's a push up top as well from Edward, but ONIC happy to trade.
That is literally an explosive Grok.
Wow!
What did he do there?
Wild charge vertically, and then flickered horizontally. He made an L. Dude, that was amazing coming from Escalera, because the thing is, you can transfer your wall charge, right? And then if you hit the wall, there's a big AoE where you can stun your opponents as the Grok, and then the knockup as well. Great usage of the Grok coming up from Escalera.
And with this, Edward knew that the only thing that he could do during that time was just to trade, but Haji with no flicker, this might just be dangerous. Goes back in, goes back out. Potential Lord fight brewing 10 minutes in.
Somebody's down here. Escalera, though. Look at the damage coming through. They can't find the kill, though. So, again, you're going to go ahead and reset, and they're going to get situated for this Lord dance here.
And I'm not quite sure who they're going to give that purple to, but looks like ONIC is starting to give out the purple to Kelra instead.
10 minutes in, Escalera is yet to complete an item. He went for all of the casual items, the Chop Suey build.
Chop Suey build.
Yep.
We have Sensui, we also have Chop Suey, and now the Lord is started by ONIC Philippines. Sensui looks to go in for that Lord.
Oh, again, Haji gets the surprise, and he falls, and now Heart Guard on Gem, gonna force Sensui to press the Blacklist back. Edward goes down to the bottom lane because he knows he's trapped. Sensui, though, can't get away. Gem gets the kill, and now ONIC will go ahead and look at the Lord. OHEB wants the fight. OHEB jumps in, gets one before he falls. Meanwhile, Edward punching down the turrets at the tier 2, making his way forward, but that'll be the Lord for ONIC.
And another turret trade here for Blacklist International as the gold lead coming in from ONIC grows to around 4,000. When this is the trade for Blacklist, would you call this a worthy trade?
Worthy in a way that there's nothing else that they can do apart from that. It's like Edward was able to make something out of nothing, essentially. Like he turned water into wine, basically, because that's the only thing that he can do. Was it worth it? Absolutely not. Because Blacklist International needed to win that Lord fight. But what Edward did was to get something out of trash, basically.
Salvage the entire play. Potential 1v1 if Gem checks the bush, but looks like he wouldn't. ONIC right now on a roll. Around 5k gold lead, could potentially get an inhibitor turret out of this one, but this is not a Luminous Lord yet.
Only needed, what, 2 seconds to take out the entire turret? That's Nathan. That's how strong the Nathan is.
That's exactly why it's being chosen so early.
Exactly.
So again, deal with this Lord here. It is the first one of the game. going to do what work they can. ONIC Philippines still waiting for some of these waves to push in to see if they can get more of the turrets, the base turrets down of Blacklist International. If they can catch anyone like that, Sensui has to be careful from those missiles. Right now, they still hold it together for Blacklist.
And this is the power of the Vexana. Looks like Blacklist International could take this all day.
Woo! King Kong. I mean, this is an unfair comparison. This is Barretts versus Akai. Akai is not a damage dealer, but we know that that's impact!
They get into it.
Wow.
But the final slash onto the turret. Still going to battle off. Kelra gets the hard guard. He's unloading in the backside, forcing Blacklist International back. They only lose Sensui, but now eyes set on these turrets here. ONIC with a win in that exchange.
Kelra with the heart guard. He was untouchable in that fight. Still a 5K gold lead, and they're continuing.
Continuing on again, Haji trying to help keep them maintaining these turrets, but it's ONIC just playing on this side of the map.
Oh. What ONIC is doing is great though, as they are stealing away the purple buff as well as the orange buff. Lord is going to be respawning soon. They're going to have their own fair share of buffs. They took away a lot of farm from Blacklist International. And I would say that there is no chance for Blacklist to contest this upcoming Lord.
Yeah. But would it still be a lot to ask out of Sensui? Do you think it's worthy to risk a heavy spin into a possible retribution?
Yes, that's worthy. As long as he does not get poked out. Somebody else has to supply the vision to Sensui, but who will do it?
That's true.
Remember, in the early parts of the season, we were really talking about the ultra instincts of Sensui, able to pull some amazing things off. So if it's time to channel that instinct, it's now.
Well, hopefully he does, because this is a much-needed Lord for Blacklist International. Mission impossible for Sensui. Kelra gets poked out.
Escalera's there. They find Edward. There's the wild charge gem there to help him out. He's got plenty of shield, though. Tanky enough himself. They deal with that. Lord still being worked on. It's going to go for the soft reset. King Kong pulls it back out as they get ready.
Thing is, ONIC could burst this anytime they want, but they're just delaying it, making sure that it's the right time to go all in on that Lord. When is that right time?
That will happen if they will have the wild charge, I believe. Because that's going to be the game changer.
Wow, look at Kelra just deleting that first half of the health bar here of the Lord. Still taking their time with it.
Oh,
they go
no
again.
way.
Edward able to survive. So again, ONIC going to push it forward. Still want to fight this out. They're going to force a Blacklist back a little bit. They'll start the Lord back up, but Sensui wants to get the vision. Wants to get in for this fight. He might get caught in a bad situation, though. He's less than half health. They have to take this very slowly. It's going to reset once again.
Another reset, and only Kelra would do that. Literally dash in right in front of the Paquido. It has been like that for Kelra. That killer instinct is no longer just an instinct. It's his regular day.
Yes.
That's part of his life at this point.
Yeah.
Aggression, now we can see. And Kelra, give us a interesting new tech playing the Nathan. Activate the entropy from what we call the left bush mid.
The LBM.
LBM.
Yeah.
Pop the entropy into the, I hate to say this, but it's called ambush.
The ambush.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that, you know? What
And
about the ambush?
Yeah, there's also the George Bush, by the way. So.
Oh, what's the George Bush? Tell me what's the George Bush.
All right, so imagine the orange buff.
Yes.
Right, so he has the orange bush, right?
Yes.
Onto the left side where there's a a pixel, or actually two units of bushes.
Yeah.
That's called the George Bush.
Why?
Because George, I don't know. Ask Manjin, man.
All right.
I don't know what goes through his
Would
head.
you know my favorite bush?
What is your favorite bush?
The bush around that, I think, gold lane or XP lane, that one small bush, the Albert bush.
The Albert bush.
Yeah,
the Albert bush?
the $1 million bush.
The $1 million bush?
The one where
Yes, exactly.
Albert went
I know
in
what
with the 1-1.
That's right.
And
I
then
know what you're talking
Super
about.
Marco was waiting with a shotgun.
So they call that the Albert bush now.
Yeah, we're calling it the Albert bush. Dude.
Okay.
It is what it is, you know. And 2 minutes before we start,
Can we just call it the $1 million bush?
Why?
Or like a
The
million
$1 million
bucks?
bush.
$1 million is $1 million. That's 4 syllables.
Okay.
Albert is Albert.
Hey, there's a familiar face.
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
hey, that's Leo.
Hey, Leo.
Is he actually live streaming now?
He is
I feel like he is. Yeah, he's
Okay.
live streaming right now, and he's
Big
gonna.
shout outs.
Hey, big shout outs to Leo.
Yeah, follow him if you haven't yet.
Yeah, that's
And watch his
Leocast.
content.
And watch Wolf's podcasts as well.
And,
there was
Built Different.
and Built Diff.
Please
You know.
watch Womi's tier list.
That's right.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, subscribe to Womi. I'm actually subscribed to Womi's
Oh wow, thank you so
TikTok
much.
channel.
Even if I'm no longer live streaming, you know.
Why are you not live streaming?
Because
my brother?
Wi-Fi at home is terrible.
Well,
okay, well,
you know.
Well, I don't really have a choice. If I don't have like that capture card thingy,
oh,
sometimes it's
remind
hard.
me.
Thank you. Please allow me to borrow that.
Remind me.
And I will remind you. Next week, I will use it. And during the postseason break, I will be
Yes, sir.
live streaming. This time, though, like, gotta say, ONIC versus Blacklist,
Yeah.
things are not looking great for the agents right now. ONIC is just taking what they want and more.
Yeah, that's the strength of having this. The meta just kind of tells us that you need sustain. And with Matilda as well as Minotaur being banned, what else is there? Like Angela, the Faramis as well. Like there's so many good bans here from both teams that in the end, the recipient of the sustain was in this case on ONIC Philippines with Angela.
Doesn't even matter.
Yes, sir.
And you're right, you know, Kelra is looking to have a great game this time around, 6-0-1, if I'm not mistaken, with the Angela as well. At this point, I would say that the only thing that Blacklist could do is potentially isolate one target, one primary target, such as Kelra, or even, honestly, Kelra is the prime target. Everyone else is a bonus.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Like, but then again, they don't have the dive. Like, they went in for the Paquito.
Yeah.
And the Paquito is based on bursting your opponents. And
That's true.
also true with the Roger. And with the third pick, Angela, they kind of really just made sure that the Nathan will have a game. So that really is what makes Nathan very strong. You only need one source of sustain and then you're A-okay.
Uh-huh. And he was having a great game so far. He is still having a great game. Overall, this third series of the night, it has been a very goated week 6, day 2 and 3, you know?
Yes, and I think this is going to make, regardless of what happens in this series, I'm pretty sure even next week, like our last week of the regular season, it's going to make a very interesting week, because I know even for that, our good friend Renmar out there had some breakdowns as well, saying that regardless, of this series, week 7 is still going to be kind of intense.
That's true. And that's the most beautiful part of everything that has happened so far. Another Pacers Wrath back to the land of Dawn. Still in game number 1. It's ONIC Philippines ahead by around 4,000 as they start the Lord once again. We've been in this Lord dance for quite a few minutes already.
Okay. Keep an eye. Escalera doesn't have the flicker available this time, but he does have that wild charge. Kelra is having a massive game, so Blacklist International knows it. They've got to deal with him as well. And this is the stalemate right now. The Lord resets.
Still so painful though. Like, this is a level 2 board, if I'm not mistaken. Very hurtful if you stay around it.
Oheb really wants a piece of this Grok. Look at him chase Escalera.
Yeah. And, you know, this Grok definitely showing a lot of great plays. 0, 0, and 8. That's around 80% kill participation. It's easy to compute because it's 10 kills.
That's quick maths.
Quick maths.
I like that.
Dominance Eyes picked up here for Escalera.
That's why you're a coach.
Oh,
one of the best
brother,
coaches.
you are one of the best coaches. Let's not make
I'm feeling inferior here. I'm not a coach of anything.
That's okay.
You're a life coach.
You're a life coach.
Yeah.
What's your inspirational word for Oheb right now? Who might just be next?
Never say never. Oh! Flash comes in. There's the hard guard. Haji's going to be taken out, though. The Eternal Guard is going to be dropped, but Blacklist International, motivation or not, lose Haji. And now they have to deal with this Lord Dance. ONIC going to start it up. Gem in the front side alongside Escalera. Sensui trying to do anything he can to get in the zone. goes in with a heavy spin, but he's eaten up. Thrown into the wall, and Kelra gets the Lord, and now Sensui on the run gets blocked off. A Panda can't go through that as he falls.
That Grok block plus the bait. Beautiful from ONIC.
And now Edward is trapped. By the way, insane reaction coming out from Kelra with the Purify. I've always said that Final Slash Flicker is one of the hardest or most difficult spell combos to dodge. And I'm sure that a lot of people will agree, but Kelra's reaction is so on point. They punish Haji afterwards, and then King Kong just zoning out Sensui, then utilizing the Tona's Welcome, the Grok block coming out from Escalera to finish it off. ONIC are just trampling Blacklist International now.
Great wave clear though, coming in from Yue. 1v1 here in the top side. Gem does suffer a bit, but will be sustaining with the yo-yo. ONIC with an 8k gold lead, pushing in the bot lane as well. They have sustain, they have all the flickers that they need, and Kelra does have that Purify as well.
Lord gonna go in and charge up, gets the turret down. Escalera holding on to the flicker. He's gonna take that Final Slash right there while charges defensively. They're happy with the turret down. Still gonna be working for it, and now Escalera Immortality gonna be popped, but they're dealing with everything here. Still have the Immortality, and ONIC now makes their way top side here, guarding themselves a massive lead. Sensui cuts King Kong off, but no follow-up for it.
Oh, Escalera doesn't have the wild charge, but will conceal.
Just kind of feeling things out. Once again, the Final Slash. Gem will be just fine.
They're not stopping.
They still put the pressure here in the base. ONIC spending a long time in this.
They're
not
these
waves
stopping.
Out. Looking for the top lane inhibitor turret.
Tona's Welcome still being loaded up, but only to threaten Blacklist International. Now Haji has to defend, doesn't even get the vision just yet. ONIC is just denying so much from Blacklist International and already building towards that 10k gold lead.
Massive gold lead. ONIC can just rinse and repeat. They're not going to be overly extending, knowing that Blacklist International is a disciplined team as well.
Yep.
They're managing their lanes as... that's also very important for ONIC, because they don't want to see their turrets go down because of Edward's split pushing. So you're gonna notice that ONIC will prioritize the slow push or just to completely manage their waves.
So far, so good for ONIC. They've been pushing, they've been taking objectives. Retribution used here. It looks like they're not gonna go all in. 8 seconds before the Evolved Lord. And this is looking to be already ONIC's Lord unless Blacklist could pull off a miracle.
See if they can get position. Because as soon as they start this up, Kelra being completely massive on this Nathan. Look how much damage he's doing to this. There's the conceal going to be used. Escalera wants to keep them on this side of the map. Going to force them back a bit further. Sensui having a hell of a time trying to get in the position here. But ONIC, even with a lead, will still respect it as they take things slowly.
Oh. Minions pushing up top for ONIC. That's the bait.
The main Haji again, they jump in. Kelra goes in with the entropy, and there's the lockdown once again. Gem chasing OHEB back. Won't be able to part of the fight, and meanwhile, Sensui gets eaten up, thrown into the wall. Immortality can be popped. A time is bought. Oh, Gem will fall. Sensui now going to be run down by King Kong and the rest. It's Kelra that gets the kill. Sensui down. ONIC only lost Gem, they'll get the Lord.
No jungler here for Blacklist will mean the Evolved Lord for ONIC Philippines. And that will be Escalera guarding everyone inside that Lord pit as ONIC Philippines secures the Evolved Lord.
They will rush to the mid. Sensui's just 36 seconds. Edward had the flicker.
Goes in with a wild charge. They're looking for another. It's Haji. And there's the flicker in response. Edward gonna get out. That's the Eternal Guard to cut him off. But right now, ONIC getting prepped in for this Lord push.
King Kong burns the Detona's Welcome. Huge minion wave here in the mid lane. Might just be the end game push for ONIC Philippines.
Blacklist International has to pull a miracle off for this defense. Edward trying to buy some time, but look at the damage coming out from Kelra. Lord working on the base. OHEB jumps in, but the crystal's going to be worked on as ONIC takes game one.
Game one secured for ONIC with an unstoppable Nathan pick on Kelra.
ONIC just showed us a picture of what works in the meta game. CC Angela, super duper strong. You have the Nathan Angela, also very strong. Barrett's unstoppable in the jungle. And even when you pick up the Roger, as long as they're sustained from the opposing end, it's so difficult to play that gold laner. I would say that at this point, teams, if you want to pick up carry as well as Roger, which, you know, these two heroes kind of rely on just executing their opponents as soon as possible, healers will always be a problem.
Oh man, and healers has been in the mix of the meta right now in our MPL Philippines, especially in week 6. Gotta say though, it looks very depressing for Blacklist International. Seeing their faces after that game, you know the pressure is on. After Omega's win in series number 2, you could feel it in their faces right now that they need it. They need this win.
They're still, in a way, because we talked about how they had to mirror it, they could reverse sweep this.
Exactly.
That's best case scenario, obviously, for them. But after seeing that game 1, there's a lot they have to adjust here. Because, man, they couldn't even touch Kelra.
That's right.
And like you said, the Angela was so, it was paid dividends alone for multiple members of that lineup from ONIC.
And it is a very good combo, so it leaves the question, who's the MVP of game number 1? After you have that Angela healing everybody, the CC right in front of 3 people, King Kong eating up the spinning Akai. Like, there are so many people who made that win possible, but this will be the guy for game 1. It looks like Escalera. What is he doing?
Oh, okay.
What's that?
The late stun, because he had the flicker.
I see.
That was the combo. The MVP definitely is Jojo Sanity, Mr. Escalera, and I do agree with this one, especially because he showed us this trick where he flickered in. And
was that the L-shaped one?
The L-shaped one, yeah. The vertical wild charge into the horizontal flicker. All right. That's it. That's the play. That's Escalera. Which Escalera, I believe, means somewhere along the lines of a stair. You know, it's a staircase or something like that. It means.
But anyways, full of facts today.
Exactly. Escalera also went for the tank emblem, which typically you go for the support emblem set or the common emblem set for the Grok, but he went for the tank emblem. I think we are going to see it here. How about that?
Wow.
Beautiful play. L-shaped wild charge.
Beautiful.
Coming up from Escalera, deserves a sticker. Beautiful ML. But then again, Kelra also played this game so well. Whenever he gets his 3-item power spike, eventually just, you know, becomes very aggressive. I want to see the play that they did. Oh, wait, we cannot see it anymore. The Purify play. The insane reaction time coming out from Kelra. Then look at the zone out and look at the activation of the ultimate coming out from Kelra. Uses it in front of the members of Blacklist International, intentionally baiting Blacklist International to commit. And Blacklist International did commit onto Kelra, but with just one Purify, he's able to attack multiple sources of crowd control and then eventually punished the stragglers coming up from Blacklist International. When you're level 14 and you have maximum items as the Nathan, you only need to wait 12 seconds to pop your entropy. That's why Kelra was aggressive in this case.
And when we look at a very aggressive Kelra, what does that translate into our post-game stats?
Well, if you look at the aggression coming out from Kelra as the Nathan, which was activated around, I think, 8 minutes, that meant that they had so many turret takes, they have so many neutral objective takes, as well as buff steals. And there were so many times where Kelra managed to steal the orange and the purple buff from his opponents so that he is even more stacked up. He even came to a point where he's just picking up potions. Like 6 items, no boots, picking up the potions, 19.7k gold total for Mr. Kelra in just a 22-minute game. GPM all the way for our gold laner here coming out from ONIC Philippines. And apart from that, what you get is the overall confidence as a team, because you know that every time you have the Purify for Kelra, there's nothing that you have to be afraid of. If he gets gun upon, he will pop the Purify as Super Fritz will be there to save him. 870 GPM for Kelra, along with 128k damage as the carry and the rich guy for this team. And of course, the MVP of this match, Escalera, 13 total assists, is able to find the good openings coming out from ONIC Philippines. Unfortunately for Blacklist International, despite them having access to many of the support heroes that we know works in the metagame, they did not pick that up. They gave away the Nathan, and understandable that they pick up the Arlet, but the fact that they gave Angela as an access to ONIC Philippines and not counter the CC, it really begs the question of why they picked this up, especially because they are rocking the Roger. I think that this is something that really has to be addressed by the side of Blacklist International. Every time they want to go for the Roger, pick up the or deny the Angela or any kind of sustain. So does this mean that in the next few minutes of the match, or actually next match, do you think that the Nathan will be picked up? They're way too early, but okay. There might be a situation, in fact, where Nathan might be the first pick if Blacklist stays in the blue side.
Wow.
That's my prediction.
That's what you're saying.
If it's available, of course. If it's banned out, that.
But
that
if it's you saying it, it's almost close to 90% probability, you know?
Yeah,
and
that's true.
I do think that Nathan wins games at this point.
Yes.
Almost all of the teams that has picked up this Nathan has secured their crucial games this week, 6 day 3. Is it actually time that we take away both the Harith and the Nathan? You know, have a regular gold lane
game,
matchup.
yeah, I guess. Yeah. What is happening here?
Sometimes I just want to look at Wolf, like stare into his soul.
All right,
let's see if I can get any of that IQ.
Same. Let's pretend that this is the Wolf and you're staring to his soul.
Does that work? Did I get any IQ?
Yeah, I don't know.
I got so much IQ from Wolf one time that I accidentally kissed his cheek. That
you got some IQ?
No. Accidentally got so much IQ that it went back to negative. You know. Like, that's what happened to me. It reset. It's
like
hard
in
reset.
it's like in darts, you know, when you overshoot.
Yeah, it overshot. Like, and that's why I'm here and you're there, you know? I tried to steal away some of your IQ and it ended up with none. And hopefully that doesn't really happen to some of our players because there's a touching story with Escalera. So Escalera, let's find out who you are.
Siguro pag nakamit na namin yung goal namin, yung mag-champion and mag-international. Siguro sa family ko. And ayun, para lahat naman ng ginagawa ko para sa kanila.
Did we find out who he was?
Yeah, we found out who he was. He's a family man.
A family man.
He's a family guy, you know.
Was it Escalera that was the GP driver before?
Yes, sir.
He was.
Right.
Big respect to the GP drivers out there. You know, when
some of our viewers might not know what that is. By the way.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, jeepney drivers, jeepneys in the Philippines are not the jeepneys that are in other countries. It's basically our main mode of transportation.
That's right.
Where it has been like that for decades
Para
now.
po.
Yeah, you say para po, and then they
Para
just...
po.
And I think the best part about jeepneys in general is that the concept of bayanihan could be seen inside that inside the jeepney. Yes, when you enter the jeepney, it's an elongated type of vehicle, correct?
Yeah.
And you will be seated wherever it's available.
Yeah.
So let's say you've seated up there in the back, and then there are people up in the front, right?
Yeah.
How do you get your bayad, your payment to the driver?
Bayad po.
Fair.
Yeah, you pass it around, and that simple act of helping, that simple act of community is something that is visible in the jeepney. And that, folks, is our lesson for Ethics 101 today. And we are now looking for smart game face of the day as well. We talked about community, so MPL Arena, be the next smart game face of the day winner.
Just flash the hashtag the power of smart on your devices in a green background. Put your game face on to win a redeemable in-game code. He's got the face, but he doesn't have the phone.
That's true. The guy got the hair, but he didn't make the face. And now we see a lady dancing, and she might just be your winner.
Oh, there it is.
Congratulations for being the game face of the day. And it's not just a face, it's a dancing one too. And congratulations for winning our game face of the day. She gets a redeemable in-game code.
I wonder what that is.
What does that? What does this mean?
We've never won the game face of the day, and I don't know what that
Yeah, what's
means.
your game face of the day?
I already showed it earlier.
Wait, that one? All right, let's say, how do you even mew? Like, can you mew for?
I'm not gonna be. I'm out of the age bracket of mewing. Womi, you can do it. I'm 40 plus.
Bye bye.
What do you have to foul? Is that part of the steps of
No,
mewing?
if you want to do it properly, you gotta step down, man.
You gotta step down.
Hey man, I think I've watched a lot of what do you call that? That one movie where they just go
Blue Steel? The Blue Steel?
No. There's this one movie where he's plus size.
Yeah, I know that movie. I know what you're talking about. Like, is it? It's not Ben Stiller, right?
Yes, it's Ben Stiller.
I think it's Ben Stiller. Yeah.
Yeah, that's called the Blue Steel.
Okay.
The face he makes where he puckers the lips.
Yes.
Yes,
Like that?
that's
No,
just like
I did
that.
Clip that! What is the name of the movie?
I forgot the
But
name.
I know that's called Blue Steel.
I think
Zoolander.
Zoolander.
It's Zoolander.
Oh yes,
Oh,
I
man.
love that movie. Anyway, this is already game. Guy is doing it right
I'll
now.
try.
All right.
Oh, it's different.
You gotta
stop the bullet, man. But
Can we get the draft, please?
no, we're waiting for it.
Can I just say, this is the result of the richest caster, by the way, on this desk.
No.
Yes.
Giving us all sugar rushes. A treat.
That's true. Bought us
Thank you so much for
a
that.
lot of treats. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
But we are going to stop the shenanigans and enter the series once again, because this is already game 2. For Blacklist International, things has not been sweet. Game 1 was already taken away from them, and they have to win 2 straight if they want to mirror Omega's result from match number 2. It's blue side for ONIC. They're going to take away both Louis and Chip. Meanwhile, for Blacklist International, they're going to take away the Mathilda and the Harith.
I will not be surprised if there's a master race for taking the Nathan at this point, or banning it out. There's the Faramis. Blacklist International might just ban the... Well, Fredrin is open. I think it's worth it to just ban the Nathan, right?
That's true. I agree. The Nathan is looking to be the best marksman after the Harith, you know?
Yep.
The Harith changes has just made him insanely good.
That's right.
Like, I tried him last night, and in my end, I'm not this good with Harith. And I don't even play Harith, you know?
Yeah. It's just one of those things. It's the way that it works. I would be surprised. I think it would be worth banning out the Nathan here for the last ban from Blacklist International. It's not going to be, though. They take on the Masha. So first pick, I mean, Fred is still available as well.
But something, you know, there's a hunch that maybe Nathan is the first pick.
It is in despair
Knew
that I see the
Knew it.
forest hopes.
Mew it.
Mew it.
Knew it and mew it.
Knew it and mew it. It's Nathan.
Nathan or Natan. Tomato, tomato.
Is it the Fred, the Fred Lot combo?
Yeah, the Fred Lot. The Fred Lot combo, one of the most devastating Arlot combos. Second to the Akai Arlot, which is my personal favorite.
Okay.
It really just gives you unlimited resets, but the caveat here is you gotta have to have a great Akai player.
Yeah, it has to be a good Akai game.
It has to be a good Akai game.
That's proof that he's taking IQ. He said caveat.
Oh yeah.
Choose my own path.
Okay.
And here comes the Arlot.
So this is Angela Barrett. Come on, ONIC. Why
Angel-
change what's not broken? Is that
That's
correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
That's true. It's not yet broken. Why change it? And if
it ain't broke, don't fix it.
And here we go.
There it is.
There you go.
There it is.
Not 100% so far, Naizu. I mean, Wolf on both sides. What's the next pick here?
Oh, pick it up.
I heard it. You were already mouthing Benedetta before
Thank you.
even like.
That was only through the stream.
That's
they
the
heard
best
that.
wingman.
Yeah, thank
We
you.
heard Benedetta.
We heard Benedetta.
Okay.
But in terms of DPM, it's still King Kong, who's top 1. Second is Carl TZ.
From all the junglers, by the way.
That's actually a great stat to have, honestly.
Yes.
But I feel like Kyle TZ just jumped all the way back to top 1 after that Fanny game. But
Right.
other than that, King Kong definitely is When we first saw King Kong from TNC, we talked about him being a potential superstar.
Yeah.
And
I see lots
right
of
now
prey.
he's showing that.
Yeah, he's really shined this season, I would say. And even when he gets his hands, you know, on these utility junglers, he still plays them very aggressively. And it is that kind of calculated aggression we talked about before, and I think that's why he's such a good jungler to watch. And we'll see how that kind of fares against the Fredrin across for this game.
Yeah. Okay, well, I wonder what will be the marksman of choice, like a gold lane of choice here for Blacklist. They're running out of options, especially if the Claude is banned
Carry.
here by ONIC. They might benefit carry. But the thing with carry is that there is a potential for a it's just double sustain,
Come
right?
on, Dexter.
So
It's
that's the Claude,
showtime.
like we mentioned.
I feel like Carrie's getting baited out here.
Yeah. Honestly, like maybe Blacklist just last picks like Eve or Farsa that pick up their marksman now. Brody perhaps comes to mind, so that at least you have a decent matchup versus the Nathan or a Clint maybe.
Oh, we haven't seen a Clint for the longest time.
Their last matchup, their first time in the season, I believe they used
that's
it.
True. That's right. That's right. They need a hero that has the same range with the Nathan. Some maybe Beatrix or Clint, or you know, be crazy, Layla. Come on.
I hope they're crazy right now, though. That Layla would be a sweet hero to see. There are changes for the Layla as well.
I've been
But looks
waiting
like they're
for
going to
too
go for the
long.
carry. Better safe than sorry.
Yeah.
One of the best picks against Barrett's as well.
That's
so
right.
I guess they're not trying much this time around.
Well, okay, so if you're ONIC, Yuzhong is tempting, as well as the Lapu-Lapu, but this is Gem, so they might just go for Terizla or Terizla. Makes a lot of sense. Uranus, they picked that up as well.
Jesus, please, no.
Or what if they... Nolan is open. What if they go Nolan? Explain Barrett's.
I like that. I
Yeah,
like
on
that
the
better
edge.
than the Uranus idea.
Yep.
Can you throw that away? Please,
Yeah,
please
I
take
already
it back.
threw it away.
Thank you. All right.
And then the Ruby. Nolan and Ruby will be great.
That was
Okay,
definitely a
okay.
Valentina.
Okay, it's
And
pretty
the
standard.
Paquito.
Okay, so this is nearly... you
Quite
know.
standard. Very standard, I would say.
I hope for Blacklist. So this is position 5, Angela. So that means that they can go for Novaria, in fact, for Blacklist.
That's true.
Novaria or, like we said, the Farsa. Maybe that's the solution here.
I miss this matchup. The Farsa Valentina.
Yeah.
The one where they just stand right next to each other and they're like,
Yeah.
"Wah, wah, wah."
Just
No, that's
Federer-
not the Farsa sound effect. I'm
I
sorry.
would
Where
say-
did that come from?
Well, that's a bird.
That's the bird, yeah.
That sounds like the bird. Very, I think it's the name.
What's his name?
Very. Verri.
You are capping.
Yeah.
You are capping us.
No, check it out. Check it out.
Looks like it's Mexana. We're the side of Blacklist International.
Dude, stop capping me.
Two
No
cringe. Cringe. Two Eternal Guards in one game.
Yep.
And Skibidi Guards, whatever.
This game be bussin'.
This game be bussin'. It's ONIC versus Blacklist. Still a high-pressure game for Blacklist. They cannot mess this up. They got to Riz ONIC card.
Yes.
They got to mug this series
Man.
all the way to Game 3.
Edward Benedetta, fire, bro.
Oh,
no! Wolf! You are 21!
MPL Philippines is a painful watch. Who let them overcook?
Oh my goodness. Sensui has to be gas today.
Oh,
What's
no.
gas?
It's like a... Yeah, like you are...
Is that an Indonesian term?
No, it's not. It's not. Like, you know, if the world is made, you are gas.
I still don't get it. But you
It's
know...
like you're the source of power, dude. You're gas.
I see.
You're petrol. You're fuel.
Okay.
You're important.
I understand it. JK, I don't. It's already a 2v2 here in the mid lane.
Wow.
That's an early flicker.
Haji? Looking for more? Already gets the flicker out.
True, and Escalera just got mogged hard in the mid lane. Blacklist still looking to be very aggressive this time around. And this is a looks-maxed Benedetta and Edward. We know for a fact that this dude knows how to play this hero.
He is him.
Wolf's literally looking up terms now. he's literally looking up terms. It's like, what do the young kids say these days?
Well, you know, it's part of the job to relate to the young kids who are
That's
watching
right.
us right now. So
It's all
shout
about
out to all the Gen Zs out there.
And shout out to the TikTok Riz Party, because there you go.
Oheb, not invited to that one.
It's straight up carnival in top lane. Another kill for King Kong. And it's a 2v1. Gem might just be in trouble. No big damage. Wow. Gem having instincts.
Commits the double dash to get out of there. So great intuition coming from Gem. He's going to stay in here. And the 30 Blacklist are just waiting.
Yeah, they're waiting as well. Not okay. So even with all that time, they're just waiting also for that extra XP here. Turtle's going to be up in just a couple seconds.
The Petrify was used here for the side of Yue. I mean, for Edward rather, which means he will not have that Electro Petrify blow. Blacklist is trying to secure this turtle. King Kong already in the vicinity. Slight level gap too.
Never thought about it that way. Electro Petrify blow. That is the combo though. There's the taunt. King Kong gonna get worked on. Eternal Guard gonna drop as well. Super Prince now chasing down Yue. Trying to get that kill. Turtle's gonna go and reset. Yue the one to fall. It's King Kong down and Yue. Sensui will secure the turtle here. They want more. They want more blood. It's Gem to fall next.
Edward mogging two people out there. Already 2-0.
I mean, what did I tell you? Edward's Benedetta. Fire, man. Let's go. But then again, we are seeing the weakness of the Angela position 5 or the Angela roam. It's not level 4 that exchange though. When the Blacklist International did go upon King Kong, there wasn't any exchange. Good change of pace for Blacklist International.
Oh, wow. Again, Super Prince takes everything. Will be fine though. Also holds on to his own final slash. So with that, you know in this game, Blacklist International means business here with the start they've had.
That's true. And Haji is looking great on this Arlott once again. Game 1 was a bit tough on him, but this time around it feels like he's finding his angles a bit more than what he did in Game 1.
It's gonna be up to the recovery of King Kong, right? But then Sensui, very confident with his friend.
Oh, again, Haji again! And again and again, the thumbs up. A play from Blacklist International, definitely setting the pace for this one.
Things are looking great for Haji as Blacklist International secures a 1K gold lead. They might be going in for Kelra this time around, but looks like they will back off. Respect the amount of crowd control ONIC has so far. Edward looking to have a great game as well.
Yep, already starting with a 600 gold lead over his counterpart. And this also allows for the other members of Blacklist International to have their own good game, right? For example, we can see Oheb, who was first taken out by ONIC, now fully recovered, has more gold and more EXP compared to his counterpart, Kelra. So everything is looking really good for Blacklist International.
And that was such a reset towards what happened in Game 1. It feels like they already know what's at stake here, and they need to secure a better mid-game compared to what they did last game. Blacklist already their way on there as they try to secure this second turtle of the game.
We'll go ahead and start this one up. Not sure if ONIC actually really wants to contest this. You still have King Kong working on that orange buff. And with that, Turtle's going to be quickly made work of as Sensui will grab that second one for the game. So the game plan right now for ONIC is just trying to buy some time, build up. They had a little bit of a rough start in the beginning, so now it's up to them to kind of just deal with the pacing that Blacklist has set. Gem, though, there it is.
Ooh.
Edward looking for the kill, and he'll get it in the 1v1.
Solo kill, insane micro mechanics coming in from Edward. Sadly, the hard guard didn't follow through on Gem.
Yeah, that's right. And I don't think it's worth it as well, especially because there is a little bit of influence by Blacklist International up top. There's a lot of pressure with Haji being there. I think that Escalera has this hard card designated only for Kelra at this point because they needed to secure the farm.
Oh.
Okay.
Their own final slash going to be used from Super Prince. Not able to cap off anything though. Haji Again, forcing them back. They're going to get him eaten up. Final Slash going to be used this time around, and now the battle's going to break out. King Kong will go down. Yue gets the kill. Gem a little bit late to the party. Let's see if he can get Haji. He goes in, but can't get the final punch.
That is a clutch conceal coming in from Haji, almost dying in the hands of the fists as Gem. It looks like Blacklist International, they're going to get some more. 4K gold lead already. And things are not looking great for ONIC.
Yeah, this is the ideal scenario for Blacklist International for sure. As OHEB is farming freely, Haji is able to hide under the bushes. Sensui, ever so aggressive, the only one showing for Blacklist International. And then Edward just taking over the map. Essentially, half of the entire map is Edward's zone, where he's just able to push the bottom lane, the mid lane as well. Every time that ONIC makes a move and he sees like multiple movements from the members of ONIC, like maybe 3 people up top, he immediately goes to one lane to apply pressure in there. And lo and behold, Blacklist International did not lose a hero, but also gained a turret in the middle. So good macro overall for Blacklist International.
Might just be able to secure the turtle as well. Another great Benedetta game right after Ryota's Savage from last series. I hope Benedetta doesn't get nerfed soon. Looks like Blacklist International will be pushing bot lane instead. Look at how fast they could siege and clear waves because of the Vixana too.
Yeah, this is massive right now for Blacklist International. One of the cleanest games they've had in a while. And it's shown here, especially with the fact that what Haji started this whole game with on this R-Lot, and now they're just kind of paying victory to it. Marching down the mid lane, continue to work down turrets. So ONIC, they really can't do anything other than watch as they lose turret after turret.
Yeah.
And this makes you wonder too, when that first Lord does come up, is it just better for ONIC to wait? Let Calra build up on this Nathan. They know they're going to need that damage available here.
Quick answer, yes. That's definitely the only solution now for ONIC. Like, you know, allow for Calra to muster his own Never Say Die jeans. Good reaction from King Kong.
Yeah, to stop that Final Slash, using that Daytona's welcome. And now, still though, resources going to be taken here. You can see the gap between the junglers as well. And they're going to make him fight for the purple. Edward going to jump in with the huge Electro final blow, but can't get the kill he's looking for. They have to respect the damage though.
And Petrify already used as well, which means Blacklist won't have access to that huge battle spell the moment the Lord is up.
Yep. But then again, you don't have the Purify onto Kelra. You have 10 seconds of leeway between Petrify as well as Purify cooldown, so honestly, if you're Edward, you're going to be very happy about that. And they can just rinse and repeat. I believe that ONIC, like we prescribed to them, they cannot fight yet. Oh my
Same interaction once
God.
again. That time around too, the Final Slash on the second go will not connect.
Yeah.
Lord's going to be up though.
Blacklist, they start this Lord and looks like ONIC will not contest at all. Level 1 Lord goes to the hands of Blacklist International. They're going to be just defending their base against this Lord further on.
Signs of hope for Blacklist International in this entire series. And I gotta say, they have ways to end this because Haji can pop this one. Third time's the charm. Not yet.
King Kong might not be able to escape this one. He goes down in an instant. Kelra also in trouble, had to use the entropy. Look at this, the mid lane turret gonna be worked on without even the Lord. Blacklist International, massive lead right now as they make their way down the bottom as well. Another turret gonna go down. ONIC, can they even withstand the push?
10 seconds for King Kong. It will be a 5v5 the moment the Lord knocks inside the base of ONIC Philippines. And Blacklist International, they want this badly. They want to secure a Game 3, and they can do it now.
They might be able to punch it in once again. It is only that first Lord. But ONIC, do they have enough firepower? Electrofine Glow going to be used. Daytona's welcome. Not going to find the connection. Haji as well, putting the pressure on them. Lord still worked on. King Kong going to fall. Hard guard there. Haji going to chase down, but that's going to be it as Blacklist takes us to Game 3.
And the dream to mirror what happened earlier is alive for Blacklist as they secure that Game 2 victory against ONIC.
And that only took, I think, 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Very fast one. Yeah, 10 minutes and 24 seconds. And I gotta say, it was all Edward. I mean, like, we're talking about him. Fire.
Yeah, fire. Haji though too, man.
Haji.
Beginning.
Haji had
no cap.
He was cooking.
It was cooking, you know. They let Blacklist cook, and Edward definitely showed what a looks Max Benedetta could do in this game. Mogged everyone out of the Skibidi map.
This is a new wolf.
Yep, Blacklist be bussin'.
Let's stop.
Where'd you learn that word?
Where'd you learn that word?
Trex, actually.
Shout out to Trex.
All right, shout out to you. And at this point, we will be seeing a game number 3, which means there is a big chance, or at least 50% chance, for Blacklist to mirror what happened. And what happens again if that happens? Like,
well,
how's our timeline looking?
Basically, they have to chase each other, then copy each other's momentum. And honestly, okay, so if I recall correctly, Blacklist International needs to only secure 4 total points. So far, they have crossed out 1 after the 1. And Edward. Fire.
The crowd.
Fire.
MVP of the game, Edward on his Benedetta with a 301 scoreline. Yep. What makes this so good for this game? What makes it fire?
First of all, he was able to just destroy the lane. And he won his lane counterpart heavily. And not only that, he applied pressure on the map. And he also outplayed the entirety of ONIC Philippines many times in this game. We're going to start with, obviously, the turtle fight, the first turtle fight where Edward got the first kill for Blacklist International, but also put King Kong so low that King Kong couldn't contest for the turtle. Another fight, look at this, he's gonna win the 1v1 even after the sprint coming out from Gem, which is interesting why he chose to go for the sprint instead of the flicker in display, knowing that there's OHEB as well as US, so it's like the Paquito unfortunately did not have as much impact as you would with the flicker play. And then he's gonna be doing it again. If they will find an opening in this particular cache, and then the entirety of Blacklist International just hammered through ONIC. There wasn't any defense at all. Gem couldn't even chase Haji in time. Fortunately, the draft coming up from ONIC Philippines was just too creative. They swung it around. They threw in a curveball. Angela was then relegated into the spot of the position 5 for Escalera, which I think does not really maximize the talents and the skill level of Escalera with just an Angela. It's more of a catch type of hero. And that meant that Super Prince, although he's very good at the Valentina, only had access to Haji, interestingly. Even when you can also copy the Vexana ultimate, we can see how underwhelming a final slash that was copied by Valentina was, because there wasn't any follow-up, unfortunately, for ONIC Philippines, only getting 2 kills in this case. And maybe the other important spells that we have, or factors here that we have to look at for ONIC, battle spells of choice, going in for the sprint onto Gem, unfortunately will not work against the composition of Blacklist, let alone make a lot of sense with the overall idea of why ONIC picked up the Paquito instead. I will always say that if a Paquito is forced to go for the sprint, I think it's generally a bad Paquito game. You want to go for the flicker so that you maximize the one-shot or one-hit knockout potential from a Paquito. In this case, OHEB isn't even threatened at all by that Paquito because of, you know, only him rocking the sprint. Now let's look at the other stats. Edward has ISGPM, and the main reason why this happened is because of the map macro and the map awareness overall of Edward as well as Blacklist International overall. And I think that I've already mentioned in the cast that there were many times where when Edward sees a reaction coming out from ONIC, for example, when Blacklist International puts 3 of their members up top, there is an immediate reaction of a total of 4 members of ONIC, including the Angela, which then compromises the defense of ONIC PH overall in the map. So immediately Edward, after identifying some rotations coming out from ONIC from the opposite end of the map, he goes to the mid lane, fast clears his own lane, and then goes to the mid lane and then applies pressure on the turret to the point where all Blacklist needed to do was to collect the turret kill as they go back to the mid lane if they lose or win said matchup in the top lane. So the cross-map plays coming out from Blacklist International were so instrumental on why the GPM and the highest the highest gold went over to Edward, as well as the overall win. And I think that this is also a comfort playstyle for Haji. Heroes like this, like the Arlot, all those setup plays where you can be flashy and you can be aggressive. I believe that this is the comfort zone for Haji, and I think that if Blacklist International wants to eventually win the series, match that pace, match that tempo, pick up Arlot so that he can, go toe-to-toe with Escalera.
Yeah, game 1 was a very different Arlot. That was like a beta Arlot. But this one, game 2, was definitely Sigma.
Yeah.
And that performance coming in from Haji in game number 2. Why are you laughing, man? This is a serious analyst moment for all three of us.
That's right.
And at this point, we want to see this beautiful game 3. And of course, give more rewards to our viewers, because MPL PH live stream viewer rewards are now available. Come and watch an MPL matches inside TikTok for the Goodie Bag Lottery and be one of the lucky winners.
All you guys have to do is go to TikTok. Go to the MPL Philippines TikTok channel at MPLPH_official. Click the official live stream and then click on the goodie bag on your top left. And now I know that we also classify heroes as Beta or Sigma.
Yes.
Okay.
It is a very Sigma moment for Haji. And we could hear the boss music for him the entire time. I think by level 4, the moment he hit level 4, he was just going in and out, finding those targets almost immediately. And that's why we're going to find his story this time around. Haji, can you show us who you are?
Siguro magampanan ko lang yung role ko, tsaka syempre may panalo namin to this season. Ayun, para sa akin yun yung achievements na yun na para sa akin na na magtagumpay ganun. Na manalo talaga this season. Syempre para kanino, syempre para sa teammates ko din, kasi kitang-kita ko naman sa kanila na gustong-gusto talaga nila mag-champion, lalo na si Sensui, kasi di niya pa na-experience 'yon. Tapos sila Yue, ganun. Tapos ako naman, tsaka si Edward, gusto namin bumawi na yun na parang may gusto pa talaga kami patunayan. Tapos sa family ko talaga. Yung para sa kanila rin talaga yung kaya ako nandito.
And if Escalera was a family man, this too is a family man. Man, just gotta say, I just said man 3 times.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of man.
And apart from that, though, like a lot of our players here are really inspired by their families,
Yeah.
And I think most of our casters as well are family men who actually stay in esports because of the support of the families that they give to us. Why do you guys?
I'm just wondering the journey that we're going. With the anchors, you drive the boat. Sometimes I feel like we're not even on a boat anymore. Like we've ended up on an airplane.
Yeah, we're in a spaceship right now. Not gonna lie. Now let's look at game 2.
Yep.
The draft recap. There you go.
There
He's
it is.
back.
Yep.
With a new track.
Yep. It's a good glow up from Blacklist's draft from game number 1 compared, like I said, it was beta in game number 1, but now it's Sigma.
The Arlot in game 2 was Sigma. Definitely.
See, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I feel like we're in a spaceship, man. We're even on camera. We're getting glimpses of different things.
Yeah.
It's going back to us,
and then going back to them. But they're getting hyped up. They're getting ready. They have to make sure that game 3 is. Brother. Okay, let's deal. Let's calm down.
Let's calm down.
And think about the stakes here.
Yep.
Number 1, we have Blacklist International, who has to win this one for playoffs life.
Exactly.
ONIC Philippines has already secured their playoffs contention.
Yep.
They're currently fighting for one of the top 3 seeds.
That's right.
They're still in the works for that,
Yep.
mainly because ONIC is currently 3rd in our leaderboard with 24 points.
Yeah.
25 now with that 1 win. So they're even more in contention compared to RSG, who we saw play earlier as well.
Yep, they got to keep maintaining the winning, at least to end today and then, of course, next week, so they maintain that top 3 spot. We know what that comes with, but also, again, for Blacklist International, they had to mirror what happened earlier, and they're one step closer. So now it's come down to basically this best of one between them and ONIC for this match. And if you're coming off of a game like the previous one, where you're nearly 1,000 gold per minute,
that's right.
That's a massive win for you. So I'm really wondering, what can they do in terms of replicating that? I don't know as well if Nathan, like first pick, Nathan, we saw that earlier from ONIC Philippines, it didn't actually work out for them, right? They didn't actually have enough time to build up on that.
I feel like the better question here is that we know that Nathan strategically is one of the best late game marksmen, but it seems that Nathan was tampered. Like it was stopped before it even became Nathan. Like we tried to spell Nathan and we stopped at T, you know?
Yeah, it's a Nat.
Just Nat. You know, what happened in that game?
What happened to the An?
I want to say that it's because of the aggression of Blacklist International. That was backed up on by winning all of the lanes, right? I think the thing with Nathan is the best win condition is to win all of the lanes.
Yeah.
I guess the standard condition is to stabilize all the lanes. If your teammates are having an okay time, I mean, you're trading turtles, you're trading minion waves, you're keeping your turrets up, you're A-okay as the Nathan, because after your laning stage, you can now double lane, right?
Oh, yeah.
In that particular case, the EXP lane unfortunately lost, and then the mid lane as well.
Right.
Then your jungler also gets taken out easily. So there were 3 lanes that did not go in the favor of ONIC. And unfortunately, you need at least just one lane that's standard, you know, at least a stable. At least your 2 side lanes are okay. Then you're gonna have some time to farm. So maybe that's the solution here for ONIC.
Yeah, and I feel like the Benedetta from Edward was a big problem for the entirety of ONIC. You said earlier that the macro coming in from Edward, like 80% of the map was owned by Edward in that game. You think it should be banned out at this point? Like, let's just not give anyone Benedetta this time. And going back, can Gem steal this away?
I'm not entirely sure about that. Maybe the answer is I don't think that they number one, I don't think that they will ban it.
They just
they did. So that's definitely a solution. So what is left open in that case? Nathan as well. What if ONIC just picks up the Fredrin instead?
Oh wow. We have seen a lot of Fredrin first picks. Nathan could be a ban here if you are on the side of Blacklist, but looks like they're still biding their time.
Yeah.
The chip is open, by the way.
Chip, that's right. I don't think that's a first pick material kind of hero.
It is in despair
so they ban
that
okay,
I
so
see the
that
fondest
this is ONIC having access to
my
Fredrin,
own
right?
path.
So but then they pick up Arlet. They will break the Arlet Fredrin. So Blacklist will definitely secure the Fredrin in this case.
in me?
Yeah, still flex pick here for the Arlet. What do you pair up with a Fredrin?
I think they pick up Roger in this case. Mainly because it's the third best thing, right? So between like Harith, Nathan, and then Roger, like Harith is top 1, Nathan maybe top 2, or top 1 and top 2 is like both Nathan and Harith like interchangeably, and then number 3 is Roger. So I believe that Blacklist International is that kind of team that will pick up that Roger, but also the Minotaur is open. So
wow, there's a lot of options.
But they pick up Vexana. Wow.
And that means we could get a Minotaur in this phase, paired up with even a Roger for the side of ONIC.
Yeah.
But I do think that when a Roger is picked, Ixia becomes a valid contender in terms of laning.
Speaking of Ixia, I think Baksha is the choice here for ONIC. When in this particular like scenario where you want a little bit of dive onto the Vexana, so I'm thinking Baksha, and then Novaria is also a hero that ONIC likes to play when going up against a Vexana. That could be an option as well. Okay, so they go Barrets instead.
I do know my trade.
Oh wow!
Immediately.
A very big swerve here for ONIC. Getting the Nana paired up with the Barrets. A lot of crowd control too.
Yep.
I feel like the Diggy could be an option at this point.
Yeah. At the same time, I think Blacklist doesn't like to play the Roger. In this case, Roger doesn't want to play against Nana, so this might be a Claude with a Purify for Blacklist International.
I really don't like playing against the Nana.
Same. In general.
Jesus, in general. But I get it, it works really well. The ultimate is straight line
Obnoxious.
damage. Yeah, it's obnoxious, but
Dexter.
it can work
It's our
going against what they
showtime.
have here, especially with the Vixana, the Fredrin, really kind of going for the front line. So not only that, but even if you get a really well-placed final slash and then into the Molina Blitz, oh man, that's devastating.
Devastating.
The damage coming in from the Molina Blitz is something that we don't really expect. The moment that the first one lands on you, you have this sliver of hope, I'm gonna survive the next one.
Yeah, 'cause
and
the
then
slow is insane.
the second one hits you and you're like, I'm gonna die. And then the third one hits you. Oh, I'm dead.
And then you get turned into
what? To a bunny?
A bunny or something, whatever, whatever skin they're using. Or is it always
That's
a bunny?
true. I think it's always a bunny.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it? I'm
I
not
think so,
sure.
yeah.
Maybe once we get like
Or
a
Molina.
legendary Nana skin, we could
Oh,
get
no.
different plush toys that she just throws out,
Oh, she does not need a legendary skin right now.
Yeah.
That's true.
Don't. Because people will pick him up again.
That's true. Wait, legendary Nana already exists. It's the Aquapura. Oh, that's collector. My
Yeah,
bad.
that's collector.
I don't know.
I'm not a skin connoisseur like Wolf that has
No, I don't. I
tons of
actually.
diamonds.
That's the exact opposite of what I am. I don't have a lot of good skins, honestly.
I see.
Stay humble.
Yeah.
Stay humble, And the Minotaur will be the 4th ban for Coach Etumax. The Roamer is yet to be picked here for the side of Blacklist. What else could we see? I kind of miss Estes era Blacklist, not gonna lie. Like,
It's this era Blacklist, right? But I think Haji Yue as a combo. They're very aggressive.
Upon
So
the edge of the void.
that Nolan still gonna be banned. The respect is there from Blacklist International.
Yep.
So Barrett's might be 100% going to the jungle role in this case.
Welcome to my
another Roam ban.
friend.
I wonder what Haji has left in the tank.
Ruby.
The Tigreal, the Ruby.
I think Ruby is just so good.
I'm the priestess of primal
Oh,
lightning,
Eden. Okay,
there's
the
your
hunter
answer.
of all the evil gods.
Yeah, it's such an underrated answer to the Barretts as
Yeah.
well. Mainly because the damage that you deal has percentage health damage, Ooh, that's why an Edith melts the Lord so quickly too.
Yeah. Wonder what is left here for Kelra. There still is the carry, but I believe that the Roger is better. And then you go Borg for
What's
Escalera.
Borg?
X-Borg. X-Borg.
Oh, X-Borg.
Oh, Borg.
Borg. I
thought
see.
you said Borg.
How about Kelra locks in the Beatrix right now and contests the title of the Philippine. The Terizla locked in.
Yeah, I think I like the Matrix.
Yeah,
honestly.
Matrix.
Yeah. And contest the title of the Filipinos.
Let's go, Layla.
That's not bad.
No.
Oh!
Oh, snap.
Oh, snap!
Oh, Nab, I don't want to see this in my ranked games tonight, please.
Man, look at that jawline.
Look at that.
Oh,
You're
he
gonna see
mewed for so long.
Dude, this slaps.
It slaps.
This slaps.
Well, you're just proud of yourself right now.
Yes, I am.
Moskov
I'm so proud of myself.
locked in. Gen Z
Oh
Wolf
my-
online.
Gen Z Wolf hits diff, bro.
I don't even know what to say
What's
anymore.
your role?
Wolf.
Are you a jungler? Maybe change your name to Wolf Kent Retri. You're a mid laner? How about you add Almighty in your name? You're Almighty Naisu now. You know? How about Super Naisu? Let's look at our lineup ratings here. A lot of crowd control if you're looking at both squads. No crowd control immunity apart from the Barrett's ultimate. It's going to be a very interesting Game 3 as we enter the very last game of this GOATed Week 6. I wonder how this would end.
Yeah. It's going to end with two of our gold laners just getting into the late game and just relying on their natural scaling. And that's the thing with Moskov, right? It's one of those hyper carry stereotypes, right? You get so much items, get attack speed, you have good scaling damage, And there's a little bit of global presence from Kelra.
Oh, and he's got the ID
Infernal
skin.
Wormlord.
That's right.
Wonder what skin number it is.
The Infernal Wormlord Moskov or whatever. You know, it's a Spear of Destruction for Moskov Ultimate. And gotta say, the last time that I watched Kelra play Moskov, it was a comeback victory with a base with 100 HP.
All right. That's right.
It was long ago too, like around 3 seasons ago.
Now it makes a lot of sense why they pick up the Nana, because it's a lane stabilizer. You pop your ultimate and then all of a sudden there's no more minions that you have to worry about.
Yep.
And you also kind of have some vision around the map. So this is ONIC planning out their Moskov pick. This is a good setup, I mean, for ONIC.
And with the matchup of Moskov versus the Claude, who wins this matchup early on? It feels like OEB is playing around Kelra this time around.
I believe that it should be... I honestly feel it's Moskov just because you have that extra range from when you bounce or you kind of refract your spears. So with the passive. At the same time, the thing with Claude is that there's always that potential of a +1. Like Haji can just go up top and just destabilize that lane. So I believe that it's a 1v1. I would hedge my bets on Kelra.
Let's see.
Moskov. Yeah.
You know what's scary about it too is the way the Spear of Destruction works. Like for the most part, Kelra can just wait in a lane while a big fight's happening and then hopefully land that spear and then boom, he's there.
That's right. Global presence.
You know?
And it's such a beautiful mechanic, especially for the reworked version of it. That means they could potentially have Kelra for this big turtle fight about to come. Haji, waiting for that level 4, gets his power spike just in time.
They're going to hold the turtle here.
The Scalera also almost gets
Jam jumping to the back line with the penalty zone, finds Yue. Eternal Guard going to drop as well. Meanwhile, even on top, the 1 versus 1 breaking out. Still the fight for the turtle, going to go for it, and King Kong grabs it, but will go down with his life as well. Still looking for more. Yue and Oheb fell in the exchanges, so Kelra got to kill himself.
Yeah, that was a solo kill in the gold lane, and we rarely see that anymore. The laning prowess of the Filipino Savage.
I feel like it's always Kelra when we do see that.
Yep.
I don't want to say always. A lot of times.
Yeah. That's why he's the gold standard. Can win his lanes, and like I said, I feel that on a lane-to-lane basis, like a lane matchup basis, I believe it's Moskov that wins it. And generally, Moskov is a hero that you can use to outplay your opponents, right? Because if you find the the correct angle, as well as the good stun with your skill 1, you're gonna... or skill 2, I mean. It means that you can outplay your opponents. It's like it's not an actual win, like head-on win. It's more of an outplay win.
Yeah, there's Escalera. Okay, he's just going to final slash him, but the other thing, too, is the way that it works. I mean, they have so much lockdown with this lineup from ONIC. Whether that's the penalty zone, whether they get a Daytona's welcome with the final slashes, the stuns from Molina Blitz. This sets up that pushback with the mechanic from the Moskov really well, and the way that they can play around that. So I feel like if you're Blacklist International, your spacing around these skirmishes in your team fight has to be on point here. So they're going to go in at King Kong again, using the Daytona's welcome. Now Sensui quite low. There's the spear. Here comes Kelra, though. Throws Yue into the wall, gets the flicker out. Going to be fighting him off. Haji already using the Primal Wrath will take him down before he falls as well to Super Prince. And Yue was taken down as well.
And this is why we love to see the Moskov. Suddenly, Kelra was there. Suddenly, they had a 4v3 fight. Now ONIC has a slight advantage to the second turtle of the game.
I like the reaction from Blacklist International, though, after that ultimate landed from Kelra and the teleportation was there. They did not stack their stuns together. That's why the Purify wasn't as effective, and they were able to punish Kelra afterwards.
Yep, fighting for this turtle once again. A 4th of the Elf Gem, same thing, jumps on Yue with the penalty zone. That's the final slash to follow up. Super Prince dropping it down as well. Yue taken out of the picture. Gem will take the Appraiser's Wrath, but he's still alive for now. Haji goes in with the Primal's Wrath. The spear won't connect though, so he can't make his way down. Now it's Edward and the turtle secured by Sensui. Edward whittles down King Kong with the yo-yos.
The Edith coming in from Haji. If you can't kill him quick, you have to run away.
ONIC with the combo-based lineup, unfortunately, will not get it. And Sensui, smart enough to do this play.
Still has a passive. Still, do they want it, Haji? Even with the conceal, not going to commit on it, though.
Onward slightly misses this time around. Final slash used to defend that turret. Looks like they're going to tank it anyway.
Yep.
Blacklist looking great.
Looking great in this massive recovery when it comes to farm for OHEB. And overall, Blacklist International leading by a lot. Sensui having the blade armor early on this game means that eventually Kelra will not like team fighting against Blacklist International.
That's true.
First pick Vexana coming up from Blacklist International too, like with Yue in his positioning and the way that he's landing all of his spells. Well done from him. Oh, okay.
Doesn't really land, but looks like they will be defending this top lane. Sliver of health. Dexter refuses to shoot it. Dexter. Okay, no. I thought it would work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured it would shoot that turret down too, but not going to happen.
Small Barretts.
It's not used to seeing King Kong or a Barretts have you in that small. So now they lose that turret down on the bottom side. OHEB's going to grab this one as well. Blacklist are playing around with the space they have now on the map.
And things are looking great as the gold lead reaches around 2.5. Could potentially grow to 3K if they're able to secure that third turtle of the game. Let's look at the real-time head-to-head here between our XP laners. Quite the comparison. Looks like Gem is ahead in terms of GPM.
That's interesting. 700 GPM for a Terizla.
That's very high, isn't it?
That's incredibly high, actually.
It's almost like gold laner high.
Yeah.
It looks like Turtle will be freely secured here by Blacklist. Everyone is just cleanly taking objectives for the sides of the agents, and they're just waiting for that one big team fight that hasn't even happened yet.
3,000 gold lead, the inflation from Blacklist International because of how much they have managed to take over the map. They're taking the objectives, they're taking the turrets, all of the outer turrets out now for ONIC. And they're also invading the jungle, which is even more important. King Kong is just level 9 at this point, and they're sharing all of the resources so much. That's why you can see the big increase of gap between the gold laners when it comes to their farm. So Blacklist International very happy with the first 8 minutes of the game.
Yeah, even for the jungles too. Nearly, cross the lane, quite a big gap going on here. So ONIC, they don't want to let it slide out any further. They really have to be able to withstand this onslaught right now for Blacklist International. They're going to get another turret here in that top side, the tier 2, setting things up for really a better time with that first Lord in about a minute.
And they're already grouping up as 5. Meanwhile, ONIC is sending out Kelra into these missions where he kind of want to get turrets safely and be able to recall. And I feel like he just has enough time to do that. I was about to scream for my life out there.
Yeah. Thought he would get caught?
Yeah, but I think it was calculated. You're the Filipino Savage. You know when to recall and when to push even more. King Kong, though, a lot of damage.
Wow. Woo. No, Yue, though. Missed that one, but Yue taken out. Escalera able to use that final slash again to find the kill.
And just in time for that Lord as well. 10 seconds from now, Yue will be up the moment the Lord is up, so they gotta stall it for quite a bit if ever they do want to fight for it. Yep. But in terms of this first Lord fight, do you think ONIC should fight for this?
It's gonna be difficult though. They're not ready, I believe, especially because King Kong is just level 11, Sensui is level 13.
Oh, Edward's gonna stay there.
Unless they get a kill, it's gonna be difficult. Honestly, very difficult.
Yeah. And I think the Spear of Destruction has to land here if ever they do want a full 5v4 because Edward is still defending that long lane. Blacklist continues this Lord take.
Somebody has to scout this Lord.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's really the risk, right? What if the Spear doesn't land? Then you're not there for the fight. Oh, Haji gonna flicker in, tosses him over there, shatter into the Eternal Guard. Gem taken care of very quickly, and now to follow, it's King Kong. Super Prince dropping the Molino Blitz. Lord gonna be secured though by OHEB. Meanwhile, Kelra continues to push down the bottom side.
Haji with the flicker, full confidence in finding a target there. It didn't matter who. It was Gem, one of the tankier members, and they still went all in.
At this defense coming out from ONIC, the most important hero is going to be Super Prince. Is he able to clear out the minion waves? Well, fortunately, Kelra knows how to handle this. That's also another wave clear that ONIC needs, but they will have to defend. And I think that ONIC has to, again, channel that never say die attitude as well as the defensive mindset of Omega. And maybe Kelra should be the one leading that kind of mindset.
That's true. If there was the heart of the Omega back then, it would be Kelra.
Yes.
The soul would always be Chaknu. And now the heart will be the one defending here in the top lane. Trying to take down that Lord. Will be able to take it down. Going transfer. They're going to transfer here in the bottom lane. And look at Sensui. Just so incredibly tanky in that entire exchange.
It's also Blade the armor picked up by Sensui very early in this game. The achievement now for Blacklist International is to take out all of the other turrets and then deny King Kong from another purple buff again. So, Sensui is level 14, King Kong level 12.
Yeah.
Edward is a problem again.
Yeah, especially with a Vengeance. You just can't hit him, you know? The moment that he hits that Vengeance spell, you have to respect it. You have to just move away.
It's tough in this position that ONIC's in. You know, really, you put a lot of kind of eggs in the basket of Moskov. You really want him to pop off, provide a lot of the damage, but you know, given the fact the way that these minutes have gone for Blacklist International, they've got this big lead now. It gets that much harder because that's the thing with Moskov. He does a ton of damage the way he works. I mean, Spirit of Destruction is great and all, but you can also put yourself in a very bad position if you're not careful. That's one of the biggest things about it. So you're kind of forced to play really in the backside where, again, Oheb on a Claude, you can zoom in and go back BMI and be back in safety.
Yeah.
So that's something that's very hard for ONIC to deal with right now and trying to get some of these fights where it's almost like, all right, we need Blacklist International to make a mistake somehow.
And I just got to say as well, the secondary damage option here, at this point, I feel like it's not even Yue. It's Haji, who deals a lot of damage the moment that Primal Wrath is all stacked up.
That's right.
Let's look at the real-time head-to-head here. Look at the damage dealt coming in from Super Prince. That Nana is a menace.
Yep. That is a problem eventually, especially in the late game, and so will be the Moskov. So for ONIC, at this point, they just have to really wait for the late game. And the stereotype for the Moskov, like I said, is that hyper carry stereotype, where you just wait for the late game.
Yeah, late game carry. Escalera!
Escalera gonna go for Haji. The spear gonna land too, but they know they can't follow up on that. So that's a lot committed before this Lord take.
And that's the flicker from Escalera as well. Again, this is an undefeated Arlet from the side of Escalera. Might just get its first one if Blacklist continues the domination.
He's got the final slash again. He's going to use it on Haji once more. Though there's the jump. Looking for more. He's going to be taken out though. And now Edward jumps in the backside. Kelra's in trouble. Wind of Nature is not going to help him out. Escalera gets dealt with as well. Multiple members going down, and Edward forcing King Kong and Super Prince back while Blacklist International makes their way down the mid.
It's 15 seconds for Gem. Still 4 people. They don't have Oheb, but they do have the Nana. Sensui, Super Prince taunted.
Gonna go in once again. Daytona's welcome to be charged up. Minion waves are not here though, so ONIC will have enough time to get prepped for the defense.
I guess this is ONIC kind of just gambling their way into that Lord, and they know that it will take a lot of time for them to get back, and Kelra will be respawning, but massive risk coming out from ONIC. Unfortunately, we are not going to see that traditional mindset of the defensive players of Comeback where they will just sit back at their base, just try to defend. It kind of feels like ONIC is a team that wants to be aggressive despite them being down by 8,000 gold.
Wow. And for ONIC, it's going to be a tough battle as the Lord marches in the top lane. Haji doesn't have the flicker, so that's something that works out for them. But look at the damage coming in from this Lord.
Oh, they get the taunt off, and Oheb jumps in the backside with the Blazing Duo, and it's Gem to fall! They get eaten up, thrown into the base. The Lord's still there. Fear the destruction to follow up. The Crystal's going to be worked on. And Blacklist International will reverse the sweep the series, keeping their playoff lives and hopes alive.
And they meet the standards that has been set from last series. 2-1 against ONIC. The script is going well, and it looks poetic.
Nobody secured yet, and nobody also is sure to not get into the playoffs. Both Blacklist and Omega survives week number 6. And ONIC, unfortunately, with this Moscow, will not be successful.
So far,
wow.
It has been a great showing for this entire day 3 of week 6. And another great means another great. It's the Filipino Sniper and the Filipino Savage no longer being compared against each other in that way. But this time, they are one of the healthier rivals, I would call, inside of the league.
100%. This day slaps.
This day is cooking. Or it's already cooked.
Yeah.
Oh man, I wish I could just explain how these terms are already outdated, but you know what's not outdated?
Really?
Yes, but you know what's not outdated is ONIC already securing their playoff spot, so this loss could be shrugged down a bit, but you know they could still contest for that 3rd spot inside that gauntlet format and skip play-ins entirely. So congratulations ONIC for that, as they take their leave for now. It has been a great series for the Sonics in this last series of the night, but for Blacklist, this means so much more. For Blacklist, this means their possibility to take that slot, that final slot inside the playoffs.
This is going to make for a very exciting final week next week, boys.
That's true.
Oh, man, week 7 is going to be intense.
Week 7 is looking to be the end game to the Infinity War of week 6. The ratings will skyrocket. Everything will come to an end before the playoffs comes in. And looks like Blacklist International, they're tired from that series, and rightly so. That was a tough one.
Again, just a great series to witness here as we cap down week number 6. It's amazing. Can't wait to see what they have to say.
Yeah, of course. And that's why we have our hosts. We're going to talk to Blacklist International. Let's welcome Mara Aquino and Hans Galleria.
All right, agents. Let me hear it from you, Blacklist. Congratulations to Blacklist International. OHEB, ang laki ng smile ni OHEB. OHEB, take the mic. OHEB, take the mic right there. Napaka-crucial. Ay, may lagnat ka daw?
Opo. Ayan.
So, how were you feeling kanina?
Nahihilo.
Nahihilo habang, tinan mo, kahit may sakit, nahihilo habang naglalaro. But still, they won today's game. Congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Hindi masyado kasi masama pa pakiramdam ko. Pero masaya naman kasi one step away na lang kami sa being playoff secured.
One step away, one series away. Napaka-crucial ng game na ito para sa inyo. You guys won, so may chance pa kayo makapasok. Mas tumaas ang chance nyo makapasok sa playoff. So gaano kahalaga ba yung panalo na to? What did it mean for you?
Syempre sobrang importante ng match na to kasi halos lahat din ng tao sinasabi hindi daw kami mananalo ganun. Kaya sobrang importante ng match na to. Tsaka sobrang thankful ako sa mga kampi ko ngayon sa lahat sa kanila, sa lahat ng coaches. Good job sa amin lahat siguro.
Sa mga doubters dyan, good job. One game away na lang ang Blacklist International to make it to the playoffs.
Another person I'd like to take note of is Haji. Haji, it was taking notice of the fans there. It also was a struggling loss against Smart Omega yesterday. Pero nagawa niyong mag-bounce back ngayon. Was there something with the conversations that you guys have had yesterday? Ano ba yung mga napag-usapan nyo before heading into this match?
Nung natalo kami against Omega kahapon, tingin namin talaga kaya naman namin sila eh. Lang talaga eh. Tingin ko araw lang talaga nila yun. Tapos, nag-usap-usap kami, sabi namin tuloy lang namin yung mga ginagawa namin.
And that is exactly what they did. Tinuloy nila. And they did not only get 3 points, but they got it in reverse sweep fashion.
Nako, kung napakita nyo, kung ipapakita nyo palagi yung pinapakita nyo ngayon, siguradong aakyat at aakyat at aakyat kayo and you're gonna beat the top teams. Ito naman, nasan si Yue? Yue! Ayun. Kanina, tinitesting ng ating mga casters kung yung mga sumisigaw ba para sa'yo, lucky charm mo. At mukhang totoo nga, dahil nag-reverse sweep kayo. Anong gusto mo sabihin sa lahat ng mga sumisigaw na Yue?
Salamat.
Kaya mo sabihin na salamat. Sabihin mo salamat the same way they say Yue. Kaya mo?
Ang pogi raw ni Edward.
Let me hear it from you guys again. Paano? Ayun. Kinikilig ka ba kapag sinisigaw nila yung pangalan mo?
Hindi po kasi rinig sa hindi po medyo rinig sa...
Oh, hindi daw niya rinig. Gawin
Hindi
niyo
niya
ulit.
daw rinig pag naka-headset.
And now, congratulations para sa ating game MVP, Edward!
Edward, any message to the rest of the people who watched you today on site and sa lahat ng mga nanonood at sumusuporta sa Blacklist International?
Ayun, maraming salamat sa agents na sumusuporta. Hello. And ayun, sa next week, supportahan nyo pa ulit kami. Thank you.
Congratulations once again, Blacklist International. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Blacklist International, napaka-crucial ng seryeng ito para sa kanila. At dahil sa kanilang pagkapanalo, isang laban na lang. 1 game away from securing the playoffs.
You know, Mara, if Yue could just hear all of the cheers nang nakatanggal yung headset niya, he would just be as motivated as he was. Just like how Edward performed in that final 2 games.
And in that final game, let's see what our casters have to say. Casters, pasok.
Thanks, Hans and Mara. We're back here in the desk. And finally, week 6, day 3 has come to an end after another 3-game series. What a game for Edward. We saw the Benedetta and everything else that he did. That was definitely his series to say.
That
CC? Phenomenal series. Yeah, I think we started even with the loss of Paquito. He's the only one making the right moves for Blacklist International, or the only correct moves that Blacklist International can do in that particular game came from Edward.
Wow.
Happy to oblige with that. And then game number 2, Benedetta with a wonderful play. And then what a Sigma game coming out from Edward, 6-0-6, making all the right moves. And also jumping on targets that are very important. And it kind of feels like he is, again, the top of the GPM chart, 705 for this CC. And eventually able to dive into the correct members to go into. And we are going to see that through the replay. First off, King Kong misses the jump, but still manages to get the turtle. However, so much damage coming out from Blacklist International.
So much.
Coming out from Haji, getting the level 4. Unfortunately, Super Prince, even when this is such a good position coming out from the Nana, it wasn't enough. Then King Kong is going to be gone upon by Haji. When Haji survives this, unfortunately, the spear misses. And look at Edward. Still manages to position himself so that he will have a lot of impact. Look at that jump from Edward. Take out Gem. That is almost an alley-oop onto King Kong in this case. And then watch out, Edward looking for Kelra. After he gets stunned, immediately he jumps to Escalera. He uses Escalera to kind of help himself jump onto Kelra afterwards. And then the jumps eventually from the side of Blacklist International, unstoppable at this point. ONIC did not sit back and relax despite them having a Nana in this game. They have a Nana as well as a Moskov. Great late game potential, great wave here. But they ran out of patience, went out of their base, tried to compete against Blacklist International, failed heavily, and that meant that Blacklist International ends this game with this emphatic performance coming out from Mr. Edward himself. Again, I have to hand it to both Yue as well as Haji fulfilling their roles. Haji in this game played played the Edith in a more of a trap kind of playstyle where he is just in front, where technically that is what you need to be doing if you're the Edith, right? You force some of the rotations from your opponents, you soak so much damage, then turn it around with the Primal Wrath on point with the usage of the ultimate here for Haji. And if you combine both Yue as well as Haji, the amount of burst that they have, the amount of nukes that they have after that initiation coming out from ONIC, if they do survive with the flickers, they can turn things around easily. Especially because Sensui was so on point with the usage of this Fredrin. Right amount of aggression, right amount of sustain, knows when to go in and get out, eventually out-farms his competitor King Kong, and then allowed for Blacklist International to have more space in the map. The pinch that they were doing onto the gold lane where OHEB was, it allowed Blacklist International to recover when it comes to that gold lane department, the marksman department. Still, Kelra, there were many moments where he was able to outplay OHEB 1v1, almost dealing the same amount of damage with OHEB, also considerable amount of GPM. Unfortunately, the Moskov, as much as we are hyped about it, it will not work for ONIC. The reverse sweep is complete for Blacklist International, and most importantly, their playoff dreams still alive.
Wow. As we enter Week 7 and end Week 6 tonight, this is something that we have to wait for 5 more days before we actually see the result. And that's 5 more days of preparations for these teams, which means that we might even see new strategies the moment that they grasp these new items, these new adjustments as we enter the last week of the regular season.
It's going to be exciting. Again, when we know what's left at stake for Smart Omega and Blacklist.
Yeah, of course. It's been an honor to cast for you guys. We have been your casters, Nezumi. With me here is Naisu and Wolf. We're going to throw you over to our hosts now in the main stage. Let's all welcome Mara Aquino and Hans Galleria. On to the main stage we go.
After all of our matches this weekend, I've come to a conclusion. Our teams have really stepped up their games up to the preparation for the playoffs.
Absolutely agree. We saw Menana Evo sweeping ONIC Philippines, RSG Philippines giving the world champions a hard-fought series, at syempre, ang sigaw ng bagong barangay na never say die.
Ang aga natin nakilala yung unang teams na nakapasok sa playoffs, pero up until the very last week of the regular season, hindi pa rin kompleto ang 6 nating playoffs teams.
Well, at least that gives our fans more reasons to tune in with us again for next week.
Huwag kayong mawawala para sa 7th and final week of our regular season. Muli, ako po si Mara Aquino.
At ako naman si Hans Galeria.
Na nagpapaalalang magkakaiba man ang ating pinagdadaanan, sama-sama pa rin tayo sa laban.
Para sa tagumpay!
Keep it good vibes, everybody!
And see you next week!